There, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Devil's Latest Issue podcast.
Hello.
I am your host, Mr. Vegas. I am joined as always by my wonderful co-host. It's the one, the only, the big, fat, friendly giant himself, Mr. Fatman T.
Hi, everybody.
Now, for some context to everyone at home, when I do that intro, and I do the Fat Man bit, I rotate my arm so as to make my titties jiggle to get that sound that everyone's familiar with. And I just did that while holding a Zippo lighter. So I've just drenched my hand in lighter fluid. Like an idiot.
I've noticed you do it well then. Because I've noticed that when I'm talking on the podcast, I still use my hands to talk even though they're on camera or anything, so no one's in front of me. Just be screaming.
I'm the same. It's just like that's just how I talk, but when I do that intro, I do it purposefully to get the sound I'm looking for. But no, I just did that while holding a fucking Zippo, so my hand is now flammable. Because I am an idiot. Yes.
Really, you see my new lighter I got? My trench lighter.
Yes.
I love that thing. Wait, I dropped my foot today. I think I fractured a toe.
Nah, Tiffany, I was telling my dad about it, and he's fucking jealous. He wants one.
24
like,
quid.
if my dad wastes... I was gonna say, my dad wastes £10 on fucking eBay, you're to blame.
Amazon, 24 quid.
That's more expensive than the £10, so like...
Well, come on.
That's why my dad doesn't believe in using Amazon, he believes in using eBay, because it's always cheaper on eBay. His words, not mine.
Doesn't mean it's better quality. I'll learn that one.
Yeah, still.
I'd rather have somewhere I can go and bitch at than get said, well, we're on your platform, we're not the seller, you have to find the seller. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I hate your ass.
Fuck you and the horse you rode in on.
Oh no, the horse is fine, it's the person on top that I don't like.
Anyway.
Mr.
Mamanti, how have you been? It's been a hot minute since we spoke. How have you been?
Well, I got my trike. The battery is fried on my trike, so I've been trying to get that fixed.
Nice.
The handbrake snapped on my trike.
Ouch.
It's been one of those. The problem is, alright, the guy I bought from, I checked the receipts because he gave me receipts of all things replaced.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and one of the things replaced recently was the handbrake cable.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And it went twang on me. So I'm on trying to get. Probably I bought a new cable, and the new cable I bought is too thick.
This is the thing. I remember like when I was riding on my bike and the fucking like the main brake cable went. That was such a motherfucker to replace, dude. That took hours. You have to take the whole goddamn bike apart to get it. It's a hellhole.
Luckily, I only got like about 5 inches of distance I got to get between the handbrake and where attached to the wheel hub.
Yeah.
But it's the assembly designed for a cable that is just about, I don't know, 0.005 millimeters thinner than what I bought.
Just fucking hit it with a grinder, you'll be fine. Shave it down a bit, fuck it.
You know, it's one of those stupid ass things to fit through the pipe, like the securing pipe.
Yeah.
It's just that a little bit too big for it to fit in the goddamn pipe.
I said, just take a fucking Dremel to it, it'd be fine.
But apart from that, all my new equipment's turned up. My sofa set in the middle of my living room, ready to be built.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah. I don't know if the bank get about the scam bastard who scammed me out of $4,500, but hey, oh.
Yeah.
Ultimately, seeing that money again, it's minimal, but, you know.
That's what you get for shopping on Facebook.
But I bought this trike on Facebook, it's pretty good.
Yeah, a 50-50 isn't a great return rate, though, is it?
It's not really. Like I said, the problem, like I said, most issue with this trike is the fact that the bike, the stoner bike that's used in it, is from the beginning of the 80s.
Like, all I'm saying, one out of 2 is pretty bad, but fucking, you're a moron.
Yeah, I know. But I'm back on the road at least.
That's good, that's good.
And speaking of back on the road, we have a slight announcement for the channel in the future.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to Gay Pride.
Yes, you
Vegas.
are. Yes, Vegas is taking you to a Pride festival this year.
I will record it, and then giving your thoughts on probably the next week's show after the festival's over.
Yeah.
And that.
You know, it gives me time to like fucking go through the footage and like edit faces and shit. You know, because like life. You know what people are fucking like.
Well, I'm buying a GoPro for it, like so.
Well, even still.
So I say it won't be broadcasting live from the festival.
Yeah, we're gonna like do a record at the festival and
I said the reason
all that.
2 reasons for it. One, I've never been to one.
Mm-hmm.
And 2, we discussed a couple weeks back about how the festivals have changed in recent years, and it seemed to get more debaucherous as time goes on.
And this thing, I myself haven't been to one in a good while. Like, I think my last one would have been 2019. Would have been my last Pride festival I went to.
Yeah. So Glasgow, I've heard, can be one of those ones where it can be either, you know, Disney PG.
Yeah.
Or just an R-rated film all the way through it.
It depends what bit you're at. To my understanding, like the festival basically splits in half after the main parade. The PG bit happens over there, and the non-PG bit happens over there.
That's why we'll try to put both sides of it for a contrast. And my table just turned off for some reason. I don't know why. What the fuck?
Because fuck you.
Oh, gremlins in my house today. Where the fuck's that remote? There it is. Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck you.
Well, while Fat Man T fixes his table, I'm gonna let me tell you and the folks home about the week I had. Cause I've had an interesting week.
Ugh.
So, my week starts, right? My mother has what can only be described as a slight mental breakdown and decides she doesn't like the furniture in the living room anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And she does this far too frequently. So, 2 of the chairs were moved. Two of my living room chairs got fucking moved. One of which is now in my bedroom. It's under my bed. It's right next to me. It's very comfy. It was my chair from downstairs. Hence why I took it. Because she wanted rid of it. And I was like, nah, fuck you, mine. And the other chair's been moved into her bedroom. Because she wanted a chair in her bedroom. Because women. So, those got moved, right? And then the other 2 chairs, because I've got 5 in my living room, right? 1 stayed where it is. So 2 got taken upstairs, 1 stayed where it is, the other 2 got moved to where the 2 that got moved originally were. Because that makes perfect sense, right? You know, rather than like moving the 2 where, like, you know, like the 2 that we didn't move, rather than moving those out of the way and leaving the originals where they were, we're gonna move the originals elsewhere and then replace them with the exact same fucking chairs. Makes perfect sense, right? And we did that because my mum wanted a couch.
Right.
She missed having a couch, right? Now, I luckily remembered my father had a couch he wasn't using in the spare bedroom of his house. So I phoned up my dad, and I was like, here, Dad, have you still got that couch in your spare bedroom? He was like, yes, I do. Why? I was like, my mum's, like, after wanting it. Can we pike it off you? He's like, aye, fucking bash on, right? It's just taking up a room in my storage room. Go for it, right? So I was like, brilliant. So, fucking, we organised to go through, right? And one key detail was haphazardly forgotten in this process.
Yeah.
This key detail is that my mother's car is not big enough to fit a couch. Now, in my mother's head, the plan was we were going to go through, load the couch into my dad's van, and then my dad was going to drive it to our house.
Yes.
Unfortunately, my mother didn't communicate that part of the plan to me or my dad. So the day of comes, right? We're getting ready to go and collect the couch, right? For context, this is Thursday. Okay? We're getting ready to go and collect the couch, right? And my mum turns to me and she goes, your dad's like, he's got the van set up and everything, right? And I was like, what? She's like, he's got the van and that ready, right? For moving the couch? Should he have? Yes. So we have a whole argument about whether or not she told me this or not, right? Phone my dad. I'm like, Dad, fuck, there's been a miscommunication. I explain what's going on. He's like, that's fine. We just have to move the scooter out the back of my van before we fucking load the couch. So guys, my dad's, we do that. We bring the couch over, right? It's all fine, right? We get the couch set up, right? That was Thursday, right?
Uh-huh.
Friday, right? Well, actually Thursday night, right? Sat in the house, right? And my mum's looking at me and she goes, you need a haircut. And I go, you're right. So mum gives me a haircut, right? This is Thursday night. I'm looking in the mirror and I go, I'm sick of my hair colour, right? I used to have brown hair, right? Sick of my hair colour. So I go over to a shelf in my bathroom, right? I've got a shelf in my bathroom. It's like half of it is shampoo and conditioner. The other half is just hair dye, right? Because we're one of those households. And I'm looking for my hair dye collection. And I find blonde. And I go, ooh, that'll look nice. Pick up the box. I'm reading the instructions. And then I see the sell-by date. Yeah, that shit was 2 years out of date, dude. I was like, yeah, I'm not that stupid, but I'm not that stupid. I'm not putting out-of-date chemicals in my head. That's a bad idea. Oh, threw that shit in the bin. And I phoned my local hairdresser, right? For context, it's about 9 o'clock at night. Okay? Phone up the hairdresser, right? And she's like, hello. And I was like, oh yeah. I know it's silly o'clock, right? But any chance you could squeeze me in for a quick hair dyeing tonight? No, I close in 10 minutes. No, I can't. Tell you what, though, I can get you in first thing in the morning, right? You just come down, like we'll get it sorted. I was like, brilliant, right? So, I go to bed, get up, go down to the hairdressers, right? Fucking get my hair dyed, right? It is now what I describe as Targaryen blonde, right? It's fucking sexy. I love it, right? I look like Geralt. Right?
No, what you're trying to say, because I've seen it, he's trying to say he looks like Ridian for fucking, what do you call it? Metal Gear Solid 2.
Raiden.
Yeah. What is the
fucking Ridian. His name's Raiden.
He was a shit character. They should have made him. Should let him die.
You know they do kill him off, right? And like I think near the end of that game.
No, he comes back to life as a ninja.
Yeah, he's like a cyborg man.
He comes back to life again in one of the other games for some fucking known reason.
Fuck you, Revengeance is a good game. Anyway, so
shit, you know it.
No, it's a good game. You're wrong.
Good game anyway. Bad characters.
Wrong. So, yes, you are.
I'm not.
So, fuck you. Metal Gear Solid Revengeance Rising is one of my favorite video games, and you're wrong.
You're a child. That explains a lot.
Yes, I am.
No taste.
Anyway, so get my hair dyed, right? Get that done, right? I got it done with bleach. That fucking hurt getting it done with bleach, right? But like I was the only guy in this hair salon, right? So I couldn't let it be known that shit hurt, right? I had to be a fucking man about it, which was hard. Like I wanted to cry the entire time, wasn't allowed to because I was surrounded by women, and as we all know, crying in front of women is wrong and illegal. So got that done, right? Went to work, fucking got a bunch of compliments and that at work. It was great, right? Now we come to yesterday, right? Now yesterday, right? Saturday, for context, right? Was half one of the best days I've had in a long time, and half one of the worst fucking days I've had in a long time, right? I tell you what happens, right? So, we go back a couple of days. We rewind a little bit earlier into the week, right? Back to Wednesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
My friend Ego. You remember Ego from the poker special?
Vaguely, yes.
Right, well, Ego hits me up, right? He fucking shoots me a wee text over Discord, and he's like, "Oh, what are you doing on Saturday?" I was like, "Fuck all, why?" He was like, "You want to come up to Edinburgh and hang out for the day?" I was like, "What you got in mind?" Right? So we make some plans, right? Like we go and raid the farmers market. We'll go get lunch. You know, we'll go get gacha movie and that. We're having a great time planning this out, right? Got Google Maps up, right? I'm looking at where the cinema is. And guess what I spot right next door to that cinema?
A bar?
Even better.
Sex shop?
Even better.
Brothel?
Even better.
Go on then.
A casino.
Ah. Well, technically, casino is all them three in one place.
So I say to Ego, I say, yo, you fancy doing the casino? He was like, not really. I've not really got the money for it. I was like, tell you what, I'll sponsor you, right? I'll sponsor you some cash. We'll go in, like, a bit laugh, right? It's like, okay, go on then, right? Shits and giggles. So I phoned up the casino, right, to make some inquiries, right? What have you got available? What are the buy-ins for those games? Do I need a membership? What's the dress code? Standard shit, right? So I phoned them up, right? Fucking asking these questions. I'm getting answers. I'm writing
the dress
down.
code for Scotland is just don't turn them naked.
No, this one is it's trying to be a high class avenue, so it was business casual.
Again, for Scotland, I mean, don't turn up naked.
And no, it means like wear a shirt.
Does it say clean shit?
So, exactly. So we do that, right? Get all of that sorted, right? Fucking the wee woman who works there, I'm speaking to over the phone. She's like, the only thing you need, right, and like in terms of membership, anything like that, you just need to bring valid ID, right? And I was like, right, that might be a slight problem, right? My pal Ego, he's no got like a driver's license or passport or anything. Like, would like a young Scot card, is that acceptable? I know a lot of places are dodgy about them. Are you guys chill with that? And she was like, yeah, it's a state issued ID. We don't give a shit. And I was like, perfection. Kindly explain that to every nightclub in Scotland. Thank you. So fucking hang up the phone, get back to Ego, tell him all of this. He's like, yeah, fucking great. Sounds a plan, right? So fast forward back to Saturday again, right? Day off, right? Leave the house, right? 9 a.m. I leave the house at 9:30 in the morning, right? For context, I am meeting Ego in Edinburgh at 12. Okay? So, I get on a bus, right? Get into Edinburgh, right? I end up on Princess Street. I need to get to Haymarket, right? I'm completely lost, right? I know I'm on Princess Street and I know I need to get to Haymarket. I've got no clue how to get to Haymarket from Princess Street, right? So I do the logical thing, right? I go into a bakery, right? I go into a little bakery, and I go up to the wee counter and I go, excuse me, right? I know yous are busy, right? It's early doors still, but can I quickly ask yous directions, right? And the wee mum, she's very nice about it. She's like, of course. Where are you trying to get to? She says, I'm trying to get down to Waverley train station. She's like, not a problem, son, right? Here's what you do. You go out the door, right? You see that tram line out the front there, right? The tram track. I'm like, yeah. She's like, right, go out the door, turn right, and follow the tram line. It'll take you straight there. You can't miss it. That there's called foreshadowing.
Yeah, you missed it entirely.
Off entirely. So, I go out the door, I turn right, I'm following the tram line, right? Now, what this fucking dickhead didn't mention is the tram line splits. There's two ways it can go at one point, straight on or left.
You went straight on.
Yes, I did. And I didn't find the train station. I was walking for quite some time and there was no train station in sight. Luckily, I found a bank, and I needed to get some money out of the bank anyway. So I went into the bank, I got some money out, I went over to the little greeter woman that's at the bank when you come in, who's like, how can I help you, where do you need to go? That little woman, right? I go over to her and I'm like, excuse me, love, sorry to bother you, I'm trying to get down to Waverley, do you have directions for me? She's like, I don't really know the area, let me Google Maps it. I'm like, fucking wonderful, right? A map, I can follow a map. So she pulls up Google Maps. She's like, oh, right, it's fucking damn right. She's giving me directions. I'm ignoring her entirely. I'm just looking at the map, trying to figure out my bearings and shit. I'm like, right, okay, it's like that way. Cool. So I go out, right? I'm going down the roads I think I need to go based on what I can remember of this map, right? Walking for another like 10-20 minutes, still not finding this fucking train station, right? I see a group of 3 guys walking towards me, right? So I'm like, excuse me guys, fucking same question. Try to get to Waverley. Can you give us directions? Sorry, pal, we've not a clue, right? Thank me lucky stars, though, right? There was a wee older gentleman, right? He was 50-ish years old, right? He's heard me asking these lads directions, right? And he comes over. He's like, "Excuse me, son, I hear you looking to get to Waverley from here." And I was like, "Aye, pal." He's like, "Right, I know where to go, right?" He's like, "You've got 2 options, right? Option 1, go back the way you came, up to the top of this road, the same way I'm going, right? And you turn left, right? I'm going to be going right. You turn left. Turn left again, straight on, it's at the bottom of the road. Or, you can keep walking the way you are walking, take the first right, take it all the way along, and take the left, right? It'll take you to a dead end. When you take the right, it'll take you to a dead end. You turn left at the dead end, it'll get you straight to Waverley. I said, thank you very much, that's incredibly helpful, right? So I move on, turn right, turn left, right? Find the train station, right? Pull up my phone, I text Ego, I'm like, I'm at the train station. He's like, I'm on my way. I'm on the bus. And I said, brilliant. I then look up. And what do I see across the street?
Tram line?
I see something even... Well, I do see the tram line. It's right in front of me. But I see something even better than the tram line.
What's that?
I see a magic shop.
Oh, God.
So I go over to the magic shop, right? Now, the magic shop's got a sign in it saying, like, Edinburgh's only magic shop. I'm like, oh. So I fucking trundle over, right? Mainly to inquire, what kind of magic are we talking here, right? We talking pagan shit or make fucking a card disappear or shit?
Probably make cards.
What flavour of... Well, yeah. So I get to the shop, right? I go inside. Door's locked. I then see the sign that very clearly says closed. Right? I'm like, bugger. But I look in the window. Yeah, you're right. It's like fucking card magic and, you know, the boring magic. You know, sleight of hand trickery.
Yes.
I'm like, grumble. I was hoping it was some pagan shit. I was looking for real magic. Fuck. I want some Harry Potter shit up in here. God damn it. I wanted to buy some lavender. Anyway.
Oh, it's lavender. Hang on. Before you finish off, that's one thing. Right? I've read some of these new spell books.
Mm-hmm.
Right? My sister got a few of them. The new Witch Magic for beginners. And that type of stuff, right? Every spell in that fucking book, I swear to God.
Yeah, almost all of them call for lavender, yeah.
For lavender and fucking sage.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, I'm trying to bring luck in the house, but no. You know, sage, people understand that sage in Magic 10s banishes everything from your house. Good luck, bad luck, the whole whack. So if you're trying to make a luck potion to bring good luck in, you know they don't want to then beat it to death with the sage.
Correct.
For fuck's sake.
In fairness, I wasn't looking for the lavender for the spell. I wanted lavender so I could make tea.
I tell you what, for lavender tea, I got one specialty tea I got my hands on once, straight from Japan. You ever seen lavender ball tea?
No.
Basically, what it is, it's a whole flower of lavender dropped into your cold water.
Mm-hmm.
And as you leave it to like brew and percolate, the flower opens up and actually extends outwards into the cup of tea.
I mean, cool.
It's very pretty. Very expensive as well.
So anyway, so I come out of the magic shop, right? I'm looking for somewhere to kill time, right? There's a rugby supply store. I think that's fucking perfect, right? I'm needing some sporting supplies anyway, so I'll pop in, right? Pop in, get what I'm looking for, right? Send and everything, right? Ego turns up, right? We go about our date, we go have dinner up at a Chinese buffet. We raided a farmer's market where I bought dried lavender and ginger root for my tea. Because I want to make some sleepy bye tea because I'm struggling to sleep again and I've run out of sleepy bye tea. And...
milk and honey works quite well.
Yeah, but I don't have any poppies, so...
Milk and honey, anyway. Milk will fucking pop, you dozy shit.
Oh, sorry. Well, even still. I don't like milk and honey. I also don't have honey.
It's easy to buy. It's in every fucking supermarket.
Yeah, but it's expensive.
It's balls.
It is when you have to... It's more than £2, is my point here, okay? Because that's all I've got left in the bank. Anyway. So go and we have lunch. We go and have our lunch at this buffet, right? Fucking wonderful buffet. I killed 2 whole plates of Chinese food and then 3 slices of cheesecake. I don't know what kind of cheesecake it was. It was orange coloured, but it didn't taste like oranges.
Probably yuzu.
I have no idea, but it was very tasty. I killed 3 slices of that shit, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to buy 3 more. I say buy, you know what I mean? Retrieve 3 more, because it was a buffet. But, like, Cameron, like, Ego, already looked disgusted by how much food I'd consumed, so I chose not to.
Guy's still eating a whole cheesecake for himself. Poor kid screaming.
I mean, this is the thing I genuinely could have. Like, you don't understand how tempted I was to just pick up the little display plate that the whole ass cheesecake was on and walk back to the table. This is the thing. I love cheesecake, and it was the only dessert there that wasn't covered in chocolate.
Kids stand outside and screaming, cheesecake, fuck off.
Yeah, just fork in one hand eating and like a steak knife in the other warding off potential cake thieves. Just, be gone, Satan!
Fucking... Five goes to the cold crying, the cheesecake. He's a meanie, I know.
Yes, I did, because I'm not allowed chocolate. Fuck you! Go eat the Black Forest Gatto, you little cunt.
Oh yeah, get pissed now, are we? Oh, this is Scotland, so I'm not surprised.
You don't get drunk off Black Forest Gatto.
Black Forest Gatto contains black liquor in it. It's alcoholic.
Yeah, and?
We can't get drunk off it.
Not gonna get drunk off of 1 slice.
Yes, depends how it's made. Traditional one, like proper traditional Black Forest Gatto, has enough alcohol in per slice to get you hammered. You feel it from the bright test.
All I'm saying, right, it was $16.99 a head for this Chinese buffet. I doubt it had any alcohol content in it.
They're just lacking, aren't they?
Yeah. So, yeah. So we fucking paid our money and that, and fucking exited the establishment, right? We get to the casino. This is where the fun begins in the story, right? We get to the casino, right? This is where the first strain of bad luck on the evening hits us, right? We walk in the casino, right? Fucking the wee man at the desk fucking welcomes us in and that. I check my coat. Ego doesn't because he's a weirdo. Check my hat and my coat. We do our ID and everything. Gives me a little ticket for my coat and that.
We got to rub you today. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and he was like, right, I've got bad news for you lads before you go in. I was like, here we go. Right, he was like, unfortunately, live gaming does not begin till 4 o'clock. So until 4 o'clock, it's just the slots that are open right now.
Oh,
I was like,
that's dirty.
That's perfectly fine, mate, right? It's 3 o'clock now. That means we've got an hour. A whole hour to kill. That's easy. An hour, I've got a spare fiver. I can throw a slot machine for a bit. We can have a pint. That's fine. Kill an hour, piece of piss, right? So we go in. I buy a round of drinks for me and Ego, which I was surprised to talk to Ego into having a drink, because Ego does not drink, like, very much. So we have a drink. Ego then goes up to the bar and gets us another round in, because I asked him to. We have another pint, right? I have a couple of cigarettes in that time, right? Live gaming begins, right? Now, for context, I've been in a couple of casinos in my time, right? 1 or 2. Ego's never been to a casino ever in his life. This was his first time in a casino, right?
I've been in trying to count how many I've been in, to be honest.
Was that? I've been in 2 off the top of my head.
Do legal casinos count?
Huh?
Do only legal casinos count?
No.
Oh, then let's count them.
I was gonna say, if we're counting like dodgy casinos, like 4, but like above board casinos 2.
I just count at that point.
Like, I mean, like, now it's free, but like for the purposes of the story, at the time of the story, 2, right? One was the Grosvenor up in Glasgow, a wonderful casino. Shout out to the Grosvenor. Hashtag not sponsored, but should be.
Banned from there. I'm banned from there.
Sounds about right for you. And the other one, it was, I don't actually remember what it was called, but it was in Blackpool. I can't remember what it's called. I think it was called like the Lucky Lady or something like that.
Oh, Lucky Lady, yeah, definitely banned from there.
It's like 2 streets back from the main promenade in Blackpool. It's like 2 streets back from the main promenade. I think it was called Lucky Lady, but it was like a little one.
The problem with that one is it looks dingy as fuck.
Yes.
But I must admit though, above all the ones I've been in before, casinos, above board has the most fair games going.
I mean, yeah. But anyway, so we're in this, for context, it was the Gentings Casino up in Edinburgh we're in, right?
Yes, banned from that one.
Yeah. Now, I have no problem name dropping this casino, because in fairness, right, everything went pretty good, right? They were very nice to us. We were treated greatly. We had a wonderful experience, hence why we can name drop them. Because I have no complaints regarding the casino itself. I have some complaints about Ego, however. So, we're in casino, right? Now,
I think he's a pretty good gambler, is he?
No, he's not. In most of the casinos I've been to in the past, right? Normally what you have to do, right, is you go up to the cash counter first, you trade in your cash for chips, and then you go to the table. And then you go back at the end to trade in your chips for cash. That's the system I'm used to.
Right.
Okay?
Just to give context, that system does exist for most casinos I've known. Now, in some casinos on very rare tables, usually like blackjack and baccarat and poker, I think allow to do it. Is you can go and hand cash to the dealer.
Yes.
And they will give you chips.
Most casinos like have both in place.
A lot of them do, yes.
But most casinos will let you do either.
But only on specific table. Definitely one table you'll not find that system on is roulette or craps.
Well,
because too much money changed hands there.
This is the thing. Like, so I go over to the cash counter to do exactly that, right? Hand over my money, get chips back, right? Yes. I get to the counter, and she's like, "Sorry, pal, we don't do that in this casino. You do it at the table." I was like, "Okay, that's weird, but all right, like no problem." Weird. Yeah, I'm not used to that, but understandable. Like, there's probably a reason for it. I don't mind, right?
Laziness, probably.
I mean, probably. So, we're getting ready to, like, get started, right? We're just having a wee chin wag, right? Now, I'll give everyone a little context, right? Because I'm sponsoring Ego for our gambling activities, I've decided to make a game out of it. Because I like things that are games, right? So, when I phoned the casino prior to make my inquiries, I learned that the poker tables are a £60 minimum buy-in. So I decided there and then that was going to be the rules of the game.
That's quite a lot for a small daytime gambling casino.
Well, this is the thing. The actual poker tables don't open until 7.
Ah, that makes more sense.
So yeah. So, I hand Ego 20 Great British Pounds. And I have 20 Great British... I've got more than 20 Great British Pounds, but for the purposes of the game, I had 20 Great British Pounds, because I'm an honest player. Okay, we both had 20 Great British Pounds for which to play with. The game was... the first to hit 60 Great British Pounds wins. Right, that was the game. So, we did the only sensible thing you can do when you've got 20 Great British Pounds in a casino and you're trying to make more money. We went to the blackjack table.
I think there's only 2 ways of getting money that guaranteed get money up. One is blackjack, for how you play it.
Yeah.
And the other one is roulette, doing black and red.
Yeah. So we go over to the blackjack table, right? Now, at this point in the day, right? Like I said, I took £120 out of the bank, right? I've spent 20 quid on my dinner, right? By this point, I've spent maybe £10-15 on drinks, right? I've handed Ego 20 quid, so that's what, 40.
You're about 80
about
quid now.
55, yeah. Plus I go out and spend it at the farmer's market. Yeah, I've probably spent 80-90 quid, right? I've also thrown maybe I think a 10 or something at the slot machine. So yeah, probably about 80-90 quid I've spent in total by this point, right? So, I put down my 20 at the blackjack table, right? There's a couple other guys at the blackjack table, right? There's 2 other players, to be precise, currently at the blackjack table. So 3, sorry. Right, 3 players, right?
So it's not a cold table then, that's good.
Yeah, it was a nice hot table, right? And something happened and it scared me, right? But we'll get to that. So, I sit down at, on seat 1, 2, 3, 4. I was on seat 4 of the table, right?
Not a bad place, right? Another dealer.
Yeah. On my immediate left, right? So there's a seat next to me, right? That it's empty, right? Seat next to that, right? So seat 6, right? My immediate left, there's a guy sat there. We watched him come in, right? He came in 5-10 minutes after me and Ego did. The second that blackjack table opened, he sat down. And he's been there the whole time. He's been playing blackjack for a solid 10 minutes now, right? And he has got quite the sizable stack. He's what you would, if it was a poker table, you'd call a shark, right? This guy knows what he's fucking doing.
Well, I'm not considering Wheels. No, not Wheels. Yeah. Wheels lock out money to waste.
Yeah, no, this guy's a professional. This fucking guy knows what he's up to, right? He's got a sizable stack. And let me tell you, when he sat down at that table earlier on, he did not have that big of a stack. He's a professional, is this man, right? On my immediate right-hand side, that's where Ego was sitting, right? He sat next to me. Right? And then there's 2 other players, right? Sat next to Ego, right? So we sit down, right? We're playing, right? We're a couple of hands in, right? And I noticed something happen. And no one at the table is, since we've sat down, has been winning a whole lot. No one's really been losing a whole lot. It's been a fairly even game. It's been a fairly, not a hot deck, not a cold deck, what you'd call, a medium deck, right, so far. Yeah. It's starting to heat up a little bit, but nothing insane, right? I think there's been 2 blackjacks in, the whole time, right? The pit boss comes over to the table and starts watching, right? He stood, pretty much, behind the dealer, right?
Yeah.
He's just watching us play, right? And I'm not gonna lie, that made me a little bit nervous, right? That made me nervous for 2 reasons. Reason 1, that's a little bit suspicious, the pit boss coming over all of a sudden. That makes me think some hanky shit's going down.
Yeah.
Reason number 2 why that's making me very nervous. I was 100% card counting at this time. I'm not going to lie, I was card counting. I'm not gonna lie about it. Right? So, I was very nervous. I was like, fuck, they're onto me. They're already onto me, I'm fucked. Right? They weren't, but it's fine, right? So, we're start playing, right? A little bit longer, right? One of the players busts out, right? He's like, fuck this, right? Storms off all in a huff, right? The second he leaves, another guy comes and sits down, right? Which was odd, right? Then the professional, as I've been calling him, right? He goes, right, I've had enough for the day, like this is me, right? He throws a £50 chip at the dealer as a tip. Picks up the rest of his chips and leaves.
Which means he's made about 100 grand, about 10 grand.
Yeah.
That's quite good at blackjack.
Yeah, he bought in. This is the thing. He bought in for 250 to start his day.
That's still quite impressive haul from blackjack.
Here's what's really impressive. We've only been at this like this table's only been open for about a half hour.
That's fuck me. No wonder the pit boss came over.
Yeah. So he either won a shit ton of money or he's an idiot. Either way, it's concerning. So he fucks off, right? It's now just the four of us. It's me, Ego, and these two other randoms, right? We play a couple more hands, right? Ego fucks up his hand, right? And then Ego stands up, and I go, "Where are you going, buddy?" And he goes, "I'm done." I was like, "What do you mean?" He was like, "I have 50p left." What? It's like, yeah, you remember, like I got a blackjack earlier. Yeah, you get a 50p. Like, would you blackjack? Yeah. Yeah, you can't play with the 50p. I turned to the dealer, is that right? You're like, yeah, it's £5 minimum right now. I was like, oh shit. Okay. So Ego goes away, cashes in his 50p. I was like, okay, so I've won the game at this point. Like, that's fine. like, okay, I win by default. I look at my chip stack, right? Again, bought in for 30. I'm at £25 and 35. Sorry, £35 and a couple pence, right? £35. I've got like 2 £1 and like a 50 piece, like 42.50 or some shit, right? I'm like, then pretty good, right? I'm doing okay, right? So I fucking do a couple more hands, right? And Ego sat and he's watching me for a little bit, right? And at one point, right? Because I'm not really paying attention that much, like to my chips. I'm just paying attention to the game itself at this point, right? It's like I'm having fun, right? At one point, I look down at my chips, right? And I'm not entirely sure what happened, right? I think at one point, what I've done is I've instinctively put down like 20 quid instead of 5. Like, it's like I've picked up like 4 chips at once, thinking they were just 1, and put them in. Because I've got a £20 chip, just there. I'm like, well, I don't remember winning that, but okay, this is fine. I do a quick count, right? I'm sat on like 60 quid. I'm like, I've won buy-in rights for the poker. This is great. The poker doesn't open for like another 2 fucking hours though, right? I'm gonna just keep playing. So I keep playing, and I keep playing, and I keep playing. We even get a deck swap, right? It's great. Having a wonderful time, right? The other 2 players both bust out, right? It's now just me and the dealer sat playing, right? Egg was fucked off to have a sit down, right? Just me and the dealer playing, right? Doing our thing, right? And fuck it, I'm on a bit of a losing streak, right? I get fucked 2 or 3 hands in a row. You know, like, it's not great. I look down, and again, don't really know what's happened. I've only got about a tenner left. Right? I've got a tenner, I've still got my 2 £1, and I've got my 50p, right? So I'm like, okay, fuck it, right? Let's do this. So I take my 10, right, my 2 5s, ding them down. I go, fucking, here we go, pal, right? Make or break. Let's do this, right? So dealer fucking deals out my cards, right? Got like, I think I had like a 14. I was pretty hammered at this point, I'm not gonna lie, right? I'd been drinking since like noon, so like I was pretty hammered. Because I think I had like a 14 or some shit. Right? I'm just like, fucking, you know what? Risk it for a biscuit, right? Because I can see the dealer's got like, he's got a 10, so I'm like, risk it. Hit me. Right? Fucking throws it, I think it was like a 6 or something, right? Gives me like a 19 or some shit, I don't know math. Right? I'm pretty sure I had a 19 by this point, right? He fucking deals out, he gets like a 20 or some shit. Either way, I'll lose the hand, right? I've now got my £2 and 50p. I'm like, hey ho, oh well, right? So I do the morally respectful thing. I bow out with grace, right? I say to the dealer, I say, thank you very much. I may have lost this evening, but I've had a wonderful time. You've been a good dealer. Thanks very much. Throw him the 50p as a tip, and head off, right? With my £2 in tow. Happy in the knowledge that I won anyway. I may not have won blackjack, you made a profit, even though I did at one point. I've still won the actual game, right? I've beaten Ego.
That's the point, is you should have stopped when you made 60.
Correct, but like I was trying to kill time. Because I was bored.
That's the thing with most gambling. I was my thing. If you gamble with an intent,
yeah,
you make smart decisions, and you rarely like come out with a loss. Once what people make a mistake of is they get the money they want to make, they think, well, now it's fun, and then they make dumb decisions.
Exactly, you know, like, and I mean, in fairness, I didn't really want to play poker anyway, to be fair, because I was like, if I play poker, you know, like Ego can't join, because we don't have, like another 60 for him to buy in with, so he's just gonna complain, and fuck it, just,
But I guarantee you, if you were still, like, trying to make that 60, you would not make that mistake by putting the whole 20 down.
Oh, you're right, no, I wouldn't have put, I wouldn't have all in on that, I'd have put half, and then, so I had, a buffer, but, still. You know, but I've still got my £2, you know. I've got like a £5 in my pocket as well, you know.
You got the top machines, don't you?
No, not yet. I'm looking around, just seeing what can I throw £2 at it, for a laugh, right? There's a roulette table, so I'm like, you know what? Shits and giggles, right? Fucking let's do some roulette, why not, right? So I go over to the roulette table, I say to the dealer, I'm like, excuse me, pal, right? The wee roulette man, I'm like, excuse me, pal, what's the minimum buy-ins for the roulette? It was like, currently it's a £1 a bet, mate. I was like, fantastic. Right, put down £1 on red, and he goes, sorry, pal, this one's on me. It's £10 minimum for the bottom end bets. It's £1 per number. I was like, you're right. That's partly my mistake as well. I forgot about the 10x rule. That's on me. It's like, no, I should have reminded you. That's my job. I was like, no, it's my job as a gambler to know. Right, that was my mistake. All is forgiven. Right, so I'll take the £1 off. Right, fucking have a look. Right, moral of the story: I throw my £2 away on roulette. Stupid decision, but hey ho. Right, I take my £5. Right, I basically split it in half. Right, I go over to the cash lady. I'm like, excuse me, love. Can I swap this for some coins? I want to like 2 sets of £2.50, right? I want to put £2.50 on some slots, £2.50 on your video roulette. Is that okay? She was like, of course. So she gives me it in coins, right? I go do my thing, right? £2.50 on the slots, lost it. Right? It's like fucking 4 seconds gone. You know, on 10p spends at that. I was like, oh well. Go over to the roulette, right? To the roulette machine, right?
Yeah.
The roulette machines, you know, it's got a big display on it, you know, 10p per bet. I was like, oh, fucking wonderful. £2.50 in there, here we go. I'm selling that for I sold 10 minutes. Bust out again. I was like, oh well. Turn to Ego, I'm like, right, well that's me officially out of dosh. I've got a £5 left on me, you know, that's just in loose change, and frankly that's getting saved so I can get a bottle of Coke on the way home. He was like, understandable. Fucking let's bounce. I was like, alright, cool. So head on out, get my jacket and my hat back, going out in that. You know, me and Ego go our separate ways after I ask Ego directions back to Princess Street. he's like, go to that bus station, get on this number bus. I think it was a bus 1 or some shit. Get on the number 1 bus, I'll take you back to Princess Street. Anyway. Right, now, this is where the real bad luck begins, right? This is where shit gets bad, right? I get to Princess Street, right? Mm-hmm. I'm trying to get home, right? I go over to the wee bus stands, right? Where my bus is due to come in, right? I look at the time board, and it's like, right, Dunfermline bus. That's due in about 5 minutes, right? Kirkcaldy bus, also due in about 5 minutes. I'm like, perfection. 2 buses back to back stopping at my stop. Wonderful. Right, life couldn't be better right now for Mr. Vegas. Mr. Vegas might have lost in Vegas, but Mr. Vegas, it's all coming up, Mr. Vegas, right? So I'm waiting, right? Bus number 1 comes fucking down the road, right? X55 for Dunfermline. What does the sign on the bus say? Go ahead and guess.
Out of service.
Even worse.
Go on.
Bus full. And it drives on by. I'm like, well, shit. It's okay, the Kirkcaldy bus is coming round in a second. I'll get on that instead. It'll take longer, but it's fine. Right, not a big deal. Kirkcaldy bus comes round the corner. Same fucking story. Bus full. Fuck. Look at the timetable again, right? It's like one of the big digital ones. It's like fucking, a new X55 has been scheduled due to overcrowding, like more people than expected on the buses. It'll be here in about 2 minutes. I'm like, brilliant. 2 minutes goes by. Bus comes round the corner. Bus full. What the fuck? Every cunt in their dogs it today. Jesus Christ. Right? Now, in that moment, right, I will not lie, when that X55, right, the third bus in a row drove past saying bus full, they could have got me home. Drove past at high speed saying bus full. I let out a very loud fuck in the middle of Edinburgh city centre. And in my defence, I did not realise there was a little old woman stood next to me.
Oh, God.
And this little old woman looked at me with pure fucking disdain in her eyes, and she said, "That's quite horrid language to use in public, young man." I said, "I'm sorry, love. A, I didn't realise you were there. And B, that is the third bus that could have got me home to drive past and say bus full. As you can imagine, I'm a little bit stressed out right now. I do apologise, but I'm gonna swear a lot more if another bus does that to me tonight." She was like, "That's understandable, son, but, like, calm down." I was like, "I'll try." So I look at the timetable again, right, for the 4th fucking time. There's another X55 due in 20 minutes. I let out once again. I let out a, "Oh, for fuck's sake." Same odd way, woman. I can watch your language. Sorry, love. Right, I apologise again. I've just found out I've got 20 minutes to kill until my next bus home. It's freezing cold. There's a Boots the Chemist over there. I'm going into the Boots the Chemist, right? So I go across the street, I go into the Boots the Chemist, right? Because I want a drink, right? I want a fucking, like a bottle of water, a bottle of Coke, something like that, just anything, liquid. Right? I'm dying of death, right? I've got a hangover fucking kicking in, because it's been that long since I've had a pint. I just need liquid. I don't care what it is. I will drink paint thinner at this stage in the night. I don't care. Liquid. Right? I will drink soup if I must, right? Into the Boots, right? Never been into this particular Boots the Chemist before, so I don't know where Dick is, right? Luckily, I can see a security guard. So I go over to the security guard and I say, "Excuse me, pal. Do you happen to have a drinks fridge? Right? I'm needing a wee bottle of water. Do you have a drinks fridge?" He says, "Yes, we do. Just over there." I said, "Brilliant." Go over to the drinks fridge, right? Oh, as far as the eye can see, sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. No fucking, no Iron Brew, no Coca-Cola, no Mountain Dew, no fucking Fanta. They don't even got Rockstar left, right? It's a barren wasteland of drinks that once were, right? Just fucked. Right? I'm like, well, fuck, right? They've got a couple, like, the little fucking bottles of water, like the fucking Squeeze-Its ones, right?
Aye.
So fucking grab one of those, right? 70p, fucking great. Scan it, pay for it, right? Leave. Next door to the Boots the Chemist, though, right? There is an American Candy, right? You know the store, American Candy, which sells American candies, right?
Yes.
And I think to myself, surely, if anywhere, is A, gonna have a drinks fridge, and B, have fucking Coca-Cola in stock. American Candy. Surely. Surely to Christ, right? So I go in. Sure enough, I find the fucking fridge, right? And alarm bells are immediately going off in my fucking head. I'll tell you why. I find the correct fridge. I find the shelf. I find the bottles of cola, right? The little fucking 750ml ones, right? I'm looking at it, right? Do you think I can find a fucking price tag on that shelf or bottle anywhere?
I'm just fucking fired by itself.
Like, I was like, there's no fucking price tags here. It's a bottle of Coke. How expensive could it be? It'd be fine. Pick it up, go over to the till. Fucking man scans it. Be a fiver, please, pal.
I knew it.
Fucking excuse me. That's a fiver, pal. Run that by me again, buddy. That the price of the bottle of Coke you want is £5. Why? What do you mean why? I mean fucking why? Like, was it shat out by a unicorn? Has it been molested by a leprechaun, perhaps? Like, was it violated by a mermaid?
Does it contain the secrets of the universe?
But was it made using solid gold? Is it made of pure distilled unicorn piss? What the fuck do you mean it's a fiver? And you go, it's when I say it's a fiver, that's exactly like what I mean by it's a fiver is it's 5 Great British pounds. I said you're not answering my question, buddy. What I'm really trying to ask you here is
why is it a fiver?
What the fuck do you like? What are you mean? For what reason is the price of the Coca-Cola £5? He said, buddy, I just work here. I don't set the prices. I don't know. Buy it or fuck off. I said, understandable. I will take that because I am desperate. Fine. Scan my card and I walk out slightly perturbed. Okay. Get back to the bus stop, right? Waiting on my bus. I drink my water. I drink my Coke. I get on the bus. There are 4 seats left on the goddamn bus. Right? And none of them, I repeat, none of them are next to each other. It is all seats where you are sat next to a random goddamn stranger. So I do my usual when I am picking a seat on a bus. I pick the first one I fucking see. The first one that's available, right? I sit down, right?
It's just a woman, isn't it?
Oh yes, I sit down. Right? I'm sat next to a young woman who must have been maybe 23. Right? A push 23, right? Young thing, right? And I turn to introduce myself to her, and she, like, visibly recoils further away from me into the window. I'm like, okay, you're antisocial, and I just turn back. I just lean back in my chair, and I'm just staring at the fucking digital clock, counting the minutes it's taking to get home, right? Fucking just 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute, 5 minute, as it fucking ticks by on the clock. Right? We get to I think Recife or something, right? The wee woman I'm sat next to, right? She wants off the bus, right? Now I didn't know that in this moment, but she wants off the bus. This is her stop, right? Now, Fat Man T, if you're on a bus and you want to get off of the bus, what do you do? Tell me. What do you do if you want to get off of a bus?
First, I ring the bell to the bus driver know.
Correct! You press the little button, right?
Yeah, that's on every other seat.
Well, she didn't bother at ours because somebody else had pressed the button. Someone else had already pressed the button to indicate someone wants off. Now here in Scotland, that's fairly common. Someone's already pressed the button for your stop. You go, oh, fantastic, saves me an effort, right? That makes sense. Now, same question. You're on a bus. You want to get off of the bus. You haven't pressed the button because someone else has done it for you. Saves you an effort. Someone is sat next to you and you need them to fucking move so you can get off the bus. What do you do? What do you do in that situation?
Depending where I am, I'll say, excuse me, I want to leave. Or move your fucking ass before I drop kick you.
Exactly. You politely say, excuse me, could I squeeze by? And because we're British, we go, oh yes, of course, I'm sorry. And we move our legs and you shuffle past them. Right? None of that. Right? No. Because that would be far too easy. No. She waits until the bus is stopped. And, the last person from the back of the bus has gone past me. And then she stands up and tries to step over me to get off the bus. And on sheer instinct, I just go, oh, sorry, love. And then go and move my legs and I go, hold on, no, wait a minute. Why am I fucking apologizing? You tried to step over me. And she looks at me and she goes, yeah, well, you didn't move. I went, neither did you. You stood up. And then tried to step over me. You could have just asked, for fuck's sake. I thought you were asleep. I didn't want to bother you. My eyes were open, asshole. That's how I knew you were stepping over me. I didn't realise. I was like, just get off this bus. Just go. Fuck off. Leave. Exit. Be gone. Out of my sight. Leave. Right? Fucking... Yeah.
I cast you out, Satan!
Now, you would think that that's where that story ends, right?
Let me guess.
You'd think surely it couldn't get any worse for Mr. Vegas from there, right?
I can imagine two scenarios here. One, she goes to the bus driver and complain about you being impolite.
No.
Two, that old woman that pissed you off at the bus stop is behind you.
Worse. Because what you're forgetting is it is a Saturday night in Scotland. 4 very drunk, underage kids get on the bus.
Oh, God.
Now, when I say these young ladies were maybe 15, at best, I mean 15, like, evidently fucking children, right? Get on the bus, and they are hammered. You can tell they've been on some fucking good shit all night, right?
Let me guess. The amount of clothing they're wearing would barely dress a single human child.
Oh no, they're dressed quite well, because winter. They're wearing hoodies, fucking long pants, like well dressed for the weather. Not much must be said.
You're gonna say because of Newcastle, even in the dead of winter, right? You're lucky if people wear enough clothing to, keep them warm on a hot summer's day, let alone middle of winter.
Absolutely same here. However, these were clearly slightly more intelligent young people than the average. The problem with these young ladies, however, is they had never once in their life ever come across the idea of volume control. And we're talking very loudly at the back of the bus about their ex-boyfriends, like the fact that one of them can, and I do not believe this for a second based on how drunk they already were, can drink 2 whole bottles of vodka without even beginning to feel hammered. It's like, love, I can tell you've not had that much to drink tonight and you're very clearly hammered. Shut up.
Yeah,
right?
I
keep my mouth shut. Yeah, I kept my mouth shut, right? Because they're youngins. I remember being a youngin myself back in the day. Getting up to nonsense, fair enough.
I'll go with one up though. 2 whole bottles, if you're talking about your standard, like the little 70 CL ones. Then
no, she was talking to 2-liter bottles. That's why I'm like, nah.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
That's alcohol poisoning. You did.
Yeah.
This is.
I chose not to tackle it. I remember being young and dumb and making stupid fucking, claims like I could drink a Navy man under the table, which in fairness I could as a kid, but like that's called child abuse. Anyway, so we got on the bus, right? It's a little irritating, but like fuck it, I'm 10 minutes round the corner from a stop. I don't mind, right? It's not a big deal. Now, once again, you would think surely this is where the story ends. The night couldn't possibly get worse from here, right? Right? It couldn't get worse, right?
Well, then let's hear it.
Yeah, no, wrong. It gets fucking worse. So I'm in Dunfermline bus station, right? I'm waiting on my bus home, right? The bus that's gonna take me from the bus station to my fucking house, right? Stood waiting, right? I'm having a fag, right? My bus pulls in to the stop, right? Handful of people get on the bus, right? There's a group of young lads getting on the bus. Now, in fairness, right? Nice young lads. They were being very polite with everybody. They clearly had 1 or 2, but they were being nice and quiet, nice and calm, nice and polite. Not a fault with it, right? Yeah, they were like 17 at best, right? But you know what? I don't mind an underage drinker so long as they're being polite, right? You behave yourself. I don't give a shit, right?
Yeah.
It's fine. Right? They were behaving themselves, right? Same cannot be said for the next gentleman that approached.
Oh, God.
Right? This guy, he's well known in my local area. He's about 30, but he looks like he's about 50, right? He is a raging alcoholic. And he comes up to the bus stands, right? And he's in fairness, he's trying to be friendly, right? He starts up a conversation with these young lads, oh, fuck, he's in, oh, every cunt and their dog's on their way to fucking, like, Alloa tonight, fucking. I was there like, mate, this isn't even the fucking Alloa bus, what you on about? Like, this bus doesn't go to Alloa, what the fuck are you chatting? But I let it go, right? I'm not wanting stabbed. He's talking, chatting with these young lads, asking them where they're from and that, and they're trying to be polite, but like, firm and be like, yeah, we get it, but like, we're just trying to have a nice quiet night, just try to keep it to ourselves. Leave us alone, please. And he's just not getting it, right? He's just being a loudmouth, but eventually, kind of takes the hint. Mainly because a lovely woman who was on the bus, who like knew him, was like, right, come on now, behave yourself, right? And he starts a conversation with her instead, right? He's being incredibly loud, right? His volume is like up here, right? He's at like volume setting 50. I'm waiting in the line to get in the bus, and I'm genuinely contemplating if I can even be bothered getting on this bus, or if I might just wait for like an hour for the next one, because I'm not 100% sure I can tolerate this. Right. I noticed, stood just off to the side, right? There's a bus driver, right, holding 2 carrier bags. So I turned to him and I said, sorry pal, are you waiting to get on this bus? He was like, I am. I was like, are you looking to get on as a passenger or like a replacement driver? He's like, I'm just getting on as a passenger. I said, fantastic, right? That's made me feel a lot better, right? So I'm stood here, I'm contemplating if I can be bothered getting on this bus. I'm sure you can guess why. Knowing that there is an official on the bus who can be, deal with this if it kicks off, that makes me feel a lot better, because it means I'm gonna have backup here, right? If things go fucking sideways, I've got an official, I'm gonna have backup. It's gonna be me supporting you, and you supporting me, rather than just like me and some chuckle fox dealing with this, right? That puts my mind at rest a little bit, right? He was like, not sure what you mean, pal, but understandable. I was like, oh, you'll understand. So we get on the bus, right? We sit down, and the whole way, fucking at that volume, right? Loud as fuck, right? And I'm sat there, and I'm saying to myself in my head, shut the fuck up, don't say anything to him, you're gonna get stabbed, shut the fuck up, don't do it. Eventually, right, we get to a small town called Cairney Hill. And I officially lose my fucking temper. Right? Because no one else has piped up and told him to shut the fuck up yet. And, like, I noticed, right, the fucking, like, the indicator on the bus is turned on, right? The bus is going to pull up, because there's a bus stop coming up, right? I'm familiar with this bus stop, I'm like, okay. Some people are clearly getting on at this bus stop, right? It happens once in a while. Right? Either that or the driver's about to shout at me. But I don't care. More importantly, I know how to get home from that bus stop. So I stand up, I turn, and I went, shut the fuck up or I will break your jaw! And then got off the bus. The bus then drove away, evidently very quiet. Because all of the windows were open on that bus, and I didn't hear a fucking peep as that bus drove away. And I was very glad about that. I then proceeded to walk home. Now, to walk home from Cairney Hill to my house, you have to walk along, like, like a main road. Mm-hmm. Like those roads that are like, it's like single lane, but it's 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And there's no street lights, there's no pavements, there ain't dick. There's the road, a grassy verge, and a cliff.
Basically, Suicide Road.
Yeah. It's well known for boy racing in the area. Now, admittedly, this was not my smartest move. But I was upset. So I'm walking down the road, right? And I learned something very important about local drivers.
They're shit?
No, they're fucking assholes. See the number of cars that were driving, right? Like, towards me, right? Because I was doing the smart thing, right? I was on the right-hand side. So that cars approaching are the cars that are gonna, like, if I'm gonna get hit by a car, I'm gonna see it coming. So I've got a chance to dodge, right? Makes sense, right? So I had cars that were driving towards me, right? Would have their high beam on. Very clearly, obviously see me because they turned their high beam off. Evidently do a double take, as in, what the fuck? Turn them back the fuck on. Realize, oh, there's a pedestrian there. Turn them off again. Because they've confirmed, like, oh, okay, there was something there. And then realize, oh, that's a pedestrian, let's fuck with him. And turn them back on! Just to blind me. Every fourth goddamn car did that, dude. Because I started counting it after like 5 minutes. I started counting how many, like, gaps worth of car there was. It was like car would do how many cars would go by before another car would do it. It was a 4-hour average. 4-car average was doing that.
Go radius, man. Just go up. There's a trick of the road. Trick of the road.
It was hell. It was hell. I hated it. Right? I came very close to throwing gravel at several goddamn drivers that evening. Right? Finally, right? I'm basically at my house, right? I am across. All I got to do to get home is cross this busy main road, hop a fence, and I'm at my front door. Easy fucking peasy, right? Or so I thought. Because every goddamn time I went to cross, all of a sudden, there would be headlights, and then I'd hear meow, and then feel vroom. Do you know why? Because I have found out why.
Why?
The local boy racers had arranged a fucking race that night along that road that had just started. And it was a moonshining race. Are you familiar with the rules of a moonshining race?
Is that the same as a sprint?
Kind of. You race along like a main road, but you treat it like you're basically reenacting the moonshine runs.
Yeah.
Well, you drive the road with your headlights off.
Oh. I still say sprint.
25 minutes it took me. Because, like every couple of seconds, another car would go meow with his headlights off, and I'd almost be murdered by a car. So I just sat down and waited at the side of the road until cars stopped driving past with their headlights off. I just sat and waited until one came past with its headlights on. Then I crossed the road. 25 minutes that took. God in the house, right? Surely you would think the night cannot possibly get worse from there. Surely that's the worst of the worst, right? Doesn't get worse, right? It gets more. It got worse. One final fuck you came at the end of that night, right? I get in the house. I go through my front door, right? I let the dog out of his cage, right? Start doing my fucking thing, my evening routine, right? Boot up the PlayStation, right? My mum comes in from work. I'm like, wonderful, how you doing, right? We have our little catch up, we're having a talk, right? Now I'm stood at my kitchen door, right? The door, it's like the door that separates my living room and my kitchen, right? I'm stood at that door, right? Leaning against the door frame, right? My dog's jumping up, he's trying to play with me, I'm, playing back, but trying to get my cam the fuck down, like, come on, get down, give my pet, get down, give my pet, all of that, right? All trying to have a conversation with him, right? Next thing you know, my dog jumps up, right? He bites me square on the cock. Just blatant as well. Like, it's not even a, he was going for your hand and missed. No, he just bites me on the cock. Just an extra little fuck you at the end of my night. Bites me on the cock.
Excuse me.
I go to bed with a sore cock.
Blood from hell.
My cock still hurts. And this thing, I checked. I mean, he's not pierced the skin or anything. I've not got a broken dick, but fuck me, does it still hurt? That's just a little bit fucking tender.
I'm just imagining how to explain that one.
That was my week.
Oh, an hour story, and the last of the was perfect.
See, I realized I was getting to the end. I was like, I've been talking for a while.
An hour?
But
Full hour?
Damn.
Yep.
I had a busy fucking week. Holy shit.
Proud of all the story, the build up for it. That last little piece was perfect. Just at the end of the night, dog bit my dick. Well, consider right, two things could happen from that. You get a free Prince Albert, or free sex change, one of the two.
Still. Hurt like a motherfucker, though.
So get the dog still in the bad books, is he?
No, I forgave him.
Hey, fuck me. let's come to our videos. That's in the title. The first thing, just to break, like, have like a little break for thing. There we are. Is we remember the hairdressers.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing this a while back. Right. About 2 or 3 weeks. Right. This Asian guy doing something really dumb.
Getting a beard waxing done.
Hi, dermatologist here. What fresh hell is this?
That's what he has in his face.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, most people don't realise that's very thick hair. Even for the Asian guy, it's quite thick hair.
That is, yeah.
Right. And that means that follicles then are going to be fucking huge.
Yeah.
Firstly, I don't understand the facial waxing on somebody with this thick of a terminal hair on the face. I also don't understand why it's one big strip. Like, that's definitely not something you're supposed to do. It definitely makes it more painful.
That's a lot of wax as well.
Ooh. It even sounds silicone. Like it hurts.
That's fucking silicone.
See, look, think about how hard this must be to pull. And how much tension you're putting on the face. Oh. Look at all those hairs. Is he bleeding, too? I guess he's regretting this decision right now. I would be.
Oh.
This is gruesome. And has this person ever waxed before?
He must have bet.
Oh. They're trying to rip it off like a band-aid. They're going real fast. Oh, the upper lip has got to hurt the most. This is... See, he's bleeding. Terrible idea. I hope you got the views and the likes and the engagement, because... Ooh.
The chin's gonna be the worst.
Ah! And you didn't even get all the hair.
Why? Why would you do that?
I felt that.
Why would you do that to yourself? That's just...
There's no time to do it as well. I mean... I could understand if you shaved first. And then wax like the very fine hairs out.
Yeah.
Right, that I can understand, but... doing it before you attempt to shave, that would just be... hella painful.
That's just stupid.
Anyway, on to our main topic today is this prick. He's back.
It's the man, the myth, the legend himself. It's Chili De Castro.
The micro midget.
Micro penis. Micro penis.
I swear to God, right? So I got this guy kicked in the face, kicked in by an Oompa Loompa. It was precious. This is a live stream from, I believe, 2 days ago. Yes, 2 days ago. And it's one I caught because I was bored and decided to self-punish myself by listening to his drivel. Now, 2 things this live stream caught me. The first one, that Chili's obviously an idiot because he seems to think ChatGPT has the answers to everything.
Yep.
And the next one is a video we're going to cover separately after he hears some of his comments on it, which is slightly more... Well, let's say it's not a great video to watch, but
yes,
Chili's commentary on it is even more disgusting.
So as usual with our show, fucking viewer discretion is advised.
It is, yes. It's very much advised in the second one.
Okay, this show has not yet been rated by the ESRB of America. Viewer discretion is advised.
We would never get a rating from them. The FCC would shut us down in about a week.
Okay. What's that fucking stupid ass Christian group? Fucking, is it like Moms Against TV or some shit?
Oh yeah, I know what you're about.
You know the ones that I think it's like Christian Mothers Against TV or something fucking stupid like that. They're called fucking McTava or something.
You got Christian Against TV, you got Religion Against TV, and you got Christian Mothers and PTA for children and children education. Something like that was the biggest ones.
Yeah. The ones that like every 2 years just bitch at a new video game, like, hey, it's corrupting the children. No, it's not.
My favorite one of that one they did was they tried Doom, was again demon worshipping.
It's like, have you ever played the game? It's the plot of the game is you kill Satan.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You know, you're a redneck with a shotgun.
Shooting demons. That's the entire premise. If anything, the game's on your team.
Yeah.
Like, this is friendly fire, you idiots.
Jesus approves of this game.
I want Doom to start doing that in the marketing. I want the new Doom logo to be Jesus approved.
Jesus, the two big thumbs up behind Doom guy.
I mean, like, all I'm saying, right? If any video game would like benefit from like a Bible fucking crossover, it would be Doom, right? I want a Doom DLC, right, where Jesus Christ himself comes down to planet Earth and helps Doom guy drop kick demons with a chainsaw. How fucking hype would that be, though?
Funny enough, that one, right, is I think it's in Doom, the original Doom 3.
Yes.
Right, not the one with the PC, but it was PC, but donkeys ago.
Yeah, I know the one you mean. The one that was released on fucking like DOS, not the PS3 reboot.
Yeah, they had apparently a hidden area which no one could find. We know it exists because it's in the code.
Yes.
But no one can get into it. But apparently, if you go in there, you do get Jesus as like a companion to come fight with you for about 10 minutes through the level.
It would be such a laugh, that like fucking. Like, all I'm saying, man, a Bible crossover with Doom would be the funniest shit. I swear, I would pay for that DLC.
The problem, I think Doom didn't have like a gun that looked like a crucifix, didn't it? At some point.
At this point, probably. Nah. Tell you what else would be a great DLC for Doom. Van Helsing. Not like the anime, right? You remember the fucking what's his name now? Hugh Jackman.
Aye.
Remember the Hugh Jackman Van Helsing movie?
Yes.
I want that Van Helsing to be a crossover. I want that movie's DLC for Doom. I want them to bring Hugh Jackman back to voice all the lines for it.
I think Van Helsing Unlimited DLC would be better.
I mean, I would agree, but like I'm assuming you mean the guy from the anime one with the red trench coat. Yeah, I would agree, but dude, he's so over designed, man. He's just Edge for the sake of Edge, man. He's got the same issues as fucking Shadow the Hedgehog, or Edgy the Hedgy, as I like to call him.
The problem with Alucard, though, right, is if I was doing that, though, I want voiced by the abridged version.
Even then, dude, he's such a just over designed character. Like he was put into Call of Duty recently. He was added to Warzone, and I think Modern Warfare 3 is a DLC character, and just
it wouldn't fit.
Even in that version, I'm just like
Problem with Alucard as a character, I remember he is way over the top design wise.
Yeah, it's just edgy for the sake of edgy, you know. It's just like trench coats are cool, and we'll give him guns and dual pistols with crucifixes and fuck off. Oh my god.
To be fair though, I like the police girl better though, as a character.
That's like, I've never watched the anime. I've had it fucking recommended on Netflix, right? Because I watch a lot of anime on Netflix, and I'm just like, nah, it just looks shit, dude. Just nah.
If it's a limited version, then it does stand around like equal amount of Alucard and the police girl. If you watch the original version, it's more about the police girl coming to terms with what the world she stepped into by accident.
I still just don't get it. It just looks so shit, man. Like that character looks so over designed and just ugh.
That's part of the reason for it, man. Come on, we go from World War II Nazis turn back up and just like decimate London. Followed by another. You know what's
bad? I can't decide if you're talking about an anime or Doctor Who anymore.
It's literally in the Anime Unlimited, right? The Nazis decided to create vampires themselves after the war. They then decided to attack London, right, and literally flatten London with these vampire Nazis.
Vampire.
Vampire Nazis. Then the church, the Catholic Church, launches its 9th crusade against London and the vampire Nazis. So literally, you got like a load of like past churches. The best part about it is they didn't think about when they did it. Well, I'm sure they did. All the people in the church robes that they could see it are standing in Ku Klux Klan outfits.
Fucking vampire Nazis.
And a werewolf. This is one star true werewolf.
It's just a werewolf. Like Nazi werewolf or just
Nazi
a werewolf?
A Nazi werewolf.
A Nazi werewolf and not vampire Nazis. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, what else? Like, what? I mean, who else would invade London if not the vampire Nazis?
And the church, Catholic Church of England as well. To kill the vampire Nazis and the Protestants at the same time.
Again, it's the fact I genuinely don't know if this is an anime or a Doctor Who episode. Because at this point, it could very well be fucking both.
Oh come on, fucking Did you see the new Doctor Who?
No, I gave up after Matt Smith.
Oh, the new one now is they've got a black homosexual.
I was gonna say, like, the new one, like, it looks good. To be fair, like, I mean, it's not exactly hard to look good after Jodie Whittaker's run, but like, still.
I've seen one episode. I've seen the Christmas special they did with him. Right.
I have. Yeah. I've not got around to it. I'm gonna, because it looks really good. Like, because the guy that's doing the Doctor Who was in Sex Education on Netflix. He's supposed to be a really good actor, so like, I'm excited. That as well, like a gay doctor sounds fucking fun, but like,
my problem with him is, only a slight problem with him is I'm gonna say this the right way. He's a fag gay.
He's like flamboyant.
Yes,
like,
very flamboyant.
Which, to be fair, kind of works. Like, the Doctor's always been a bit,
but this is extra flamboyant. It's like, even for the Doctor, this is like, step right up.
Yeah, like, because I know there's a scene, because I've seen it on Facebook and like YouTube a couple times of like where like the Doctor's doing like ballet or something. And it's like he's on like the tutu and everything. It's like, that looks kind of neat actually. Like, I kind of fuck with that scene. That just seems like the showrunners are just kind of having some fun with it.
Oh yeah, the show. You can tell the writing team's changed to female writing staff.
Yeah,
you definitely tell that. So I don't know. My question is, it's the way they got this up portraying is David Tennant, when he came back, they had him broken at this point.
Yeah.
Emotionally, mentally, just broken. That's what they brought Donna back in for.
Yeah.
Because what happened after... Did you watch the new episodes yet?
No, lads, I stopped watching about halfway through. Peter Capaldi's run. I knew it was Capaldi. I just couldn't remember his first name because I always want to call him Lewis Capaldi because he's a singer.
Right, the first few seasons of his.
Capaldi's run, but like.
First few seasons of his were shit. The last season of his wasn't too bad.
This thing I've heard the last season or so of Peter Capaldi's run is like really good, but I was like, I just don't want to sit through the rest of Capaldi's run to get there.
The last scene was actually pretty good because that's him trying to redeem himself to some kind of humanity.
Yeah, which fair.
Now, how much of the
I just didn't like the the thematic change the show did when they moved to Capaldi. It went from silly to horror. And I was like, this isn't the vibe.
Quick question: how much of the old Doctor Who do you remember?
Very little. Anything pre-Eccleston, I've got limited memory of.
Can you remember an episode called The Toy Maker?
Yes, I have heard the Toy Maker comes back.
Yeah, it's in the new series.
Played by
the guy who plays Russian people.
Fucking name.
German people. I can't remember him either. He's a pretty good actor though.
Neil Patrick Harris.
That's the one.
I was reaching there. I was like, "Fucking come on, it's there! It's there." I know Patrick's involved. Neil Patrick Harris.
I think it was in How You Met Your Mother.
Yes, and the film I most remember him from, because it's one of my favourites, right? Starship Troopers.
Yes, he played the psychic guy, didn't he?
Yes, he did. A lot of people forget he was in Starship Troopers, but yeah,
he was the psychic
guy with the
because he almost killed his two best friends.
By accident.
No, he knew exactly where he was sending them.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he 100% knew what he was fucking doing. Yeah.
But his excuse was, "I knew you survived somehow." That was his whole excuse for it.
This is the thing, right? Starship Troopers doesn't have great writing, but you know what? It's fun.
Oh, it's Starship Troopers is one of those films where it's just like rage, blood, guts, and rednecks.
It's one of those, like, it's like an action movie that does it right. Whereas one of those action movies where if you watch it, like, consciously, right, and you, like, pay attention, it makes no fucking sense whatsoever, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just bollocks all the way through. As if you watch it the way you're supposed to watch action movies, where you just turn your brain off and enjoy the bullshit.
Yeah.
And the madness, and the guns and explosions and the hoorah bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so fucking fun. It's a delight.
The only thing with Star Troopers I do think they do get right quite well is mentality of a military academy and a close-knit military unit.
Yes.
Because they say
that bit you got 100% right.
Because they say, oh, military units don't act like that and like pull pranks at each other. They fucking do. They
Oh,
literally.
Minded.
That's all they have is fighting and pulling the shit out of each other at some point.
Yeah, like that's what like the actual camaraderie they show between the characters. The characters end up becoming like family with each other.
Yeah.
Fucking on point. Wonderful movie for like how it actually like represents military life.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And how the
even it's like sci-fi, like it gets it bang on.
Even down to how the academy runs.
Yeah. Even,
right.
Like even that, it's one of the more accurate academy systems, like military academies in movies. It's really fucking good.
You want to wash out? Ring the bell and off you go.
Yeah.
You know that like whole scene where he was like trying
the
to
walk of shame as well.
Yeah.
Fucking.
As well as some. I mean, next side's a bit out far-fetched, like the live fire one. Although they do have live fire extras in the military where people have been killed before.
Yeah, you're not gonna have it in the middle of the fucking barracks though, where
No.
like a stray bullet's gonna cap a janitor. You know, you're gonna take that shit out into the woods or some shit. But like,
yeah. Now that has happened, and again, does the soldier get like come out of camp? No, he gets demoted and said live with it,
yeah,
because that's the nature of the battlefield to some degree.
Yeah.
You know, some soldiers can handle it, some can't, but neither do I.
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still court-martialed, but he's not like court-martialed and murdered. He's just he gets the shit kicked out of him, demoted, and told fucking deal with it.
Yeah. Your
And
fault.
then he does.
Your fault. You deal with it. And again, in terms of the military idea of that is, either it makes you the best soldier, you don't make that same mistake twice, or you wash out, they don't have to deal with you anymore.
Yeah, which either way they win.
Yeah, they save money by getting rid of a threat soldier, or they get a lethal
Better
contest
soldier.
thingy killing machine.
Yeah.
Anyway, DHG take that cover.
Yeah.
I know what,
That's
okay,
a
I
good
might
movie, great movie.
watch that again actually.
Honestly, I might actually watch it after the show later.
Kill them all!
Honestly, come on, boys. That was my Discord bio for the. You know, like on Discord, you can say like a custom bio with like a little message. Mine's for the longest time, with like for like 2 years straight, was just fucking come on, boys. Who wants to live forever?
I'm trying to just turn out to not my circus, not my monkeys.
I don't actually know what mine's is currently set to. Actually, let me
Free
check.
bird, freeze a sour bird, I believe.
Yes, it is. It's wee. I'm free as a bird, a cyber bird. Because that is one of the funniest clips on YouTube, and no one will convince me otherwise. It is. Cause it's an actual behind-the-scenes clip from a Doctor Who episode of one of the actors that's playing a Cyberman running around a park in costume, just going, "Wee, I'm free as a bird." And as he says it, like you fucking see the light bulb turn on above his head as he just goes, "A cyber bird."
Yeah, I think.
And he sounds so excited and pleased with himself for coming up with cyber bird.
Like, I'm with Shipport. Hang on, I can Shipport better than this. Hang on.
You literally see the light come on. You see the like in cartoons when someone has an idea and a light bulb appears. You fucking see it happen, right? So they don't edit a light bulb in there. You just instinctively see it happen. Of just ding.
You see the
I'm
glow.
free as a bird, and there's a pause, and you see the light turn on. And just goes a cyber bird. It's beautiful.
I must one of my favorite things, like what you've been using a lot is like not my circus, not my monkeys.
It's one of my favorite things, but it's not as funny as I'm free as a bird. A cyber
Hang on,
bird.
I'll let you on in a second. Give me a minute. Right? You whingy ass sod.
I was gonna say very quickly before we get started. A, so you can let your dog out. B, I want a cup of tea because I'm cold and I'm thirsty.
Right, I'm gonna throw him outside.
Like I say, you let the dog out for a pee. I'm gonna run and make a cup of tea. Everyone at home will be back in 2 moments. Right, hello.
Hello.
You there, Fatman T?
I'm here.
Hello.
Just pausing the video of music for the fans at home.
Sorry, I got caught up talking to my mother. I have news.
Oh.
I've got two pieces of news. One is gossip, the other is important. Which do you want me to start with?
Let's go for the important one first.
Okay, I've got 30 minutes, and then I've got to disappear for like 20-30 minutes.
Okay.
Because I've made a calendarial oopsie.
Right.
Tonight is the monthly Skype call with my family and my uncle's family out in Colorado.
Ah.
Forgot about that. So like that starts in 30 minutes because he gets home from work in 30 minutes and is gonna Skype us. So like in about 30 minutes I'm gonna disappear for about half an hour, maybe a full hour while I say hello because I'm not seen him in a while, and then I'll come back.
All right.
Now, do you want the gossip?
Go on then.
My elderly neighbor died yesterday.
Oh, lovely.
I just got confirmation while I was talking to my mother. Because we noticed this morning, right? There's like a lot of foot traffic going on next door, like a lot of people coming and going, new cars and shit, right? So I asked around a couple of people in the village, because like I've got some pool with a few fucking folk, right? Asked around a few people. Yeah, like while I was making my cup of tea downstairs in my kitchen, my phone buzzed. So I went over to check, and I literally just got a confirmation text back like a few minutes ago from one of my friends here in the village, like, yeah, my neighbor died. And my friend who lives on the other side of the village found out before I did.
That's funny, right? We've been going for an hour and 50 minutes. We haven't gotten to the topic yet.
Correct.
Anyway, half an hour, we should get this first part of the video knocked out anyway.
Yeah, let's fucking speed run it.
Welcome everybody to another rendition of Delete Laws. How is everybody doing today? Do me a favor, everybody hit the like
I'm doing
button.
foundation. How are you doing?
We're trying to get in and out of here within 1 hour. I have a 3 p.m. I got to get a hard out, but I wanted to talk with you guys a little bit.
In hours with 1 hour. 3 hours, 13 minutes.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna go over a few.
So much for that.
However,
you'll still be done 10 minutes.
The way, how's everybody doing? What's going on? John Smith, what's going on? American Journalism Project. Everybody, do me a favor, hit the.
Sorry, look at those pupils.
I know, dude. It's the same in every fucking episode. In fairness, though, right? You can like if you look at his left or right eye, right? Mm-hmm. You can tell he's got a decent lighting setup because you can see the light reflecting out of his eyeball.
Oh yeah, the light fucking corrupts off his shit.
In fairness, the very bright light he's got shining in his face will not be helping his pupils any. No,
but the problem is though, right, is I've seen other videos where we've got the same lighting setup and his pupils aren't that fucking tiny.
Oh yeah, no, like I ain't saying the light is the sole cause. I'm just saying. In fairness to the guy.
Hit the like button real quick. I'm going to show you guys something today that you may not have known before, and this is something that you're
I highly doubt
type in the comment section if you would please. OTVO overturn Terry versus Ohio.
I put money
in
on
the
that
comment section if you would please. I want to see the comment section fill up with OTVO and hit the like button. So
you're 20 years older than I am.
You guys may have just.
Sorry, can I fucking bitch about something quickly?
Come on.
I just talking about the lights in his eyes, like put my head into little mini spirals. I thought about something. Mm-hmm. Right? Do you remember like a couple years ago, right? Those new high-angled glasses came out for like pro gamers that stop the bad lights coming off the TV that fuck up your eyesight.
Oh, the
right?
blue light filter things.
Yeah, because like a bunch of like pro gamers and like YouTubers and that were starting to lose their eyesight, so they made these high-angled glasses to stop that happening.
Yeah,
right?
Which is bullshit, but never mind.
Yeah. Well, see, this I'd like scientifically they're just horseshit, but also like here's the thing, right? Especially with like your pro esports league players and like your YouTubers and that. Do you know why people like that are going fucking blind? It's got nothing to do with the TV, right? And the fucking like the monitor that you play your video games on. They spend what 80% of their fucking time in the public eye with giant goddamn lights just blasting into their fucking eyeballs.
Not that though. Let's say most modern monitors. Like I got mine set up, right? Is I remove some of the bright glare.
Yeah, right? Which everyone does, or you would go fucking blind.
Yeah, but one thing you do set up is like I do. For games, you need very vivid color detail.
Yes, especially so you set it on game mode. Yeah.
Especially if you want, like, if you do competitive gameplay where slight amount of detail can be different between being shot in the forehead or get that shot yourself.
Yes.
Right. The problem is though, blue. One of the biggest colours for doing that detail work is blue.
Yes.
Right. So blue light-filled glasses removes that detail, making you play worse.
Correct.
And also, modern monitors are designed so safely as to not damage the eye. You know, you could glue to your eyeball all day long, it shouldn't do it. What gets most things is a poor diet, for one thing.
Oh yeah, no, like poor diet fucks a lot of a lot of gamers in general up. I know it's like one of my fucking shortcomings. Like, even though I try and eat decent, I've got a shit diet. Like,
the biggest one, to be honest, right, is energy drinks.
Yeah.
They put so much sugar into the bloodstream that one of the biggest risk factors for like diabetes is glaucoma. Is where sugar crystals build up in the tiny blood behind the eye and start ripping the eyeball apart.
I mean, fuck. To be fair, right? Like I've cut my energy drink consumption way the fuck down. Like, I mean, I'm sure you remember, like back when we first met, like every month I was buying like 2 of like the big ass multi packs from Farm Foods of like the Emerge Energy, like the fucking 48 cans for like $12.99 deals.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was buying 2 of those every single month and killing them within like a week and a half. Guess how many energy drinks I've had this week?
5.
4.
4, not bad.
And 2 of them I had today.
Yeah, like say, the gamer subs, they'll say, oh, it's natural and no added sugar. They're still, they're using fruit powders and stuff. Does anyone have idea the amount of fruit sugar in an apple, right, is equivalent of like 2 sugar cubes, easily.
Yeah, I mean, this thing with stuff like gamer subs and that, right? They are technically healthier, right? Because they do have like some have less, they have less sugar. They've got fucking less of the, like. There's a lot coming out now, like I can't remember which one it is, but it's one of the bigger ones. Like they're straight up just doesn't have caffeine. It's got a different thing in it. But I think it's like fucking, it's some new glucose-y thing they've invented.
Like I said, the best, if you want best, like improve your concentration while playing games, in general. Right, caffeine's one of the big ones, but it can be damaging. It's toxic. To be honest, some of one is those electrolyte sports drinks you get after the gym.
That's the ones, yeah. You know, remember like Isotonic?
Yeah, those are the best ones.
It's like that shit they're using, but it's like a powdered version of it.
Yeah, that's one of the best ones you can get your hands on. Now, admittedly, like G Fuel and another one we were looking at a couple months back.
Yeah,
most of this is based on isotronic systems.
Yeah,
a lot of it's bullshit in the system, like because crap. Well, put in because it's just putting crap in for crap's sake. But that's what they're based on, which is better than just straight up like Monster energy drink.
Yeah, because like Monster's like it's like a shit ton of caffeine, it's a shit ton of sugar. You know, it's why like especially like I can speak from experience on this one, like with how much caffeine I used to consume on a regular basis and still do it to an extent.
I mean, there's such a
like that caffeine crash sucks, dude. Because when you have like 4 Monsters in a day, the caffeine crash that puts you in bed. See, man, mornings I would wake up after like drinking a bunch of Monster the night before, and like my hair would feel. You ever wake up and your head feels like you've been electrocuted, right? It's like your hair feels scraggly. Like even the short bits of your hair feel like they're sticking out, even though they're not.
Yeah, your body aches. Like, what the fuck did I go through?
Yeah, you know, like, you feel like you've been hit by a truck. You know, fucking.
You know, read in it was an American medical journal. There's actually a new condition now called Monster Energy Syndrome.
Yes.
Where people have been drinking so much of it, like gamers and like just general kids, that's actually causing physical damage to the body.
It is, yes.
And that, again, they can't blame Monster Energy drink because again, they have warm-layers out and they contain this, that, and it's down to like parents being idiots and saying to the kids, "No, you can't have that."
Yeah.
It's like with Prime now. Prime's going the same way.
Oh, nah, see, this is the thing, dude. Prime is like, especially when I was a youth worker, we had so many problems with Prime, dude. That shit's fucking dangerous. I swear to God.
Alright. It's
like this is the thing, right? See, I have nothing more than just fairness, right? Like back when I was a youth worker, nothing more than fairness. I was like, you know, we're banning the kids from having this energy drink, so we're convinced it's dangerous. As a caffeine expert, right? A fucking self-appointed caffeine expert, right? A chronic caffeine addict. I'm gonna buy one. I'm gonna try it.
Yeah.
See for myself, right? Let's see how fucking bad it actually is, right?
It's quite bad, actually.
Oh, it's horrid, right? This thing, I bought a fucking like one of the little can ones because they were cheap. Pink lemonade, right? I think it was pink lemonade flavored anyway. It's the pink one, right? Bought it, read the back. Now, I don't remember exactly how much caffeine is in it. What I do remember, because I fucking googled this one, it is the highest caffeine level in a drink that is legally allowed to be sold in Britain.
Yes. It's probably
it works out to something mad, like 1.85 times the caffeine in Relentless.
Yeah, and Relentless is, as you know, powerful shit.
Yeah, it makes you taste color. It's mad, right? So already I was concerned because I was like, Relentless already makes me feel like I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack, and I'm a professional.
It's just Relentless though. Relentless did the smart thing.
This is worrying.
There's another cans look pretty and all that, but also have to have a giant warning label on the can, which actually says, "Do not drink more than 1 can per day."
Yes, but this one, like, I cracked it open, right? I was up with a friend of mine. We were walking around. I just, I was, sipping away, just like a, taste, rating it, fucking giving it a good old-fashioned college try. Here's why the Prime genuinely scares me, right? Because like, you've got a caffeine count that's that high, right?
Yeah.
You know how most energy drinks they've got like at the very even the high quality ones have got a little a little chemically taste at the back of them to remind you dangerous.
Yeah, it's got that kick in the back, like. Ugh.
Yeah, Prime doesn't have that at all.
Yeah.
It tastes like, and I'll give credit where credit's due here. It tastes like it's actually made out of fruit. It tastes like fruit juice. Like, credit there. I'm assuming it actually is. Otherwise they're doing some black magic there.
It's synthetic fruit, most of it.
But because this thing, it goes down like water, dude. If it feels like you're just drinking like sparkling water, like the flavored sparkling waters. It tastes a bit like that, but with like a stronger fruit flavor behind it. And that's terrifying.
Like, food tip, everybody. Do you know how to tell the difference between synthetic and real fruit flavors in drinks? Right? If you read the label, it says strawberry flavor. That's real fruit. If it's strawberry flavored, it's synthetic.
Yeah.
In general terms, but yeah.
To be fair, I didn't bother checking, but
my nieces and nephews, the old ones, they clamoured for the shit. It's like, no, not my not chance.
No, it's so dangerous. Like,
Logan Paul was doing that shit, isn't it?
I'm a grown-ass adult, and I'm worried about drinking Prime. Because I'm concerned, because this thing, it tastes nice, so I know I would smash that shit accidentally.
Yeah.
I'd sit there and haphazardly drink 4 cans back to back because it tastes nice. And then I'd forget it's an energy drink and just fucking, oh, that's fucking nice, and then just die.
You know what reminds me a lot of, right? If you're going to something similar like kids, it's Alco Pops.
Yeah.
The VKs and the Wickeds, because they with hard spirits, right? Vodka, there's always an aftertaste to it.
Yeah.
Right, which some people don't like. I don't mind it too much. There's always that burn or the aftertaste. With Alco Pops, it wasn't that. So a lot of kids, young people got it. It's like just necking the fucker's back, like it was just lemonade. This
is the thing, though, right? Especially with stuff like Blue Wicked and that. I mean, at least nowadays, it has it. They've changed the formula a little bit, where it does now have that alcohol nip. It's not as strong as alcohol is, but it's still got that nip there to remind you, hey, I'm still a liquor. Be careful.
I used to drink Alco Pops when I used to go out. Want something just easy to go down. Don't get pissed.
I'm the same. It's rare I'll treat myself Blue Wicked or anything like that, because especially in Scotland, it's seen as a pussy drink. If you're out drinking and you're drinking something like Blue Wicked, you're seen as a pussy. But once in a while, I'll fucking treat myself,
See, I got around that because what I drank was Schweppes, not Schweppes, the Smirnoff lemon ice.
Yeah.
Which just had that heavy lemon and alcohol kick to the back of it.
Yeah, even then, up here, it's anything that if it's hooch or weaker, you're seen as a pussy. Well, the brand hooch, not like moonshine hooch, the brand hooch. If it's that or less, you're seen as a pussy. Up here, it's weird.
I say with the Alco Pops, every night out, I know I've got to keep more sensible than the rest of my friends do because they're idiots.
Yeah.
Then I might have a couple of shots. Then I'll go and drink a couple of Alco Pops just to keep me stable.
Yeah.
Whether there's necking pints and fucking Jaeger bombs and God knows what else. But yeah, it's Prime puts me a lot of that as a danger factor. And again, I think it was Logan Paul who did, isn't it? Prime.
Yeah, it's Logan Paul and KSI.
Yeah, as usual from them two. After comments about it, they're like, we just found names so we didn't make it.
Yeah, you should be more worried though.
Yeah,
it's your reputation that's on the line.
I say, if I'm ever get to the point on this channel where we start having like sponsors and advertising about products and stuff.
Yeah.
Right. I doubt we will.
Like if we're gonna put our names to something, we're gonna do our fucking due diligence to make sure it's legit stuff that we can like say is a good product and we feel comfortable like advertising it because it's something we would use.
Yeah, I mean, if I got sponsorship from TM, then I would fucking die.
Yeah, like
for those who don't know what TM is,
like if we ever got a sponsorship from like say like a Merge, right, like the cheap energy drink company, if we got a sponsorship from them, like I'd say it in the advertisement, like yeah, I don't drink it as much as I used to. I don't really drink caffeine as much anymore, but it's a good energy drink. It tastes nice.
If I was going to sponsor energy drink at all, any of them, to be honest, and I didn't have a handmade with formula, it probably would be Relentless.
Yeah,
as a drink,
because like this thing, while theirs is like strong and will kill you, like it's made with care, and they actually say, "Hey, this shit can kill you. Be careful."
Yeah, they literally
don't fuck around.
I mean, like this is what equivalent of 6 espressos in a can.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Right, which is pretty severe, and they tell you that in the can, like this contains 6 equals to this many cups of coffee.
Yeah.
You know, so again, that shit was informed for like long distance bike riders or truckers who drive for the night.
Yeah.
Not for you sitting at your home on your PC playing video games all night.
Yeah, which I mean, fuck if it works, but like, it's like this thing. Like I used to get cans of it for free, like from work, like every once in a while. I've had to stop doing that.
Yeah.
Like with Relentless, like if I get offered, I'll still take like like the Monster or like Rockstar if they've got it.
Mm-hmm.
But I've had to turn around to my boss at work and say, look, boss, like if we've got excess of the energy drinks, like you're giving some out to staff, under absolutely zero circumstances, I don't care what I say, I don't care what I do. Under no goddamn circumstances, let me take Relentless. I'm going to kill myself with it by accident. Don't let me do it anymore. It's getting dangerous. Stop. I am putting the responsibility in your hands as A, my elder, and B, my employer, to help me help myself.
Yes.
Right? You are my sponsor now, boss. Don't let me touch the stuff. Do not assist that side of my addiction. You can assist the rest of it because I'm sensible about it. Do not let me touch Relentless. I'm gonna die one of these days.
Yeah, because Relentless is one of those weird drinks that, although a lot of energy drinks get used to over time, you know, the effect.
Yeah, Relentless
you can't.
Not really.
You get used to it for a day, maybe, right? But then the next day you come back and I'll get used to that. I'll be fine. It's 1 can. Shit. Here we go.
Like this thing. I've gotten like my body's gotten used to it to like an extent where like a lot of the symptoms are less now.
Yeah.
Like I don't taste color anymore. It doesn't make me do that anymore. Or like fucking like hear flavor.
Mm-hmm.
But like the. I mean, I get this with a lot of caffeine products anyway. If I overdo it every once in a while, but like. Like that pain you get in your chest where you genuinely sit and you go, I'm having a fucking heart attack. And then you check your pulse and realize, oh no, I'm fine. My body just thinks it's having a heart attack.
Right, tell me what to do, right?
Like, I still get that from like my first, like, I can take like 4 sips out of a can now before my body goes, you're gonna die!
Yeah.
You know, like it's bad.
But what test you do if you want to see how bad it is with these drinks, if you're at home, is everyone has one of these smartwatches these days, but do like your heart rate, blood pressure, or 2 stats.
Yeah.
I've got it next to me. Drink any drink, give it 10 minutes, and then put your blood pressure
check your vitals. Yeah.
I guarantee your blood pressure is spiked.
Yeah, as with your heart rate, your blood sugar, everything will have like fucking tripled.
Yeah. Even smoking cigarettes can cause your heart rate to increase and blood pressure slightly, but those cans, fuck me.
It's dangerous, dude. Prime genuinely scares me because it goes down like it's just fucking juice. It goes down like Fanta. It's terrifying.
What's worse is like say with like most energy drinks is the kid to like the gamers and the sports community, but on the adult level.
Yeah.
Whereas Prime, because of Twitch, it's directly catered to children.
Yeah, I mean, because it's like what's his face? The boxer. Is it Tyson Fury?
Aye.
He released an energy drink around the same time as Prime, actually.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
And because this is why like I'm okay with that energy drink, and I'm not as okay about Prime, right?
Didn't he have to say this is more of a recovery drink though for exercise?
Yes, I was gonna say like A is like more of like a recovery drink. It's still like high in caffeine and shit, but like A was originally marketed more as like an after drink for like a post workout thing.
Yeah.
Also, like, see, because like kids don't really give a shit about boxing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most kids don't know who he is, right? Like, there's that side of it. Like, and also the fact that it's very clearly advertised and marketed as like an adult drink. So you've got a big adult boxer man being like "grrr" on the posters, which is gonna scare off the kids.
And that's
fine. That's very obviously an adult product, you know.
I think more
with fine though, it's bright colors, it looks fun, it's yay happy, and it's like that is blatantly just being advertised to children.
That's like the Logan Paul, in case I know who the audience are.
Yes,
like,
yes, they do.
Twitch and YouTube give you a breakdown of like average ages of the audience are. Right, so they know it's kids that mostly watch that shit.
Yeah.
Right, and they still push the crap. Like that stupid fucking NFT game that fucking Logan Paul
which he's still getting sued over.
Right, that again was pushed.
Very funny.
Was pushed towards kids. Yeah, he's still thinking, I did nothing wrong.
It's like, you know what you did, asshole. Shut up.
You want to know about that story, right?
It's called CryptoZoo. Just Google CryptoZoo and enjoy the rabbit hole. It's
Coffeezilla, YouTuber. He did a massive in-depth dive.
He did. It was I think it was actually Coffeezilla that exposed it as a scam. I think he was the first guy to like point it out and be like, excuse me.
Yeah, I think he was the first one that did, and he dove into the meta on that shit. He went deep on that, and like blatantly a scam. And Logan Paul's like, I didn't program it, I just advertised it. Well, stop advertising it then. No.
Yeah, like, and like I said, he's getting sued for fucking millions over it. It's yet another thing to add to the list of just shit that Logan Paul's done wrong over the years. Like, see, this is the thing, right? Like, fucking. I want to talk about Logan Paul a little bit, right? Just while we're here and we're on the topic, right? Logan Paul as a human being is not my favorite person on planet Earth. I think that's safe to say. I think that's a reasonable opinion to hold.
For me, he rates somewhere below a Doom Beetle.
Like I said, I'm not a fan of his, right? I don't exactly like the guy, right? But I have to give credit where credit is due, right? I've 100%. I've got to give Logan Paul a little bit of respect, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Because, and this is gonna sound mad, right? But fucking hear me out here.
I'm hearing.
Everything that man turns his hand to and tries to get into, he goes 110% into it.
Yes, but he's still shit at it.
And it's genuinely impressive.
Wait, but he's still shit at it though.
Nah, like this, like I mean, with the boxing, yeah, okay, I'll give you that, right?
Like, I don't know, boxing.
Every boxing match he went into, it was either a lesser opponent he knew he was gonna fucking beat, or it was someone that was way past the prime that he knew he had a decent chance against.
Yeah, but it's like,
I'll give you that.
I know, hang on, get it. MMA, right? He was fighting way into his weight class for that, for starters.
Yeah.
Against your opponents. Even in the wrestling, when he did the wrestling thing for a bit.
Yeah, the WWE wrestling, yeah.
Right. Again, it was staged to the point where, with most wrestling matches, it's staged stuff, but it's staged where there's still a bit of is he, isn't he type thing. That's the whole point of wrestling. Yeah. Right? With his fights, like, yep, he's gonna win.
Now, see, this is the thing, right? See, like, initially, when Logan Paul first was getting into WWE, right? 100%, yes, that was absolutely the case. I fully agree with you, right? However, I was okay with it on two different reasons. Okay? Reason one, right? Reason one. Most of the opponents he was getting put up against in WWE when he first started, right? They were either well-established names, or they were like pretty hardened veteran mid-card people who were safe workers, whose most of the time their job is to get people over. So it was understandable that was the idea, right? It meant no one involved was going to get hurt. It was people that knew how to work with essentially a rookie without getting themselves or that rookie injured. It made perfect sense. The other reason why I was okay with it is because that's kind of what WWE do. Right? When someone debuts, whether they're a celebrity or not, they have a big long span of big wings to build them up. You know, it's like this big fucking superstar. It makes sense. It works.
My biggest problem with Logan Paul,
I was okay with it a little bit.
Yeah, probably my biggest point with him, is I know like Mr. Beast has done quite a few different things, and like Penguin Zero's like Moist is branching out into other things.
Yeah.
But when they branch out, they still keep it within their wheelhouse of what they are.
Yeah, they still keep in their general area.
Like say, Moist has branched out into esports a bit, and if you get a couple of energy stoves that type as well, and he wrote a comic.
Yeah,
it's a very decent comic, to be honest. Right, but it's still within his expected wheelhouse of what he does on a channel basis.
See, and this is the thing. This is why I'm genuinely impressed with Logan Paul about it, right? Because that makes it more impressive to me.
No, the problem with my Logan Paul doing that is, right, he goes out and he goes, right, I'm going to change my image, I'm now becoming an MMA fighter.
Yeah.
Right? But to me, although people say, oh, he's putting 110% in it, he might be to some degree. But
especially when it comes to both his boxing and his MMA, right? When it came to the training leading up to all of his fights, 100%, he was going all in, he was paying attention, he was listening to what he was being told, he was putting in 110% effort to do what he could do.
The problem I've got with
props, respect.
The problem I've got with this, right, with Logan Paul, is he can't maintain an identity for his channel.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas with like Mr. Beast and Moist Critical all maintained, although they branched out, even like what's that guy's called?
Not a clue.
Gamer.
Not a clue.
I've lost his name now. I'll come back to me eventually. But like all the bigger channels that make like 100 millions off YouTube have kept their core identity exactly the same.
Yeah.
Right? It's their brand, it's what they are. Right? Which is a good stable platform. Problem with Logan Paul is every time his viewers tank a little bit because he's been a dick.
Yeah.
Right? He goes, well then, I'm going to reinvent my entire core personality in my channel. Then fucks off and completely shits on his previous audience.
Yeah.
Right? Just to try and like create a publicity stunt. Again, you're doing that with fucking cryptos do. Same with Prime. Yeah. You know, like a lot of people say, oh, we've got sponsor G Fuel to make our own flavours. Great. Him? No, I'm now going to be getting into the food industry.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not a fan of the guy, but I can give him credit. Again, especially like now, like the stuff he's doing at the minute with Daidawi, 100% credit. Because like the issue you mentioned, like every match he was having was like you knew going into he was going to win. That's changed. Like he's like, I mean, I suspect it is genuine because he's been on contract with Daidawi for so long now, and he is genuinely putting in a lot of fucking effort in his training. Like you can literally see it with every single match. You watch his matches in order from like his debut to now, you can see the progression in his skill level and like the training he's putting in, and it's genuinely impressive.
Probably not guarantee, right?
Like,
right now, the jury is now saying no, you're no longer the golden child, you're not going to win every match. I'll give him about another 6 months to a year best.
This thing is like it's been that case for about a year now. Where like most of his matches he's going into, and you know for a fact he's not taking this one.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, given how he's in now, let's say that's a year. Right, because it's the same route with MMA and boxing. Right, when stuck in with hard opponents, it took about 2 years after he stuck in hard opponents, he drops it and he's like, right, I'm going to reinvent myself to something else.
I said I doubt it, because like this is the thing, like it's like, hey, like unlike in like the boxing and the MMA, right? He's genuinely getting respect, not just from like the bookers and the people that are running the shows, but from the fan base, like the wrestling like fan base. Yeah, a lot of us still think he's a fucking dickhead, right? But we are slowly coming around to the idea of, okay, yeah, he's a dickhead. He's not a good person.
Yes, but again though,
but he's treating like our sport with respect. He's coming in, he's putting everything he's got on the line. You know, he's fucking putting 110% out there in the ring and in the training center, and you can see it. Fair enough.
But again though,
it's more than welcome.
Again though, most of his fans are kids.
That's true in wrestling anyway.
Yeah, but in wrestling circle, it's mostly children anyway. Right, from that point of view.
Yeah, there's obvious exceptions. Looking at you, CZW, but like when it comes to WWE, yeah, there's plenty of us adults that enjoy it, but it's a lot.
It's mostly like under 18 fan base for that show.
Yeah, it's and even with like AEW, which is a little more obscure. It's just professional wrestling in general. It's very much a kid-friendly environment for the most part. But it attracts children.
He's using that platform to push his bullshit side hustles of utter trash onto him. I mean, I can remember the clothing brand he released.
Vaguely. It's been a while, but like...
It's been a while, but like, it was clearly like, the materials were just shit. It was like processed nylon. It was clearly made in a sweatshop in the middle of fucking Bangkok. The designs were just garbage, and they lasted the whole of 5 seconds. Yeah, he was charging 120 quid per shirt.
Yeah, like I said, not a good person.
You know?
But like, I do have to give him respect again, especially like when he's working in wrestling. Like, cause again, this is gonna sound, especially like any wrestling fans that are watching, this is gonna sound mental. What I'm about to say.
It's fake.
No, see when Logan Paul did that fucking that splash from the top rope onto the announcer's table. That was the day where I sat down and I said, you know what? Logan Paul just earned my respect as a professional wrestling performer. Because the thing, the frog splash is not a complicated maneuver. It's not, especially like in terms of wrestling maneuvers out there, it's not that difficult to pull off. I can do a frog splash, and I had a whole grand total of a month of training in a wrestling ring, and I can pull it off. It's not that difficult a move, right? Here's the thing. When again, you look at Logan Paul's like progress from the very start of his professional wrestling career right up to that moment, it's beautiful. You go from a performer who can barely fucking bounce the ropes, can barely run the goddamn ring, and a matter of 4 months later, and he's pulling off a frog splash, and he's jumping us 15 feet horizontally. That's fucking impressive to me. I can't frog splash to the announcer's table. You know, to get me to that level where I could frog splash from that top rope to that announcer's table, you're talking fucking 6, 7, 8 months. And that's for the average performer in general. Not just myself. Like, you take the average new wrestler who's not that comfortable with the ropes, you're talking 6 months to a year straight training to get them to pull that off. 4 months, he's doing it. That's fucking impressive, and again, it shows that he's putting 110% into his training regimes for the wrestling, and it's admirable. Because a lot of celebrities over the years have gone into professional wrestling for like a little cameo appearance. They do 10 minutes of training, they fucking bumble their way through a quick fucking segment, job done, bye, see you at WrestleMania next year. With Logan Paul, it's the same with the Puerto Rican guy, Bad Bunny. Don't know if you know him. He's a music man.
No.
He turns up in WWE every once in a while. Him and WWE have a wonderful working relationship. He's very much the same. He's another one of those celebrity cameos that have done WWE where I've been genuinely impressed. See Bad Bunny's debut, right? When Bad Bunny first went into WWE, right? Bad Bunny simultaneously impressed me and terrified me in his debut match. Because not only did he manage to get WWE to sign off on letting him do one of the most dangerous moves in professional wrestling to one of their top talents. Like not only did he talk them into that, he pulled it off flawlessly.
Anyway, we need to get back to our video.
It was beautiful. Yes, we do. Seriously, credit to both Logan Paul and Bad Bunny for their work over in WWE. Like I said, don't like the guy, Logan Paul. He's a dickhead, but credit where credit's due. Also, love you, Bad Bunny. You're great at wrestling, and your music's fucking amazing. Like, seriously, everyone at home, go check out Bad Bunny, like, right now. He's great. His music's amazing. I don't understand any of the lyrics, because I do not speak Puerto Rican, but it's fucking fire.
We'll get into this.
You guys were just over on Brian's channel over on Here's the Deal. And let me just say something. I got nothing but mad respect for Brian. Sure. There was, like in any entrepreneur, an entrepreneur takes a look at the market and says, there's a hole in the market. And when I took a look at social media, and the reason why I became the leader that I am on social media is because I saw not only a big gaping hole in the market, but I saw a lot of things that are not based in understanding historical precedent and understanding the facts of history.
Right. You don't have historical precedents or anything else. And yes, you have 459k subscribers. Yet you still have not got a still play button because YouTube knows half those are bought and are fake. Yeah. And the rest of them are hate watchers who hate your guts. And
that as well. You don't get a silver till you hit 500 now.
No, you still get 100,000. But YouTube now...
500k now.
No.
I thought they changed it.
No, it's still 1,000. But what YouTube does now is you have to apply for it yourself to the partner program. Then they come to your channel and edit all your subscribers. They say active subscribers, they have like decent accounts, and they're to like bots shit, that type thing.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I just saw Brian. I think he's going to have a debate with one of these statist losers who is all about, you know, big government and how the government's the greatest thing ever. You know, let me just tell you something. This particular government, the Constitution is the base of the rule of law.
It's
so
not.
that when you hear me say ROL, rule of law, I'm talking about your Bill of Rights. I'm talking about the U.S. Constitution. And so now I am a constitutional law scholar. That means I have read. Okay, I have spent a long time reading things and learning things to be able to say I'm a constitutional law scholar.
Not enough time.
And one of the things that I've studied in such amazing detail is history. And the history of the world says that government, we don't have a government that's based on the rule of law. We have a tyrannical government that's out of control.
All right, sorry, I need to disappear from my Skype call. I will be back again, probably about half hour. Look after the show for me while I'm gone.
I will.
All right, don't break anything and don't upset the people at home.
Can I murder it?
You know, no inventing racial slurs without me.
Oh, I'll think of shit for this Colombian twat. So yeah, Vegas has dipped from it. Get back in Chile. No, Chile, you have not studied history, nor have you any idea on history itself. Please, just stop it. Get some help.
Where power has corrupted men and women. We know this because the big money in our government right now is still sending money to Israel as we see thousands of kids with amputated legs.
But yeah, pure twist, I'm not sending enough money to Israel. Or any, for that matter. Israel doesn't need the funding. The funds, to be honest, mate. It's quite a rich country as a standpoint.
I'm Jewish. I want it to stop. And
I thought you were Colombian. So now you're Jewish. I'm pretty sure Colombians are based off the Spaniards or the Portuguese who wiped out the Jewish population in their countries during the Inquisition era period. So,
And I come from Jewish heritage. So with that being said, now here's the thing. Without government, without the rule of law, without a founding document that everybody has to follow, including kings, monarchs, princes, and rulers, without the rule of law, it goes to absolute and total chaos. Government is a needed function. I don't love it. I don't love this tyrannical jackboot thug.
Charlie, have you ever read a book by Machiavelli called Machiavelli's Prince? It brings out the rules of how to rule as a monarch, a prince, a king, a government, and also set boundaries with it. Right? Read it. It's a good read. Right? And if you read it, you find out 90% of what you're saying is horse shit of the highest order.
Pig government. However, now what I did, because I could sit here and say, I'm a constitutional law scholar, blah, 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 right? Who gives a shit what I think? I could just be some dunce cap up here selling snake oil. So what I did is I put into ChatGPT, explain to me the history of what happened with countries that didn't have a government, a rule of law, or a social contract. That's the question that I asked to ChatGPT. And this is the answer that I got. And then we're going to go on because we have to talk about Holly Barlow. But this information right here, this hopefully will help Brian at Here's the Deal in his upcoming debate against that statist. I am not a statist. I do not worship government.
Please.
I know for a fact government is needed. And here's the reasons why. Here's exactly why government is needed. So remember what I put in there. I said, hey, explain to me. It says the concept of the rule of law, particularly as established by a constitution, is indeed central to the idea of a modern republic like the United States. However, before the American Revolution in 1776, many societies...
Right, yes, a modern republic. Right? Britain is a commonwealth. Technically, it's a democratic monarchy. In technical terms. We still have a king, a monarch, and we have a government, which functions side by side as a symbiotic relationship. We do have what's loosely a constitution, to some degree. Yet we've survived quite well for well over close to 1,000 years as a country. So America's what, 200 years old at best? 300, give or take. And you are struggling to maintain yourselves as a coherent republic, let alone anything else.
And countries struggled or failed due to the lack of such structured governance. And what is that governance? A constitution, republic, the rule of law. You see, this is what I've studied for 2 decades before I became a public figure here on the internet. Ancient republics, classical republics like Athens, which started
Athens was not a republic, Athens was a city-state. There's a massive difference between the two. Right? And you better go on the Roman Republic, or the Roman Empire. Right? Now, their downfall came because basically political corruption at the highest levels, true. They did have a constitution, they did have a senate. But mainly crap them out was they stretched too thin when they reached the empire. And got butt fucked by some barbarians climbing over the mountains with elephants. You know, it wasn't those many factors that fell down point. Not just the fact that they had a constitution, a very well written constitution actually, but dictate the laws and systems of the republic and of the empire. But it fell because of the emperor being just shit at his job, basically.
400 BC before Christ existed, and it lasted for 1300 years. Classic republics like Athens and the Roman Republic had forms of written laws and government, but they did not have a single comprehensive constitution as understood today. The lack of a...
Fuck, they did. Again, Athens was a city fucking state, not a republic or a country in itself. It was a city ran by a ruler by itself. And, to be honest, I think it was the Spartans who wiped out Athens. Doing one of the many squabbles with the Spartan city-state. Again, you're just putting shit into ChatGPT, reading what it spits out, and think it's fucking goddamn gospel. For fuck's sake, open a goddamn history book.
Unified constitution contributed to internal instability, especially in Rome, where the conflict between different groups led to the eventual transition to an empire. And what's an empire? It's led by a monarch, by a king, by a ruler, because there was no
Emperor, you twat. Emperor, hence empire. Right? There's a massive difference between a monarchy and an empire.
Comprehensive constitution that all kings have to live under as well. Without the rule of law, without government, it turns into bellium omnium contra omnes, a war of all men against all men. This is Thomas Hobbes' description of the nature of man in his book Leviathan, written in the 16th century.
Oh yes, we're going to a fucking Nazi fucking communist now for fucking answers, are we? I do not have the time to dig into Leviathan as a book. I really don't. I just don't. Just people read it and you'll see for yourself what utter crap. And hello, Kylo. You can join the channel if you want. Discord's open.
Before modern era, many European kingdoms operated under a feudal system. These systems were characterized by the rule of monarchs and local lords rather than a constitution. The constitution is what sets up your government. The lack of a constitutional rule of law, often led to arbitrary governance, power struggles, and civil wars, as seen in various dynastic and religious conflicts in medieval Europe. So this is...
Oh, this hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. Again, kings put out charters which were technically classified as constitutions, given governance by what laws people had to abide by, what rights they had for each class of person. They were very well detailed, actually, considering the different levels of, like, you know, knight, count, viscount, margrave, baron, that type of thing. Each one had their own political structure, each one had their own rights and barons against the land, and what they had to give taxes. The constitutions back then were very well written. Quite comically well written, but still very well written. And as for religious conflicts, that's religion. It has nothing to do with governmental powers in general, unless your government is linked with religion a lot. Hence what we see a lot now in Middle East, to put it bluntly.
Is the pre-Columbian adventure, Christopher Columbus, 1452. Civilizations such as Aztecs and Incas had sophisticated systems of law and governance, but they did not have a constitution in the modern sense. Their downfall was more due to external factors like European conquest, but internal governance issues also played a role. Empires in Asia, empires like the Mongol Empire in India and the Ming Dynasty in China had complex legal systems, but no singular constitution. Their decline can be attributed to a variety of factors, including internal corruption, weak ruler.
Both the Mongol Empire collapsed because it was too big. I think it was a section crisis that caused that one. as the Ming Dynasty, they lost a fucking war and got wiped out. Yes, the corruption in these places was rife. Don't get wrong. Corruption government does exist. But this is why people do not use ChatGPT to write your university papers. Please. And just take it as gospel, because it's not, under any circumstances, anything like this. Like, that's something was next. Fuck me. Oh, you can. This will be good.
And external pressures, but the absence of a constitution, of a constitutional framework for the rule of law was also a significant factor. You cannot have a constitutional framework, you cannot have rule of law, cannot have it without government.
They had
African kingdoms, various African kingdoms, empires such as the Mali Empire or the Kingdom of Congo had their own systems of law and governance, yet they did not operate under a constitution. Their decline was of internal strife and external invasion or colonization. In all of these examples, the absence of a constitution as a singular, unifying legal document meant the rule of law was often subject to the whims of rulers. The rule of law was subject to the whims of rulers. That's why your Bill of Rights is so important. Why Patrick Henry said
and those Bill of Rights only exist on paper. So any despot with enough power could come say, I don't like this, and remove it. I think, was it someone stated that the civilization is only 3 meals, sorry, 3 days of food away from anarchy. Right, which is generally quite good term. Right, when people get too hungry or too fed up, they riot. Government breaks down, everything collapses, and you start from scratch. Your constitution piece of paper, no, you can't do that because I have this here. Yeah, that's not going to stop them. It really won't.
We will not ratify that constitution unless you have a Bill of Rights attached to it. And James Madison said, I'll join you in that then, Mr. Patrick Henry, even though we don't agree on a lot of things. The rulers of the prevailing elite, rather than being a stable, consistent framework, the idea of a republic constitution as exemplified in the United States was a significant development in the concept of governance, providing a more stable and predictable rule of law. Yeah. Okay, so do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand?
Because you said bullshit.
Before the U.S. created this experiment called a constitutional republic, before that happened, kings and monarchs and princes and elites did whatever the hell they wanted. No government, no rule of law meant that any prince or king...
Right, no. Kings had rules they had to abide by, called the royal court. They had their own laws they could abide by. They can't just change things on a whim. They couldn't do that because court wouldn't allow it. Hence, one of the big ones in England going back was the divorce. Because we were a Catholic state, you couldn't get divorced. Henry VIII literally fought a war to change that. So he get divorced from his wife. I don't think he's a good person, but still. Right, he changed the entire political system of the court around. And he still had rules he had to abide by himself. You know, like one of the big rules in like monarchy circles is you can't marry someone below your station. Is one of those ones. It's been changed recently to a degree in our monarch now. But that's a big one for most monarch systems. Right? So even a king could say he fell in love with a fucking handmaiden. You could take it as a fucking consort or consort, concubine, what's the other word I'm thinking of? Mistress type thing. Right? But you can never be her wife. She would never have the status of a wife, or status as nothing more than a disposable toy, as far as that's concerned. So no, even the governments of like monarchs have rules set in stone they have to abide by. Customs, most people like it's customs. You can't do this because custom, but it's generally a rule that takes time to fucking massive upheaval to change. So please, stop spouting your bullshit at us.
Or monarch could take your house, take your wife, burn it down, take her to his castle, and steal all your cattle, and take your kids to work in the farms for the rest.
No, they fucking couldn't. fuck's sake. You've never cracked on a history book in your fucking life.
Of their lives.
Sorry for swearing my head off.
The rule of law, the Constitution, government, well, the idea of government, the United States government is corrupted to the core. They've created so many millions of laws that they can just get you on anything. And that's what we're experiencing today, that we're over-governed. There's too many laws. Elon Musk said this in one of his recent speeches, that we have thousands and thousands of laws. So government, while we don't like this government, we like the paper that's written, the Constitution, don't we? Do we like the Constitution? We do.
Yes, we have thousands and thousands of laws for minute little details because of how our world has evolved to the point where we need those. You know, back in the day of the 1700s type shit, you had a horse, cart, and some land to care about. That's about as far as it goes. Now we have the internet, we have phones, which all require their own separate governance over because of how they function. We have commerce laws about how to trade, so people don't get ripped off all the time. We have scamming laws, we have various degrees of harassment and violent laws, which, Chili, come on, you're big known of the harassment lawsuits. You know, you've lost 6 of the fucking things. You know, because of the different substances that exist in our world, we have to have individual laws based around that individual item in order to make things balanced and fair. You just don't understand. Yeah, laws complicated as fuck. That's what we have lawyers for. That's why lawyers exist. And lawyers specialize in individual points of law.
There's some racism in there. There's some 3/5 compromise crap. Article 1. There's some stuff in the U.S. Constitution that is shit. But the overall idea of our government is that we could wipe these people out of government and reestablish a new government, new people in government, and we would have the same paperwork. You see, government is a necessary evil. I'm running for governor. Why am I running for governor? Why have I said I'm going to run for governor and I'm going to win? Why is that? Why am I doing that?
Win.
Because when you're in government and you have power, you can change that we live by a constitutional standard if you're the executive in charge. How many executives are in the United States of America? 51. 50 governors and 1 president. There's 51, mostly men in America, who sign law into effect.
53.
Nobody else does. There's only 51 executives in the United States of America. Why do you think I've said I'm going to run for governor and I'm going to win? If you're a governor of a state in a country of 314 million people and you're one of 51 people, boy, you really have built up a following for yourself.
No, you
really have some big ideas that for change that you can implement because you understand how that government structure works.
I'm sorry, Chili. AOC got into government and she's probably the most dumbest bitch to the planet.
If you don't understand government, then you say, government's horrible, we hate government, we hate government. I just showed you the history. The history, if you don't have a government, I don't love this tyrannical government. It's tyrannical to the core. It's corrupt to the core. This isn't rule of law in the streets by these pigs. This is tyranny. So it's sad, but the rule of law and the government is needed. And the idea, just so you know, go back to our founding fathers. John Jay, what does John Jay do?
Right, I'll pause there for now and we'll move on. Because I think Vegas will have a lot to say about this one. This one we're going for next.
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles.
Skip.
It's April 5th, 2019. Holly Barlow Austin, age 40.
Yeah, Holly Barlow. Right, this came because the video was watched. Comes up and Chili's an arsehole with it. So I'm going to go over the original channel stuff. Venomous Minds. We're going to watch through this one because I will warn you, viewer discretion is advised. The usual stuff, no kids watching. If your kids are watching, you're a shit parent. If you're like a kid watching my channel, you're a really bad parent. You know, like, you should not do that.
46 is brought into the Bi-State Justice Center in Texarkana, Texas, for violating the terms of her probation. No one has any way of knowing it, but Holly is going to end up serving a much harsher sentence than anyone could likely ever imagine. That's because after about 2 short months at the Justice Center in Bowie County, Holly, at that point, age 47, will be pronounced dead. The CCTV footage you're about to watch documents Holly's final, tortured 48 hours spent in what LaSalle Corrections, the private owners of the jail, refer to as a medical observation cell. Please remember that some of this footage is going to be hard to watch, and that viewer discretion is therefore advised.
Yes, it is going to be hard to watch. I will admit that I've watched it already.
Today's date is June 7th, 2019. The time is currently 1:37. We're located at Medical Op 3 with Miss Barlow. Miss Barlow, do you want to go to see the doctor? At this time, the offender has stated she does not want to go see the doctor.
No, they don't never do nothing.
Ma'am?
They don't never do nothing.
Okay. At this time, the time is 13:38. We're going to secure the camera.
As stated before, the clip you just saw was filmed at the very start of what would be Holly's final 48 hours on the floor of her putrefied cell at a corrupt jail in Bowie County, Texas. As we can see from the very get-go, Holly doesn't appear to be feeling her best. She's lying there among what looks like garbage strewn around the cell, on a nasty floor that at least looks like it hadn't seen a mop since the day the cell was built. Important to note is that Holly isn't lying in bed simply to pass the time, as boring as I imagine it is. Holly is not known to be the lazy type, or the type to complain for no reason. Those who know her well would probably find this version of Holly unrecognizable. In other words, this isn't a bid for attention. Something is definitely wrong, and yet, here we watch as a staff member makes this recording presumably to document Holly denying that she wants to be seen by a doctor in the event that things should take a turn for the worse. What's ironic is that during her time here, Holly has all but begged to be seen. She has not only asked for assistance verbally, but she's put in numerous official written requests for medical help. These requests have cited concerning symptoms that include but are not limited to dizziness, loss of appetite, excruciating headaches, and the inability to stand. It's said that these requests for help have either gone ignored or else, pretty much as Holly is heard saying herself, when she does get seen, they quote-unquote never do anything. As defeated and sad as the situation seems now, it only gets worse from here. As you'll see, for the next several days, Holly will be left in this cell. Most of the time, she's observed being left alone, but on occasion, people will come and go. Employees occasionally take note.
Leave that part on there a second. Let's say wait for Vegas to turn back up. Look.
His way when an officer yelled gun in his direction.
Gun! 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 Gun!
The quick-thinking man stuck out his leg and tripped the suspect. The officer who was chasing the suspect says the Good Samaritan probably saved his life as he was about to shoot the suspect.
You're lucky. Drop that gun, man. Boy, you almost got shot.
10-4, he's not going to take Old Denver Highway. He has a tire iron. Bellini, stop.
A pregnant cop was struggling to subdue a suspect when a Good Samaritan drives by the scene.
Fucking Tatey, dude. Stop. Stop. Back up. Stop. 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 Don't let him get in. Stop. 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 Don't fucking do it.
Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
Thank you.
Cut it out.
Stop. Stop. He's trying to. Stop.
Oh! Oh!
That's a high-speed chase. That's a high-speed chase.
A quick-thinking delivery driver puts an end to a high-speed chase.
You better hit my
Oh my God, Jaeger! Oh my God, Jaeger! There's a high-speed
State Trooper Gary Guild gets out of his vehicle to arrest the suspect he'd been chasing, but when he tries to arrest the suspect, he learns it won't be as easy and starts struggling.
Hey! Fucking tase this motherfucker! You pump!
Okay.
Not moving! Breathe, man!
One of the suspect's partners jumps out of his car and actually tries to wrestle the officer off of the suspect.
Don't do it!
Oh, fuck.
Luckily, these good Samaritans in the red truck come over and turn the unfair fight into a fair one.
Put your hand behind your back. Other one now.
Have a seat on the ground. Have a seat.
I'm not sitting. I'm not sitting!
Back up! Back up!
I'm not sitting!
After
Yes,
a
you are.
routine traffic stop turns nasty, a cop struggles to control the situation.
Pays you, sir. Touch the vehicle. Put your hands on the fucking vehicle now!
You're just kidding.
In the nick of time, a red truck pulls over and a good Samaritan rushes over to the scene to help the officer in need.
Radio, send me units. Roll over on your stomach now!
While on patrol, an officer noticed a burning car and passengers who were stuck inside.
130 and Finnegan.
The officer and surrounding motorists went over to help the trapped passengers.
Come on, guys! Fucking, how many guys here? Get him up! Can you get this shit? Get her out! Tell me what she's doing. You gotta get her. Be careful with her, be careful. Oh shit.
Firefighters and emergency workers soon arrived to extinguish the blaze and treat the injured woman.
Mind getting that for me? And then David, if you want to have a seat right here for me, please.
Miguel Hernandez tried to run from this officer, but Karma soon caught up with him.
Union 403, pursuit. We're going northbound on Denver. Coming up to 11th Street. Hispanic male. Black t-shirt. Gray shorts.
Oh, fuck. Man, bro. Man, homie. Fuck. Oh. What's up? Yeah.
A good Samaritan offers a ride to an on-foot officer.
I appreciate it.
The officer tells the driver where to go and catches up with his partner before they apprehend the suspect they were chasing.
Had to get a taxi, don't mind me.
Hey, somebody called and said they were worried about you, said you were asking for water or something. Are you doing okay? Sorry? Hey, don't touch, dude.
An officer was questioning a suspect when the suspect tries to grab the officer.
Come here, get on the ground.
The officer then tries to subdue the suspect, but the suspect is gaining the upper hand quickly.
Oh.
Bystanders see the altercation and quickly step in to help the officer, and one does this.
Oh, take down. Nice hit toss.
Thanks, guys.
After a fatal DUI crash, the driver tries to flee, but quick-thinking spectators don't let him get away that easily.
You're gonna leave. You kill somebody. You kill somebody. Stay right there. You stay right there. You see what you did?
Fuck.
When a highway patrol officer is trapped in a headlock, bystanders quickly run to his aid.
Police investigation. The CHP says an officer was walking back to his patrol vehicle after giving the man a verbal warning for bending freeway signs on an on-ramp. Navarro saw the two fighting with the officer in a headlock, so he pulled over and without thinking, ran to help.
When I actually get there, for a split second, I didn't know what to do. I just punched the guy in the ribs.
It didn't work. Worried the officer would lose control of his weapon, Navarro focused on freeing the headlock, and he did.
A group of strangers band together to help save an unconscious driver.
Alone. You can see her waving frantically. That's when perfect strangers come together. First one, then two, 3, 4, a fifth. All hop out of their vehicles to lend a hand. Together, they stop the car. Then they try to open the doors to reach the unconscious driver. A woman finds a dumbbell in her car and gives it to one of the guys, and he uses it to smash a rear window and open the door. 911 calls start coming in.
We have an elderly woman that is unconscious at the wheel.
Is she breathing?
Yes, she is breathing.
There's a car, I think there's an incapacitated driver. They're trying to break into the car.
An elderly woman stops thieves from robbing a jewelry store by hitting them with her handbag.
Ann Timpson is the name of the lady in the red coat, 70 plus years of petulant pensioner, charging into the would-be robbers like an avenging angel with a handbag. They never stood a chance.
Is everyone out?
Officers with help from bystanders help this horse out of a burning barn.
Come on, boy. Out. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on, boy. Come on. Out. Yeah, watch out, Christian. Watch out, Christian. Come on. Pull it, Chris. Pull it, Chris. Come on, horse. Pull it, Chris. Come on, horse. Pull it, Chris. Come on. Come on, baby. Go. Come on, baby. Help us pull. Help us pull. Help us pull. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, Christian. Oh, come on. Come on, Christian. Help us pull. Help us pull. Help us. Help us pull. Come on.
Alright, we got a couple people holding on to her. Fire's pulling up.
Good Samaritans run over to this woman who's stuck in a lake and help pull her out.
Yeah, we're gonna pull her out. Yeah. Okay. Come on, guys. Can you got a hand?
Take a hand. Take the other one. I'm completely numb.
Okay. Come on, girlfriend. Come on. It's too hard. We can't. Come on. All right, stay right here. Stay right here. Grab a hold. 1, 2, 3. Up. All right, we got her out. Okay, I got fire coming.
Thanks for watching. For more police content, subscribe and click the video on screen now. Goodbye. We've looked at suspects evading cops and how it almost never works. But what happens when suspects stand their ground and fight? And not surprisingly, it doesn't go well either. Let's take a look at this first case. Cleveland, Ohio officers respond to an incident stating a crazed man was attacking a woman. When officers arrive, the suspect is immediately hostile. One of the officers takes a shot, but the suspect keeps going.
37 headquarters, shots fired. Back up, back up. Ow. 3137 headquarters.
I didn't do not ready for this one,
The
actually.
report was unidentified and a woman was taken to hospital in critical condition along with 2 of the officers.
Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Officers responded to calls regarding a man seen assaulting bystanders. The man tries to back away from the officers, but then...
Get on the ground! You hear me? Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground now!
Friends, cuffs. Guys, been saying blah blah blah. One thing I was sincere here is cops need better training, because he's wasted a lot of energy trying to get this one guy to the ground. Right, the axe people he's using there for a nightstick is a decent tool if you know how to use it correctly. Right, and the cops just not using it correctly at all. Really not.
Now! Get on the ground now!
The suspect puts up a fight. The officers struggle to subdue the suspect, but backup then arrives.
Get on the ground! Yeah!
John Wayne.
Was he already tased? He should be by the gas station. Get on the ground. Was he already tased? Huh? Get on the ground. Get down.
There we go.
Meet Reed Duran. He was being interrogated in regards to a kidnapping when he attacks the interrogator with a pen.
Put your hands behind your back now.
What a dumbass.
Stop. Put your hands behind your back now. You kidding me right now?
Luckily, the interrogator was too quick for Duran, and he was charged with 1 count of attempted kidnapping and 1 count of heinous assault and 1 count of escape. Oregon State 2012. This footage that you're watching is damning evidence against Officer Rob Edwards, who was caught kicking a motorcyclist after knocking him off his bike. The officer was fined for $181,000 and the victim was left with a broken collarbone and 2 fractured ribs. Ooh. Prison guards have to use force when 2 inmates are caught fighting. 1 officer deploys his taser and 2 inmates are taken away.
Hey, don't move.
A suspect had to be subdued with force when he tries to attack and bite officers.
That's a big boy.
Do not grab onto me. You won't grab.
This is why I say copy better training.
That's what I fucking do then.
See, Chili, if you're watching my videos,
I got one.
you see these are straight from military people. They're straight out the army list. A soldier would have dismantled him into tiny little pieces and put him back in the box.
Stay on the ground! Put your hand behind your back! Put your hand back, stay on the ground!
Keep an eye on this guy in the grey hoodie. His name is Eduardo Villasenor, and he just pulled out a handgun from his backpack. One of the workers in the shop calls the police, and when they arrive, the guy runs away with the gun in his hand.
Stop right there! Stop right there now! Show me your hands!
Well, that was dumb.
998, 998.
998. Keep your hands where I can see them! Keep your hands where I can see them now! Keep your hands where I can see them now! Let me see your hands! Don't move! Don't move!
2 on-duty officers respond to a call warning of a woman roaming the streets with a gun.
Come here. Hey, come here. Come here. Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands. Oh, shit.
Oh, wow.
It was a slow day at the police station when a lone woman entered with a gun.
That is probably the dumbest idea I've ever think of.
She casually sits down and fires the gun at the wall opposite her.
There's already guys with. One person we got. Brian, do not move. Do not move, Brian. Are these windows bulletproof? Shots fired. Are these windows bulletproof? We got 2 cars going off to the front of the That's her right here, right? Laptop, yep. Get down! Get down on the ground!
She just went? Nope, she just went back. Get down on the ground! Okay, she just went to the right. I have a gun in her hand right now.
I'm betting drugs.
What's going on, man? What's wrong with your ass? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with your ass?
Officers approached this suspect after reports of disorderly behavior. The suspect almost immediately flees.
Come on. Where you going?
Another officer then spots the suspect and a short chase begins.
What's the deal, boy? Huh?
You need to clean a camera.
What's the deal? What's going on, man? Huh?
The suspect then suddenly stops and stands his ground before doing this.
What's up? What's up? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
This is not going to end well.
Put your hands on your back right now. Put your hands on your back.
You dumb fucker.
The suspect was charged with assault with a bodily fluid. Dashcam shows LAPD officers using the car door to stop a bicycle pursuit.
I love that. He's slowly getting away. Over up here. He's not.
Let me see your hands.
Tyler Canaris was walking to work one early morning when he was mistakenly identified as a carjacking suspect.
Being detained, bud.
Tyler is understandably shocked when he sees the flashing lights and Deputy Michael McMaster approaching him and becomes justifyingly defensive when the deputy starts putting his hands on him.
Come on. Since we want to play this game. Sir.
In response to Tyler's justified defensive behavior, the deputy body slams Tyler to the floor, causing serious physical injuries to Tyler.
Can you imagine the description of someone trying to break into people's cars? I'm not breaking anyone's car. Sir. Get my fucking back. I'm just doing to work. Just want to make sure it's him. Because he doesn't really have. I can go up to that address. Yeah, just in case he hit his head pretty good. Fair. Oh. Gloves. All you do is take his backpack off, turn around, put his hand behind his back. We wouldn't have played this game.
After checking Tyler's backpack and finally realizing that Tyler wasn't the suspect in question, the deputy still charges him with obstruction of justice. The charges were later dropped because of the huge public outrage when this video came to light. Thanks for watching. For more police content, subscribe and click the video on screen now. And for more exclusive police content, become a channel member for 99 cents and gain access to exclusive videos. Goodbye.
I think I was more friends with tribute. Please don't try to fuck off for it. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, no. That's gonna
We've looked at suspect his way when an officer yelled,
"That's gonna get kicked." Limousine on. I say glass of juice, not gas the juice. Oh. I'm curious. Okay. 120 moving parts, am I like on that one? Drivers. Good type of video set turns back up.
Here's 200 times idiot drivers got instant karma. I love that everyone banded together to make sure that this line cutter didn't succeed. Stand together. I really have no idea where you'll find a fast food drive-thru where you immediately turn right like this lady did.
How?
This woman swore that there wasn't enough room, but clearly she was wrong. For those that don't know what just happened, since our driver had a flashing yellow, the other driver had a flashing red. They ran it.
And now shoot himself.
I love that the car's last attempt to save itself was to turn on the wipers. I think that's a little bit too much water.
Blip, 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 blip. Blip, 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 blip. Yep, boys and electrics now, it's fucked.
Who do you think is the idiot here? If you guess the random car that pops up, brake checks a driver, and almost rides the curb, you've seen this before. Hello there. They really need to take this exit. They might not go any further, but at least they made it.
Yep, your fucking suspension. They're going down the road next 20 miles and then back around.
Damn, bro.
It's embarrassing when the police have to escort you to the back of the line like you're in the kindergarten. Imagine zooming past everyone just to get stuck behind slower traffic in the HOV lane. Yeah, you definitely can't change lanes last second like that, especially right behind a cop.
Has to, like, struggle to make the playoffs.
That sucks. I definitely don't think he'll be winning any street races anytime soon.
So they're gonna probably still win this thing, although I can't wait for Game 5.
Whoa,
that
no, he's
would be one of the great playoff games. But I thought when you looked at the game last night, Miami's got to wait.
I love that they correct themselves and keep driving like he didn't just hydroplane across all the lanes. Wait, why did he think he could just zoom through the red light? It wasn't even close. How many of these shoulder drivers do you think will run into instant karma? Yep, every single one of them. I think it's pretty clear who is the impatient fool in this one. If it wasn't clear, the cop points it out. This is the fastest instant karma I've ever seen without him hitting the cop. This dude is really impatient, but this is definitely a heavy residential area. You can't be driving that fast. Does everyone see that long, solid white line? You can't be passing there.
Your camera's shit, man.
Well, that was stupid. Wasn't even close to changing to green.
Well, I have a ticket for you.
So our guy's definitely turning, and the other driver exaggerates just a tiny bit.
Fundamentally, it's starvation.
That's new.
That's not just ethnically unacceptable.
What?
That's ethically illogically hazardous.
What the hell?
Have you ever seen an undercover cop in this kind of vehicle? I wouldn't believe it if they tried to pull me over.
It locked up my conscious mind in a loop, so I was not aware of anything, not even of time.
I honestly thought that the guy was going to get away with that at first, but thankfully the cop popped up. Was this really necessary? Did you really go anywhere? This dude was lucky that he spotted that curb in time, otherwise he was about to go off-roading. Imagine how confused that truck driver was when he came around the corner.
I wasn't even trying to. Now we're back.
This is that slight shift in direction that makes you think something bad is about to happen.
There's nothing else. Ow, pain. No, that's that one. Just drop a dodgy thing today.
From an aggressive officer resorting to violence
Let go of me! What are you doing?
to law enforcement crossing the line against an innocent citizen. These are 5 dirty cops caught on camera.
Disclaimer: all content in this video is for general educational purposes only.
On February 12th, 2022, Officer Michael Gettler committed a mistake that proved to be the biggest mistake of his life. In another distressing case, Jejuan Henderson found himself at the receiving end of police misconduct during the late hours.
Open the door. You gotta step out of the car.
Despite no reported offenses or charges, they insisted on seeing his license and registration, creating a pretty uneasy situation.
Open the door. We are the cops. Okay.
The police officer started to get really agitated when he doesn't open the window.
Then open the door. We are the cops. Okay.
But y'all can't do this. Y'all can't do this.
Open the door.
Y'all cannot.
You understand you're under arrest, right? You understand you're under arrest, right?
Obstruction. Open the door.
Yo, come here, yo. Come here. Come here.
The intensity of the situation led to a shocking mistake on Michael's part.
You're under arrest.
What, yo?
Don't move.
No, he's trying to start the car. He's trying to start Back.
Hands up! Hands up!
The police officers responsible for the shooting were still not identified a month after the incident. Jejuan's mother was devastated as the incident left him paralyzed from the chest down.
We brought a lawsuit. We have not named the names of the police officers because
even though it's been over 30 days, we don't know the names of the police officers involved.
Juwan was only going to the car to retrieve an iced tea, and my son is paralyzed, and we don't know for life or not. My son's daughter's mother called me early that morning to tell me that the Trenton Police Crime Unit shot my son numerous times for no reason at all. When she told me, my heart almost broke and I was devastated. I thought Juwan was going to die. I just lost his son a few months back, and that morning I could have easily lost my youngest son and his daughter and her father. Absolutely for no reason at all. I'm here to get justice for my son Juwan, and I wanted Trenton Police Crime Unit and the officers that were involved in that shooting that night to be accountable.
Despite all the backlash received from the black community, the officers involved were deemed justified by the grand jury.
You know, we can't have police acting in secret. You know, I mean, we're supposedly standing up for democracy around the world, but we have some very undemocratic practices going on right here in the United States of America. It's terrible.
The public deserves not to feel intimidated by those upholding the law. Wait till you find out how a young driver was forcefully arrested for something he did not do.
I'm not going to tell you again. Open the door now.
But before that, Deputy C. Vega found himself entangled in an unusual traffic stop encounter with an unsuspecting citizen. The citizen literally schools the sheriff as he exercises his right of the First Amendment. Why the stop was initiated, however, is bizarre.
The police!
The controversial statement by the driver resulted in him being pulled over a few feet ahead. What followed next is mind-boggling.
Roll down?
Why do you pull me over?
I'll tell you that if you roll it down.
Why can't you tell me now?
Because the reason I pulled you over is you were yelling something from your car.
So what?
Huh?
So what? That's why you pull me over, because I'm yelling?
I don't know if you need help or anything.
Oh, I don't need help.
So,
thank you.
Okay, let me see your driver's license real quick.
I don't need help.
Okay, can I see your driver's license?
What for?
Did you use the turn signal when you made a turn?
Of course I did.
Let me see your driver's license.
You can hear the sound on the dash cam too.
Let me see your driver's license.
As tensions rise, the driver's defiance sets the stage for a dramatic confrontation, challenging Deputy Vega's authority.
You can just crack the window if that's what you want to do.
It's already cracked.
I can't see that.
Well, it doesn't matter. Here.
Yeah, this is kind of full.
I don't wish to answer questions. Actually, today.
This is Gaming. With our free Windows downloadable software, you'll have access to a gaming application.
Yes, sir. Is that your current?
And why would you do that?
Reality and ethics to end this way.
Oh, you have a great address?
Yes. Like Officer Blake Stinson. Knowing your rights can do. If not, you're certain to end up with guys like Officer Blake Stinson.
A Cody officer remains on paid leave with a formal complaint filed, accused of forcibly removing a 17-year-old boy from his vehicle after a routine traffic stop back in January.
This is Officer Blake Stinson. On January 24th, 2023, Stinson encountered a traffic stop during his patrol near a local high school. He saw 3 vehicles taking an unlawful left turn and caught up to them, pulling up on the 3rd vehicle. Officer Stinson initiates the interaction by alleging that the driver failed to yield to a pedestrian in the crosswalk.
When someone's in the crosswalk, you're required to yield to them. I need your driver's license, registration, and insurance.
Yes, sir.
The driver informs the officer that the vehicle belonged to his mother. To locate the necessary documents, he asked for permission to call her, seeking assistance in obtaining the insurance and registration details.
Can I call my mom? This is her vehicle.
Yeah, you can provide digital copy of the insurance, but the registration needs to be provided.
The driver's mother decided to come to the location and assist in the search. What followed next was nothing short of tyranny.
You want to talk to me?
I need your driver. I don't care. I need your driver's license.
He said he doesn't care. He doesn't want to talk to you. I'm
I'm not inclined to talk to you about a parent. I'm not 18 years old.
You're driving a vehicle and you're required to give me your driver's license, your registration, and your insurance. Okay? Those 3 things are required. If you don't provide those things, you'll be placed in custody. Okay? I'm not joking.
Sir, my mom's on the way to help me out.
Okay, go ahead and step out of the vehicle. Step out of the vehicle.
Sir.
I can smell marijuana in the vehicle. Get out.
There's no marijuana.
I'm not going to tell you again. You're going to get out of the vehicle or I'm going to drag you out.
Unfortunately, Officer Stinson provided no guidance and instead heightened the tension by neglecting to guide the otherwise cooperative driver.
Open the door. Open the door now.
Mom's on the way.
I don't care. Open the door now.
My mom down here?
Nope.
You got to step out. I'm not 18 years old.
It doesn't matter. I saw a violation. I stopped you for it, and you've already talked back to me about getting your stuff out. Get out of the vehicle.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Get out of the vehicle. That's what's going on.
I know I'm allowed to have a parent or...
No, you're not. You're
yes,
not.
Yes.
You're going to get out of the vehicle right now or I'm going to drag you out. You decide.
Can I talk to my mom?
Nope.
Mom,
get out of the vehicle.
He's dragging me out of the car.
Get out of the vehicle.
Mom!
As soon as more officers arrived at the scene, things got worse. While attempting to remove the driver from the vehicle, Officer Stinson even threatened to arrest him for resisting.
Mom, help me!
You're told very clearly what to do, and if you're not going to do it, we're going to have to take other avenues. Unlock the door.
I can't. Sir, you have my arm.
Okay, then get your knee off of it, because I know what you're doing.
Button, please. There's not one on that side.
Get your knee off of it, because I know what you're doing. Okay? You're gonna go for resisting. Dude, it doesn't matter how old you are.
Open the door, man. Seriously, is this worth it?
My mom's on the way.
I don't care. I told you to open the door.
It doesn't matter. Open the door.
It doesn't matter how old you are. That has nothing to do with this.
Passenger, unlock the door. There we go.
The driver was arrested, and upon searching the vehicle, illegal substances were found. If that was not all, the officer even exaggerated the reasons behind the traffic stop and arresting the driver.
He almost hit somebody in the crosswalk right here at the courthouse. The dude had to stop and like.
The driver was charged with disrupting a peace officer and possession of illegal substances. However, the charges were dropped 4 months later for unknown reasons. Whether Officer Stinson was justified or not is debatable. However, how Jonathan Guessford was treated by Delaware State Troopers raises a lot of questions.
Don't put your hands on me. Do not put...
In March of 2022, dashcam footage revealed Delaware State Troopers devising a plan to falsely incriminate a man who had gestured with his middle finger at them. It started when Jonathan Guessford, an ordinary citizen, was unjustifiably pulled over. What made things worse was when they tore up his protest sign in aggravation.
I'm on the side of the road, legally parked, with a sign which is protected by the First Amendment. So you can, I'm disrupting nothing. I'm gonna do it right here where I'm at. So I'm not.
I have drivers coming up to me telling me that you're jumping out in traffic.
Because apparently they're erroneous. I don't give a what somebody else says. What did you witness? Nothing of the sort. So keep your to yourself, pal.
This was just the start of Officer Stephen Douglas and Officer Nicholas Gallo's misconduct.
You wanted our attention, you got it. I mean,
I don't want your attention. Go the away, road pirate.
You wanted our attention.
Go away, road pirates.
The troopers, armed with authority, used intimidation tactics, violating his rights, and leaving a lasting negative impact on him and the community.
Don't put your...
Yeah, these people fought the sovereign citizens and the A1 order type people, and they generally are dicks. To the point, I mean, they want these kind of interactions. I don't see how the police respond to it, but yeah, I do not condone half type with the bullshit they come up with. I mean, the road pirate bullshit and all that type of stuff. But I'm guessing the cops don't act in the right way. The best way to deal with these people is say, yeah, he's fine, fuck off and leave him alone. These people want the attention. That's what they're after.
Your hands on me. Do not put... Give me my property back, you piece of... Give me my property back. You see this? You tyrant piece of...
Yeah, that's...
You tyrant...
Yes,
what are your badge numbers?
Step back, okay?
No,
don't walk up
no, you
like
stole my property.
Did you see anything in my hands?
You
stole your
piece
property?
of...
Have a nice day.
Then, just hours after the encounter, Trooper Douglas and Corporal Rayford Box pulled Guestford over again, and you won't believe what for this time.
The reason I stopped you is you had your hand out the window with...
So what? Fuck's sake.
So what? It's constitutionally protected speech.
Is there a reason why you're doing that? Is there a reason why you're doing that?
Just trying to incriminate Guestford somehow. But man, he doesn't like to play.
You're stopping me for constitutionally protected speech, right?
Because you had your hand out the window.
This is what I did. You got a problem with that?
Sir, listen to me. Listen to me.
No. All
right, listen.
Go away.
Disorderly conduct.
No, it is not.
That is disorderly conduct.
That is called freedom of speech.
If you are out in the public, you are out in the public and people see you.
No, it is not.
Here's what's going to happen.
No.
License, please.
No.
Here's what's going to happen.
I want your supervisor, please.
I am the supervisor. I am the supervisor. And that's why I'm here.
One of the trooper's body cam footage shows how badly he wanted to just charge him with anything they could come up with.
So but before we go any farther, you're pulling me over for what?
Because you had disorderly conduct. You had your finger out.
Disorderly conduct.
Now,
what?
Here's what's about to happen. You're about to be arrested again for resisting arrest.
No, I'm not resisting anything.
Yeah. Right now you're being detained.
For what?
You're being detained. I told you why I stopped you already, sir.
For putting my middle finger up. That's correct.
No,
correct.
No, exactly.
Right.
You extended your arm out the window.
No, I had my middle finger out the window.
Okay, let me get your ID. You had your middle finger out the window. Okay. Yeah.
Officer Douglas and Corporal Box's acts are embarrassing, to say the least. Not only did they stumble over justifying its legality, but they also conspired to give it a legal twist.
He stuck his middle finger out of the window. Okay. What's that? What's that? We could lock him up for disorderly conduct. He probably won't go anywhere. Nah, what's isn't it like a improper hand signal or something? Charge. No, I mean like if you stick your I'm telling you, if you put your arm out the road, your hand out the road, and you like with a middle finger, you could. That's like a. Isn't that?
No, we can't.
I'm pretty sure. You sure about that?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Guestford filed a lawsuit against the state troopers for violating his civil rights. As a part of the settlement of the lawsuit, Delaware Police has agreed to pay Guestford $50,000 to put an end to this case. Transparency and accountability are crucial in police interactions. However, cases like Miss Dunlap are what shatter the community's trust in law enforcement. On September 6, 2022, a black woman named Jelana Dunlap was taking photos of her employer when she was encountered by Officer Amanda Bell and Officer Haddockfield.
Okay, well, all you have to do is give me your information. Let me make sure you are who you say you are, and then you can be out of here. All right? But as of right now, I don't know whose property this is. I believe that you don't know whose property this is, and you're not wanting to cooperate and just give me your name.
Suddenly, in a shocking turn of events, what Officer Bell does next is extremely foolish on her part, distressing and violating Ms. Dunlap's rights.
Can you step out of the vehicle for me?
Excuse me,
step out of the vehicle for me?
Ma'am,
Step
please
out of the vehicle for me?
Please stop.
Step out of the vehicle for me?
Okay, but
Step
let
out
go
of
of
the
me.
vehicle.
Let go of me.
Undo your seatbelt.
If you can let go of
Undo
me,
your seatbelt.
I will. If you can let go of me, ma'am,
Undo your
I
seatbelt.
will.
Undo your
If you
seatbelt.
can let go of me,
Can you
ma'am,
undo your
I
seatbelt?
will.
Can you undo your seatbelt? Okay, ma'am.
Please stop.
Can you unhook the
Can y'all stop? Like, what are you doing?
You got a seatbelt?
Please stop.
Stop
Please let go of me.
resisting. Stop resisting.
Please, I'm not you got
are.
me.
Yeah, you are.
You got me.
Okay, all right.
What are you
Come on
doing?
out. Come on out.
Ma'am, okay, don't drag me out.
Well, then get out of the car.
I will if you
I've
will
asked
let,
you multiple
if
times.
you will
Get out of the car.
release my arm.
Get out of the car.
If you will release my arm,
Step out
I
of the
will.
vehicle. Step
If
out
you
of the
will
vehicle.
release my arm,
Step out
I
of the
will. Because you're grabbing my arm very tightly. You're grabbing my arm very tightly. Let me go.
Okay.
Even when she complies with the officer's demand, they still use force on her, causing a lot of trauma when there really was no need for it.
Okay, it
Now
sure
step out
is.
of- okay, now
And
step
you're
out of
not
the car.
getting it because I know I haven't did anything
Okay, well, step
wrong.
out the car.
Okay.
How many times have I asked you not?
Please, let go of me.
Stop.
What are you doing? Let go of me. Let
There was
go
no
of
need
me.
for that.
Let go of me because I haven't fucking did anything. Let go of me. Give me my phone. Give me my phone. Give me my phone.
Stop resisting.
Y'all are hurting me.
understand
Why
that.
are you hurting me? I didn't do anything wrong.
I got her hand. Well, just
I didn't do
give me.
anything wrong. Let me go.
Yeah, this is uncalled for. This is.
Miss Dunlap has filed a lawsuit against the officers, seeking $75,000 in damages, claiming that she suffered physical and emotional distress.
You have to speak up for yourself. You have to demand respect, whether they wear a badge or whether they're just in regular clothes. And if you're wearing that badge, if you're wearing a uniform, then you're supposed to protect and serve.
Something that is evidently visible from the body cam footage.
Let's do a search and seizure.
Whenever you stop acting like this, I will let you go.
Let go.
Miss Dunlap's lawyer stated that the officers brutalized her and treated her like a criminal without cause, reflecting broader fears in the black community.
This is the type of case where these things start, and that's how it happened. Police escalation for people of color, because I firmly believe that if she was a different color, this would never happen. She might have been given a deference, so we're gonna speak to it.
The lawsuit seeks accountability for these officers' actions.
You download our open source software.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
Install it on your PC.
I'm not breaking anyone's heart.
But she is dead. Yeah, just write a check. She was 26 anyway. She had limited value.
So she got inside the car.
She got inside.
Did you go get in the car and talk, or did you stand there with the door open and talk to her?
I think I did get inside the car for like a quick minute and just see what's the deal is, just talking to her.
Did your pants come unzipped, unbuttoned, anything? Looks like I just caught you in a lie.
As far as that, nothing.
With impunity. In this video, we'll see Master. In the early morning, Abby and Backpack allegedly attacked old Tyler.
James, by the way. Take the ground.
He was conclusion.
Cops say put your hand. I was trying to explain to you. Yep. But no, you wanted to be a child, try to pull away. That's your fault.
No, come on.
No, you're under arrest.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Car parts.
You don't know who that is.
I got my other headphone in my ear. Please, come on. I'm just trying to get my life back together.
The
first name is Chris. It's not Chris.
Can you please call my dad, please?
How old are you? 29? I'm not calling your dad.
What?
I'm not calling your dad. You're 29. You're older than me. I ain't
No,
calling.
come on, please. I'm just trying to get to work.
You can go in the back of my car. I want to be a dick.
Oh, fair.
I said, put your hands behind your back. You're being detained.
What do you say?
What? No. What is this about? And I was like, dude, I'll explain in just a minute.
While nothing Deputy McMaster said is incorrect, he neglects the fact that Tyler wasn't an immediate threat, giving him no reason to be slammed to the ground.
I tried to key it up, it wouldn't go out, and I was like, fuck it, dude. Because he started walking that way. I was like, no.
Yeah.
Male backpack, right? Dark clothing?
Yeah. I mean, it matches to a T.
No, it doesn't.
I'm willing to bet he's on camera.
Just want to make sure it's him. Because he didn't really have...
I can go up to that address.
Yeah, just in case he hit his head pretty good.
Fair.
Deputy McMaster claims that Tyler started walking away after the initial stop, but as his own dash cam shows, Tyler did everything he was asked.
Oh.
Gloves.
Tools.
Mask. He ever made it into a car, did he?
He was
that we know
trying.
of. Yeah, he was trying.
He was trying.
So, if it is him,
He had criminal intent all day.
yeah, criminal intent. I was like, they said negative charges. Did you see him trying to get into a car?
I'm saying, I was like, well.
I was gonna address that later. This is where he lives. Evans Mill. Maybe he's trying to scam his fucking...
At every turn, Deputy McMaster assumes the worst about his supposed suspect, but when he literally runs out of ideas as to how Tyler could be guilty, his sentence trails off into nothing.
What the fuck?
All you do is take his backpack off, turn around, and put his hand behind his back.
No, he didn't have to.
He wouldn't have played this game.
As paramedics arrive to treat the head injury, the deputy responsible for it coldly frames the encounter as a game that Tyler lost.
I actually got into a car. I dropped him on his head right there.
Oh, okay, cool.
I got boo-boos too, so I'm okay. But yeah, in the back of my car. Just make sure he's... Yeah, I think that's a blood spot.
A full year after the incident, and only after this tape was released, Deputy McMaster was terminated from the Paulding County Sheriff's Department. He was found to have a long history of reprimands for aggressive behavior. Tyler Kenner has suffered a fractured clavicle, thumb, and skull, a ruptured eardrum, and a traumatic brain injury. He is suing both McMaster and the Paulding County Sheriff for violations of his civil rights. He still faces a charge for obstruction of justice. As infuriating as this was, the case of this visually impaired senior citizen in Florida is just as insane.
You a tyrant?
Yeah, I am actually. What's your name and date of birth? You don't have to be a dick to me.
Well, you're being one to me. I want your name and badge number 2, sir.
It's October 31, 2022 in Lake City, Florida, and legally blind Navy veteran James Hodges is walking home.
Play GTA 5 with over 1,000 online users. Welcome to GTA
home from jury duty when Deputy Jamie Goads stops him on an absurd assumption.
What's this in your back pocket? I just saw you walking it.
The navigational aids. What's the problem? You a tyrant?
Yeah, I am actually. What's your name and date of birth?
I don't have to give that unless
Yes, sir. I was investigating.
You have reasonable.
Do you want me to put you in handcuffs right now? Yes, sir, I do.
What is your suspicion?
It looks like you're carrying a gun in your back pocket. I'm stopping.
Fuck you.
Properly. You don't
have you ensured that it's not a firearm?
No, you keep turning so I can't see it. You don't have to be a dick to me.
Well, you're being one to me.
No, sir, I'm doing my job.
Am I detained?
Yeah, you are. What's your name and date of birth?
It does not matter.
If an officer doesn't suspect someone of a crime, they aren't legally required to provide ID. James shows the deputy his cane, yet instead of admitting her mistake, she detains him. As she calls Supervisor, Sergeant Randall Harrison, to the scene, things begin to escalate.
Call your supervisor,
He's right here.
All right.
You don't.
What's the stop you for? For a walking stick. And it could look like a weapon. She asked you to present it, okay? Now she's asking me for ID. Okay. I don't need the ID unless there's reasonable articulated suspicion that I have committed a crime and committing a crime or about to do a crime. Sir, and her suspicion was that you were armed, okay? And she's asking you for your ID.
That's supposed to be cleared up.
Now she has verified that I am not armed, okay? So there is no problem. You got your ID or not? I do have my ID, but you don't need it, okay? Okay.
No, so the 10 tests not armed. It's showing he's not armed. Therefore, the detainment is no longer viable on a probable cause standpoint. But yeah, they're in the wrong here by way different bounds.
Alright, you do that.
Even for the Terry stuff is out of pocket.
I don't know where his wallet is.
Where's your wallet at, sir? I don't have a wallet on me.
Okay, where's your ID?
Where's your ID at? Pocket. Which pocket? You are not allowed to search me.
James informs the officers that they aren't allowed to search him. Since they now have no suspicion of a crime being committed,
that's true.
The search of his person is a violation of his Fourth Amendment rights.
Yes, that's correct. Terry stuff finished when they found out he wasn't actually armed.
There you go.
Thank you.
I want your names and badge numbers.
1257 on Nick 65 Florida 27.
Yeah, 4427. Preferably
Hotel 322 457 61 2540.
James does everything right in this situation. He asks clearly for the officer's information and invokes his right to remain silent, refusing to give them anything they can later distort and use against him.
Sir, are you legally blind? Yes, I am. Okay. I had to walk up here in the dark for jury duty, which was canceled. Why aren't you using your stick? You don't have to use the stick all the time? Not all the time.
26. Green. All right, Mr. Hodges. Was that hard?
It's gonna be. I want your name and your badge number.
You know, I put him in jail for resisting.
Okay. All right, let's go.
I want your name and badge number too, sir.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Have a seat.
You wanna pick my property up, please?
I sure will, after you have a seat.
You wanna pull this out of my back pocket?
Sure. Here, I'll grab your jacket for you, too.
The officers have now identified James, and all he's done is ask for their names and badge numbers, which he has every right as a citizen to do. It's a strange decision to arrest him at this point, one that will later come back to haunt the officers. James Hodges was charged with resisting without violence and spent 24 hours in a jail cell. James later sued both the Deputy Goad and Sergeant Harrison, who were briefly suspended for their roles in the incident. Sergeant Harrison was also demoted from his position. As crazy as that was,
darkness has shrouded the land of tomorrow.
I want my bad girl.
wait until you see what these Texas cops get caught doing while serving an eviction notice.
Okay, put him in my shirt.
Oh, I'm stealing.
Ray-Bans.
In late January of 2021, Texas Constable Curtis Trailer Harris and his two deputies, LaQuetta Banks and Derek Holman, are serving an eviction notice when one of their body cams accidentally activates, catching them in a shocking act.
Hold on, don't come down here.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Hold on. That box right.
Constable Trailer Harris and Deputy Banks are both seen finding watches and cocaine in the resident's closet. They steal at will, completely oblivious to the activated camera recording their every move. Deputy Banks watches herself in the mirror, shoving the resident's valuables in her vest.
Oh no, there's a whole bunch in the other bag too. I found some bullets. It was the bullets on top of that. I didn't go. Ready?
Yeah. Let's get this because it's blend.
Easy reach. Scale. Some more money.
After being baffled by the ammo clip she finds, Deputy Banks helps Constable Trailer Harris stash the loose cash from the bedside drawer before she's interrupted by one of the residents claiming to have their lawyer on the phone. Not that this will thwart them from their search for more items to steal.
You still in here? Oakley glasses. Like they got everything in a good spot. Got it.
Keep anything of value?
This, all this. Yeah. Okay. Hold on, put this right there. Now I
Searches a child's room and finds herself.
We done got hot.
Just a little bit.
Oh yeah, I need to go sit on the rest.
Yeah, go sit down.
Several items missing, including cash, makeup, and a safe containing antique coins, military medals, and personal documents. After an internal investigation, Deputy Banks' incriminating body cam was found. All three were suspended from duty, arrested, and charged with abuse of official capacity, official oppression, and property theft. Trailer Harris was found guilty and sentenced to 5 years probation, after which he was allowed to resign. LaQuetta Banks pleaded guilty in exchange for a plea bargain and received 18 months probation, and Derek Holman was found not guilty. While some corrupt cops abuse their power to steal, others use it to settle disputes with their daughter's boyfriends or make them much worse.
You're going to jail. Get out. Call 911, you're going to jail. Get in my car.
You have to give me a reason. By law, why are you pushing me?
On April 16, 2018, Officer John Kovach of Lorraine, Ohio pulls over 18-year-old Makai Coleman, seemingly for no reason. But we'll soon learn that this is no ordinary traffic stop and the true motivations behind it much more personal.
Yeah, it's his daughter in the car. And he's pissed that she's dating a black guy by the looks of it.
You can get out. You're going to jail. Get out. Have a seat in my car. We'll make shit up as we go.
Officer Kovach, without identifying himself, immediately tells Mackay he's going to jail and commands him out of the vehicle. When asked his reasons, Kovach says, we'll make it up as we go along, implying that he has none, but he's open to finding some.
Any guns, knives, weed on you? What's that? Obviously. Go ahead, get smart. Before I can do something to you, even more.
Officer Kovach continues to bait Mackay, hoping to get a reaction that will give him an excuse to use force. But before he can, one of the 3 teenage passengers in the vehicle interrupts.
The drone age has begun in the large-scale military online action game War.
Yeah, come on.
But as he deals with her, he'll miss a call from dispatch about a potential shooting.
121 and 124. I think I'm playing with you. Have a seat.
Come on, Vegas, you're taking a sweet ass time.
34 Ashland. I tell you get out of the car? Did I tell you get out of the car?
On a road that's close to 12. Sales advising a white female in a blue Jeep, find them with a gun. She's in a Ford Focus, Lion.
Oh, excuse me.
So she did show it. She has a 1015 permit.
Your dad know my daughter's in your house? Yeah. Or is your ma there?
Kovach assumes the passenger is related to Mackay and asks if her dad knows his daughter is at their house, a strange question which seems to baffle the female. But things heat up when the mother of 2 of the teens, Gloria Morales, comes out of her house asking questions, and Kovach and one of his own.
My daughter in there?
Location because of supposed concerns over her mental health and because of her relationship with Coleman, who she was staying with against his wishes. But what he threatens Morales with next is a shocking abuse of police power.
I don't know. You know, so if I check and you're lying to me, you're going to jail. Well, I was told she was here. So if I check, and well, that boy's been harboring her. Okay, I heard she was suicidal. All right. Okay. You come in and check, right? It's gonna cost $20.
But after Morales refuses to let Kovach come into her house to search for the laptop, he decides a different approach. Threaten her daughter with a ticket, but predictably, her mother won't appreciate this and will let him know it.
Your information, you're getting a ticket for not wearing your seatbelt.
I had my seatbelt.
No, you didn't. You can go to court then. Okay?
Fuck me.
No, you didn't. You can, well, you can plead not guilty and you can go to court then.
I had my seatbelt.
Go back in your house. Oh, you do.
How I'm going to tell the judge that you came to my house.
You're being disorderly. Would you like to jail? You're being disorderly.
How am I being disorderly?
She wasn't wearing a seatbelt.
I was wearing my seatbelt. How am I being disorderly? You making this personal. You want to ticket my daughter because you think your daughter is in my house.
No, she wasn't wearing a seatbelt.
Is going in your personal
It's on video.
You shouldn't take her with a uniform.
It's on video.
Okay? It is personal.
It's on video.
When you accuse me of your daughter
You're being
in my
disorderly.
house,
Would you like to?
How am I being disorderly?
I'm trying to conduct an investigation. You're obstructing me. You're obstructing me.
For your daughter, you're using police time.
You're obstructing me.
Time.
This is your last warning.
I'm going to call 911.
You call 911. I am construed. Call 911, you're going to jail.
Morales says she's calling 911, which causes a panicking Kovach to threaten to arrest her. But he soon won't have any need, as he learns that his daughter has been right under his nose this entire time.
Go ahead with your mom. I'm letting her go with you. She's in the car. I didn't even see you. Get out of the car. Get in my car. Go ahead, you guys are good. Ma'am, they could go with you. Get in my car.
Goodbye. 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 Get in my car.
You can't. You can't take me. I am 18.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Hey, well, you can get back in the car. You're in the
No, you're not. Get in my car.
Why are you taking me?
Get in my car.
Why are you taking me? You have to give me a reason. By law, why are you pushing me? Why are you fucking pushing me? Why are you doing this? Turn on your camera, guys. Turn it on.
Get in my car.
You can't arrest me for no reason. You can't. You can't.
Caitlin! Knock it off!
You don't want me.
Yeah, this is a hard one to watch. I will admit that.
Get in the car.
Why are you putting her in the car?
She was suicidal yesterday.
I was not. You weren't even with me yesterday.
Just like, well, Friday. Get in the car.
Friday, I was not.
Get in the car.
I have video proof with me all day yesterday.
Get in the car.
You're not harboring a fugitive. She's an adult. She has no risk. She has no business once she's gone.
Get in the car.
I'm not. I was going home to her mother, and you're ruining it. I can't. You gotta come down.
That's fine. She's going to the hospital.
Tell me why she's in the hospital, because you think of what?
ROG Phone 8 is the best gaming phone we have ever made. It's a lot more compact, and it's lighter too. 8 is also...
She's going to the hospital because she said she was going to kill herself Friday.
No, I didn't!
Where is
I
it?
did
You
not!
have a text message, anything?
I did not!
Yes.
What?
You have anything?
I did not!
Okay, that's true abuse of power. On the high end of it, that's there. See, here's my language. This literally is kidnapping.
You're going to go to the hospital, all right?
No, I'm fucking not! I never said this!
You told me Friday.
I never did! What do you mean? I wasn't even with you! I wouldn't let me out of the car!
Victims of so-called gaslighting are deliberately told false information about themselves, often leading them to question reality or even their own sanity. Officer Kovac's attempt wouldn't work on his daughter or on the Lorain Police Department, who fired him for violating multiple department policies. As entitled as that officer was, our next finds out what happens when a fellow cop doesn't let him get away with speeding on his way to work.
Now, see, this one's a main.
On June 6, 2023, a Seminole County, Florida deputy spots an Orlando police officer stop try and get to authority. Chowne was later fired and charged with resisting an officer and fleeing from law enforcement. While every case of police corruption is serious, that was nothing compared to our next one.
And you said that you made a traffic stop after work, but you didn't call it in.
I didn't call it.
Did she or anything? Don't take me to jail, I'll do this.
How long do you usually take on traffic stop?
I don't know what to believe,
Oh.
because you tell me this, I go to verify it, she tells me the opposite, and now I'm wondering what you're telling the truth about. I don't believe you.
On June 18, 2014, Oklahoma City police officer Daniel Holtzclaw arrived for his afternoon shift only to be confronted by detectives from the department's sex crimes unit. They received a disturbing claim about a sexual assault committed by one of their officers early that morning, and with all evidence pointing to Daniel, he's placed in an interrogation room to undergo questioning.
Now, I know you're an officer, and I know you've seen these 1,000 times and you've read them yourself.
Right.
You still ask me any questions if you have one.
Right.
Okay, don't be embarrassed of that.
Right.
Okay?
I think I'm already embarrassed.
Why are you embarrassed? Why? Tell me why you're
The
embarrassed.
station deal, so.
Nobody. Well, I mean, there's rumors flying. I know, and we tried to do that as kind of quietly as we could, and that's why we took you up the front and stuff. But this is gonna make the rumors go away.
Okay.
Okay.
No, it
For you.
won't.
The rumor tomorrow is going to be on somebody else.
Right.
Does that make sense? So let's get them off of you and get them on to somebody else and get this over with. Okay? All right. You have the right to remain silent.
No, you don't.
You understand that? Okay. Anything you say can and will be
Well, I
used
don't know. I
against
think
you
it's
in
LA
court of
County
law.
has that
You understand
where you
that?
don't have a Fifth Amendment.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. You understand that? If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish one. If you decide to make a statement, you may stop the interview at any time.
Start with the sound.
You understand each of these rights I've explained to you? I do. Just write yes or I do or whatever right there. Oh, you're lefty too. Okay, hold on. You shoot right-handed, but you right left-handed?
Yeah, I'm ambidextrous.
Me too. I shoot right-handed and right left-handed. That's which do you
Bad right-handed, throw left-handed.
Oh, I'm the opposite. I throw right-handed, but I bat left-handed.
Pain.
No, I'm
Ooh, running bit of pain.
How do you eat?
The dead still Daniel is clearly uncomfortable being on the wrong side of Miranda. The detective tells him this will make the rumors
Vegas
stop, but it's yet
forgot
to be
that
known
one
if her
existed.
efforts at bonding will get her any closer to the truth.
Okay, look, just like we talked in the car. You haven't heard any rumors?
So when I walked in the station, I see Captain lean over, not unusual. Captain Clifton, hey, but then I've seen you in the cabin, I've never seen you, and so.
Well, nobody.
But I haven't heard anything.
Okay.
So I'm just looking at things.
You had said, and we told you that there was a traffic stop.
Right.
That somebody made some allegations against an officer.
Right.
They don't know the officer's name. None of that. And you said that you made a traffic stop after work.
Yeah.
But you didn't call it in.
I didn't call it.
Where was that?
It was about Northeast 50th and Lincoln, just to the west.
Okay. Tell me about that stop.
I was going west, going on Northeast 50th, probably a block just east of Lincoln. I see a red Grand Prix or Grand Am in my right lane, and the outside lane on the outside lane.
Fucking.
The car swerves, and so at the time I'm doing
She was. Let's go to the next one. That's like half an hour long. Long story short, he gets arrested for sexual assault.
Thrown 40 feet either, but she is dead. Yeah, just write a check. She was 26 anyway. She had limited value.
On January 23, 2023, Seattle, the Way police officer Kevin Dave receives a call from dispatch about a possible drug overdose taking place.
Fuck.
En route to the scene, Dave strikes and kills a college-age female pedestrian. Fellow officer Daniel Otterer arrives to evaluate Dave, and after leaving the scene is soon recorded discussing the incident on the phone with a fellow officer.
I mean, he's going 50. That's not out of control. That's not reckless for a trained driver. Yeah, lights and sirens. Yeah, well, there's some. Initially, he said she was in a crosswalk. There's a witness that says no, she wasn't. But that witness could be different because I don't think she was thrown 40 feet either. I think she went up on the hood, hit the windshield, then when he hit the brakes, flew off the car. But she is dead. No, it's a regular person.
The regular person that Officer Otterer is laughing about was 23-year-old Janavi Kandala. A native of India, she was earning a master's degree in information systems from Northeastern University's Seattle campus when she died. But while no price can truly be placed on a human life, Otterer would have a figure in mind.
Yeah, just write a check. Just, yeah, $11,000. She was 26 anyway. She had limited value.
Fuck you.
Audier seems to realize his body cam is still on and promptly deactivates it, but the damage is done, and after the tape was released to public outcry, the Seattle Police Department now claims Audier has been administratively reassigned to a non-operational position. He still holds onto his position as vice president of the Seattle Police Officers Guild. As outrageous as these cases were, wait until you see when evil girlfriends get arrested.
Stay in the car! Really? Stay in the car!
From an aggressive officer resorting to
What do we have?
That was a real rat act. At UFC 243, Nadia Kassem faced a shy Ji-Yeon Kim. Kasim, who graduated from the Rat Institute with honors, committed a despicable act and immediately paid the price.
Early knockout for Kim. Kassem back to her feet.
Kasim was able to continue the fight and behaved arrogantly despite mostly beating the air. Next, she tried to perform the dirty trick again and was outraged that her opponent didn't fall for the trick this time. Shy Kim punished the pretty rat time after time and corrected her makeup by smashing her face. In the second round, Kim unleashed a hail of unanswered punches and ended the fight with a blow to the liver, taking the mean rat to the school of good manners. If you enjoyed watching, please like and subscribe. Thank you.
You humans never get tired of setting people up.
That was a real rat act.
Let's look at this. I do pretty good doing music in this.
Worst case scenario is that your camera will be a part of evidence, but we're not going to go there because I have a camera. I have plenty of cameras going, so I don't need your camera. Now, if something were to happen to where, man, we get into a shooting or something or a fight and somebody gets hurt, then you know what? I'm taking your camera because that's so you got to be careful with that in the future. Okay, when you're doing this.
This is Auditor Philip Turner, who on December 31st, 2016, was filming a traffic stop in New Braunfels, Texas. He was then stopped by 2 deputies Coleman County Sheriff's Office for illegal recording. Let's see how it all went down.
What's that?
Can you go stand back over where you work for me, sir?
All being here?
Yes, sir, there is. I don't want you to be in direct line with that vehicle. I'd like for you to go back to where you were standing. You can continue filming all you'd like, but I don't want you right here.
Am I interfering?
Well, technically now you're starting to pose into somebody else's private property with your videoing. Yes, sir. Hey, did they give you permission to film inside their truck?
I don't need permission out in public.
In somebody's vehicle?
I don't need permission out in public.
No, not to film us. You're correct. But to film inside somebody's vehicle, that's an extension of their house, and that is a private place. So you do need somebody's permission to film inside their vehicle.
But is that a crime?
Even though the First Amendment allows filming in public places, including car interiors visible from public spaces, the officer's statement is only partly true. It's usually okay to film inside a car in public, but it's important to respect people's privacy, get permission if you can, and have a good reason for recording.
Do you have your information? Your driver's license?
What's that?
Do you have your driver's license or name, date, birth?
For what?
Because now you're a witness to this crime that we're doing.
What crime is that?
The crime that we got these people in the back of these cars for.
I don't know what crime they committed.
You don't have to know. Okay, there's people all there in possession of narcotics. That's why they're in the back of our cars. So, do you have your name?
Now you witnessed me to the crime.
Or driver's license?
No.
So you're going to refuse to be listed as a witness since you sat here and videotaped the entire scene?
If you need a copy of the video, I can give you a copy of the video.
Well, yeah, but we're also going to need to identify you in our report that you were here videoing, so when we come to get a copy of that video, we can get that.
All right, let me talk to your supervisor.
He said that he won't want to give us his name or date of birth until he talks to our supervisor. So.
And you're probably going to end up going to jail because right now you're witnessing a crime.
Mr. Turner can't be arrested just for refusing to share information. He could only face charges if he intentionally gives false information to the police. In many places, you have the right to stay silent and don't need to give your ID to an officer unless you're actually arrested. If the police think you might be involved in a crime, they can briefly detain you and ask for your name and birth date. Some states have specific rules, like in Texas, where you have to provide your name, address, and birth date if you're lawfully arrested.
Well, I asked to talk to a supervisor. He's here, so why can't I speak with him?
Because you're refusing to give your information, you'll be going to jail for failure to identify as you're a witness to a crime.
So I need to give you my ID to speak to your supervisor? Is that what you're telling me?
No.
Okay, I need to speak to your supervisor.
Why do you need to speak to your supervisor?
Because I requested to speak to him.
What warrants that?
Because I requested to speak to him, and he's here.
Okay. So what's your point?
He's here. I need to speak with him.
You've got no part of the scene, right? But you want to speak to our supervisor.
You can speak to him.
Okay.
Yeah, but you'll be in handcuffs and you'll be at the jail. Is that what you want to do?
I need to speak to your supervisor.
Is that what you want to do?
I need to speak to your supervisor.
Why aren't you understanding? You put yourself in this situation right here.
No, you didn't.
You see that? You're on private property.
Private
right now.
or public?
You're on private property right now.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Do you have permission to be here?
Did the owner trespass me?
Well, this guy...
He doesn't want you here.
This guy actually did come over and tell us he wanted you to leave.
So what's up?
All right, so I can get you a business card.
Yeah.
But this is what I do. I film what public officials do on public property. I'm a journalist. I gather content for stories.
That's cool.
But this officer here was telling me that I had to move back over there. I couldn't stand over there. And I was asking him why. He told me that I wasn't allowed to film inside the vehicle here. But
I mean, that's their privacy too. We got to get their consent to go in, so what makes it any different for you?
Well, that's to go in.
Yeah.
But I'm not going in. I'm just observing. That's kind of like equivalent to this is his property, but I can't film it because it's on his property.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, and it's not against the law.
Okay.
So he needs to get educated on that because that's clearly not the case. Okay. Now, am I currently being detained here, or am I free to go?
You're free to go, man. I'm here. I came all the way from Canyon Lake to talk to you.
We need to identify him now.
Okay. You need to identify me?
Yes, sir, I do.
For?
Because you're a witness to a crime and you sat here and recorded the whole crime.
I don't know what crime was committed.
I told you.
I didn't see y'all pulling
And then you said that you still wouldn't identify yourself until you spoke to our sergeant. Now you spoke to the sergeant, so I need to get your name and date of birth so I can
give you a copy.
Yeah. I pulled an advert. Fuck. Witnesses don't need to be compelled. This is as far as I know to give information that way. We have to identify witnesses if they want to be witnesses to the crime, or not, but don't have to identify the information. It might be different in Texas, I do not know that. So I can't give accurate information on that one. What the fuck is this?
The vehicle, I can give you a copy of the video.
I don't need a copy of the vehicle.
I give you a business card.
I need your identifying information so I can list you in the report as a witness.
Yeah, you're a witness.
Because right now you're failing to ID as a witness to a crime.
What crime?
Hey, what's your first name, man?
I'll give you my first name. It's Philip.
Philip.
Yes, I'll give you that.
Best case scenario, that female and that male says that we did something against the law. 8 cops against one person, right? So you know who I would want? I would want the guy who's not even involved in this to be my witness. So that's what we're trying to explain to you.
So me as a witness?
You're part of any type of information that anybody that comes in. We're gonna have to ID him because he's in our cameras now.
Dean, I already got his business card. He already identified himself.
So he gave his name and date of birth and all that stuff?
Yes, I've got it all right
I
here.
said I can go get a business card too. I just said that.
Well, that's fine, but here's the thing. You can't leave until we identify you.
Like I said, I already told you, I'm a journalist. I gather content for stores. That's it.
Fine. We had no problem with that, man. We just don't like the space.
And that's what I told you earlier. I didn't have a problem with the video.
Now, sorry. Am I free to go or am I being detained?
Until you give your name again. Need anything from them? You good?
I'm good.
Do you want to leave the building? Okay. Can you try and identify for us?
Yeah. Let's go here. I like no reason to argue, man. You're not doing anything wrong, and but here's the deal. They got a point there. I mean, your worst case scenario is that your camera would be a part of evidence, but we're not going to go there because I have a camera. I have plenty of cameras going, so I don't need your camera. Now, if something were to happen to where, man, we get into a shooting or something or a fight and somebody gets hurt, then you know what? I'm taking your camera because that's the way. So you got to be careful with that in the future. Okay, when you're doing this, because
on that one, I'll tell you, there was a shooting on 6th Street that happened not too long ago, and I helped aided them catching the shooter.
And I have no problem with that. No. But that's what's called evidence. It's not that I want your camera because I want you to stop doing this. It's just that, man, you would be surprised how many angles we need nowadays.
I understand that.
You know.
Sergeant Montz initially misunderstood the situation and tried to support his deputies. However, after talking to Mr. Turner, he realized the mistake, understood Mr. Turner's rights, and let him go without forcing him to identify himself. Later, the deputy also realizes that there was nothing wrong with filming a public place. Safe to say, he won't be stopping any First Amendment auditors anytime soon. But if you think that Sergeant Montz owned 2 deputies, wait till you find out how this cop got schooled by his boss in the following video.
So they're saying if you show them government ID,
I would be able to, correct. That's what they're saying. And what I'm saying is that's unconstitutional. And I understand we might have difference of opinion, but the reason why I'm here today is to challenge that unconstitutional policy, and that has authorization.
Certain parts of the building you're not allowed to go in?
No, just you're not allowed to go into the building at all without a government issued ID.
All right, I'm gonna go speak to them.
All right, thanks, Sergeant.
This is Auditor Sean Paul Reyes, who was at the Nassau County Government Building in Mineola, New York on February 3rd, 2022. He wanted to meet the county clerk to make a public records request, but the security guard and supervisor stopped him from entering the building unless he provided his address and date of birth. Let's see how it all went down.
See the county clerk?
Okay.
So does
Your driver's license?
I don't have a driver's license.
What is your name?
Ben Franklin.
Ben Franklin?
Correct.
What's your date of birth, Ben?
Why do you need my date of birth?
What is your date of birth? You want to come in this building?
Yeah, I have business to conduct, ma'am. I just don't see why this is not Nazi Germany. I don't see why I would need to give
Date of birth, I need your address.
my address and my date of birth.
Yes.
For what, ma'am? I don't understand. Do you have a supervisor I could speak with?
The Fourth Amendment protects individuals from unreasonable searches and seizures. This principle applies to demands for identification, which can be considered a seizure of personal information. So when Auditor Sean Paul Reyes asks why he needs to provide his identification, he is doing the right thing.
Sir, please put the phone away, please. You're not allowed to video or tape.
I'm sorry?
Please put it away.
Why
I'm
can't
asking you
I
nicer because there's a sign posted outside that you can't do that in here.
why can't I record in here?
Who are you here to see, the county clerk?
I'm here to see the county clerk. I have business to conduct. I have to do a public records request.
Do you have
I
anything
don't
on you
I have
that you can show us your name?
no.
So we can let you in.
I don't have anything with my name.
Okay.
I don't have it. I
Hold
want
on.
to
Please just say yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Ridiculous. I'm not turning anything off, ma'am.
You are turning it off.
I'm not turning it off, ma'am. The biggest hypocrites of them all. They're always recording us, but the minute we record them, it's an issue.
The First Amendment protects the right to record government officials.
Blitz is now available for Apex, with completely customizable real-time stats on what you want to improve that you can play
in public spaces, including government offices, as long as it does not interfere with their duties or violate any reasonable security measure. The auditor's scuffle is still continuing when the second supervisor also arrives at the scene.
Can I get your name?
Say it, or
Is that Brodsky? Brodsky? See? This is why it's more polite to tell somebody their name. So I can't enter in a public building and conduct services without showing some sort of government ID. That sounds like Nazi Germany to me, not United States of America. Under whose authority?
You've lost me there, mate. No.
It's a policy of the
Of
building.
the county, this building needs ID in order to go in.
Can you show me the policy? Where is the policy?
I don't have it on me, but that is the policy.
So you're enforcing a
That's why
policy that you can't even
the
show
sign
me.
is on there.
You're enforcing a policy you can't even show me.
All,
There's a sign, so you can take that to free.
Where?
Please have picture ID ready to show the public.
This is a taxpayer-funded ID. I'm trying to conduct business. But is that you don't need an ID to vote for the president of the United States, but yet you need an ID to enter in some county building? That doesn't even make any sense.
If you were to get on the airplane, would you be able to get in without your driver's license?
No, because that's a private company.
Okay.
That's why.
Hi, so we have a gentleman here, and you can talk.
Hi, sir. How are you? I'm here to see the county clerk, and because I don't have ID and I won't show ID, they're denying me public services.
Okay.
And at that point, I feel like my constitutional rights are being violated by the public safety here. This is a public building. Just because it's been a policy for a long time, that means nobody's come here to challenge that policy. And that's what I'm doing here today. That's exactly what I'm doing here. I'm challenging that policy because it's unconstitutional.
Auditor Reyes thinks that it is unconstitutional to force citizens to show ID in public places. But the officers think otherwise.
Signs right here. Must show
It's Sir, officer, it's an unconstitutional policy. You and your partner took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Right now, somebody is in violation of that Constitution, and you're not, and all you're doing is allowing it to happen.
You're not leaving, and they're gonna have you on the trespass form. You'll be getting arrested for trespass.
Okay, so are you going to give me a trespass? Am I being trespassed from the building?
We got a trespass form. You have to sign. That's it.
Okay, great. I'll do that. Yep.
Right, no problem.
So we'll go ahead and do that route. Big mistake. You guys are opening yourself up to civil litigation here. Okay. Big mistake. But I'll take that trespass form.
No federal law mandates citizens to show ID to enter federal government offices. While authorities have legitimate interests in verification, these cannot override the individual's fundamental right to access essential services. Citizens have the right to freely access public government buildings and engage in petitioning activities. As Auditor Reyes moves outside, the police sergeant appears on the scene.
Hey, how you doing today, Sarge? Yeah, so I wanted to speak with you because I'm being trespassed from this building.
Okay.
I'm trying to conduct business. I'm a journalist. I'm trying to conduct business here by doing a Freedom of Information Act request.
Okay. So they're saying if you show them government ID,
I would be able to,
clerk?
correct. That's what they're saying. And what I'm saying is that's unconstitutional. And I understand we might have difference of opinion, but the reason why I'm here today is to challenge that unconstitutional policy. And
he's right in a way, yes.
Authorization.
Certain parts of the building you're not allowed to go, or you're just
No, you're not allowed to go into the building at all without a government issued ID.
Alright, I'm gonna go speak to them.
All right, thanks, Sergeant. Appreciate it.
Sergeant McDonough of Nassau County is the first officer in this whole clip who's acting rationally. He asks the auditor some basic questions to gain clarity on the matter and proceeds to talk to the supervisor of the office.
You just gotta go through the security thing, and
okay.
you're welcome to go in there.
All right, thanks, Sergeant.
Come on in.
Appreciate it.
No, well, Sergeant actually, he is right. It's unconstitutional. They can't force ID.
After understanding the situation, Sergeant McDonough tells Auditor Reyes that he is right and is clear to go inside without a name or identification.
Hi.
How can I help you?
Hi, what was your name?
Joanne.
Joanne, nice to meet you, Joanne.
Nice to meet you. What can we help you with today?
I just wanted to do a FOIL request.
The knowledgeable and courteous sergeant not only schooled the ignorant supervisor of the public building on the law, but he also ensured that Auditor Reyes does not face any difficulty in getting his work done. Even though things here got messy at first, having officers like Sergeant McDonough makes us hopeful that things between the police and the public can get better. But if you think Sergeant McDonough schooled both the supervisors calmly and took things into his own hands, wait till you see how this next supervisor handled the situation.
Yeah, they just kicked me off the property.
What's going on here?
I'm just filming. I was taking pictures of the government building. That's all. The security guard walked around for like 5 minutes, never once asked me to leave. I had my body cam the whole time. He gets there and tells me I better give him my name or I got to get the hell off the property.
This is citizen journalist and civil rights activist Delaware Defender. On March 11, 2021, he was trying to take pictures of a public service building in Denton, Maryland. He was then stopped by a security guard and a police officer for causing the disturbance. Let's find out what happened next.
How you doing, sir? I'm doing pretty good. It's a beautiful day.
I think Vegas forgot him alive.
I'm from Delaware. I'm just taking some pictures of the exterior of the building. I see it's by appointment only inside, and I did not make an appointment, so.
What do you mean?
I just seen a sign on the door that says they're doing appointment only.
For what service were you looking for?
I wasn't looking for any service in particular. I just wanted to come get some pictures of the lobby. If that's cool, I'd like to do that if that's allowed. Just the public areas. I don't want to go in any kind of restricted areas whatsoever. I see it's the public services building, but I know there's restrictions with COVID and everything, so that's why I seen appointment only. I wasn't gonna just walk in.
It depends on, well, yeah, it is appointment only. I suppose it depends on what service you're looking for. Some of the offices are open on a limited basis.
Okay.
Some of the workers are teleworking, so you still have access to them, but it's just not home.
Okay. No, I just really wanted to get some pictures of the lobby and stuff. I didn't really want to talk to anybody in particular. Just get some pictures of the public areas, just to see. You know, I do like video tours and stuff sometimes, and then to the public building, it's open to the public.
What's that?
Oh, it's just a body cam.
Citizens have the right to photograph public service buildings from publicly accessible areas such as sidewalks, streets, and parks. This includes the exterior and portions of the interior visible from these vantage points.
Are you expecting trouble?
I get it a lot, unfortunately, yeah. Just when I go in public, yeah, it's bad. So I just stare from out my protection. Most of the time, it's not a big deal, but you never know when it's going to be. So you got to be prepared for the worst. So, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's accessing First Amendment rights. That is true. Blah blah blah. That's fine. Problem with a lot of these orders is they push towards antagonization, I think, and that's the biggest issue they have. So he's been polite. He's asking politely for what he wants to do, and he's not demanding so far. So we'll see how it goes.
Definitely.
I couldn't tell you if they'd allow you to take photos inside or not. I mean, it is a public building, but I'm not sure if I fully understand what you're doing. So.
Oh, just like seeing what our tax dollars pay for to get the lobby. That's why I don't want to go to any restricted areas. Obviously, I'm not allowed there, or the back rooms. I just want to wherever the public's allowed to walk in. If there's a waiting room, stuff like that. Just get a quick, scan of the area, see what's in there. If there's any pamphlets or any public information available for the public when they walk in. Stuff like that, just doing like a public information story, stuff like that.
Well, I think probably the best thing I could do is probably give you a number to call, and then you can contact them, and then they'd be the one to authorize you to come in.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I am back. I apologize for my long absence.
Hello.
Oh, sorry, some interesting conversations occurred, which kept me occupied.
For 2 hours?
Yes. I mean, like, I could tell you now, or I can tell you like a little bit. Like, it's up to you. I don't want to just jump in and fuck your groove.
My groove's already been. I was going through the original trivia I had, but unfortunately, those ones where I do need more of your input from someone else as well. So
fair.
I'm not swearing at the monitor, to be honest, at these ones. So I've just been finding random videos on the YouTube on my For You page and playing those at the moment.
So I know. So my uncle, he's called Peter. He lives out in Colorado in America.
Yes.
Try to talk us into moving out there.
All right.
So we had a little 2-hour mini discussion on the topic. I am sorely fucking tempted to say fuck this to this entire country and go out there.
America's so much better than this country, to be honest, mate.
Nah, I don't like their economy is fucking stronger at the minute.
Is it balls?
Nah. This is the thing, right? We were talking to him about the prices of stuff and actually running it through the exchange rate. It's so fucking cheaper out there for stuff. Cigarettes work out about £6 a packet, and that's official, not fucking dodgies.
Yeah, cigarettes.
Petrol's fucking £2 to the gallon.
There are some things that are cheaper, but you got to remember how you take account of other things such as medical care is way
That's
more
been that
expensive.
like that was the last one we were talking about. We're like obviously like with my mom's health conditions, like we have to look into the exact pricing of that before we make any decisions. Because like she's on a lot of fucking medicines, but even it's like the actual like income hourly for like both mine and my mother's professions are higher out there than it is here.
Oh yeah, but the problem you go to the typical sales tax though.
Yeah, because that's what 10% off the top of my head.
Depending on
Their
state.
sales tax.
Depending on state. From that one.
Even like it still it seems like listen, we're not making a hard decision on it, but currently it seems like a viable option.
Don't get us wrong, it is a viable option. The problem with
it's just a case of like, can we actually get the money together to get out there? Is the current more immediate part of the plan that needs hashed out?
Yeah.
Then actually think about the more intense details like Medicare and shit like that.
Also, you got to think of the fact of would it let you emigrate over?
I mean, this is the thing. Like, as I said, we've got two American citizens that are willing to sponsor us in that regard. So, like, we're pretty much chips in by default. Neither of us have criminal convictions because they haven't fucking caught me yet, and they never will. They've got to find the bodies first. You know, like, statistically, we're good. Like,
like I said, America is probably it's one of those places where, depending on the state you go to, can drastically affect how
it would be Colorado that would be going to if we were going to move out there. It would be Colorado, at least to begin with.
Colorado's a blue state, if I remember correctly.
Not a clue. I do not follow American politics that closely.
If you would, I would suggest because cost of living and taxes and stuff like that are worse than the blue states by far, compared to like the Republican states, much more cheaper.
I don't know, dude. Like from the conversation we had, my uncle, where like we were comparing the prices of stuff, like for us versus him, like it seems good.
I don't know, it probably is fairly decent. I mean, we would think about going to Canada at some point.
He's paying like $4.44 to the gallon. Like it's like for petrol.
That causes shit over there though.
I mean, yeah. To be fair though, he drives a decent car. Cause my uncle's a car nerd. He does racing and that. Like he's a mechanic. Like he knows his shit when it comes to cars. So like he has good cars. Like he's got I think it was like a '96 Jaguar X10, if I remember rightly. He was telling me about it like a few minutes ago, and I know it's a Jaguar.
If it's Jaguar X10, then unfortunately your uncle does not have very good taste in cars.
I know it's a Jaguar. I don't know if it's the X10 or not. I know it's an old ass Jaguar. It's one of the automatic ones, though.
The problem with Jaguars is they can look nice on the outside. Skin wise, they're quite nice, pretty. Mechanically wise.
Yeah, mechanically, 9 times out of 10, they're a nightmare.
Especially, I think sometimes you get more liability out of a freaking Alfa Romeo than you do some Jags. And Alfa Romeos, you start them if you drive, and then you're walking the rest of the way home.
Yeah.
With an Alfa.
But, to be fair, he's trying to soup up the Jaguar to be like a racing Jaguar as well. So like, he definitely knows what he's doing.
Good luck with him with that one, especially the X10. To be honest.
I don't know. Like I said, he's been a mechanic for long enough for me to go, because I don't know cars and shit. So like, and he does. So it's like he's been doing it for long enough for me to go, yeah, that'll probably work. I trust you to know if that'll work or not. You know cars better than I do. You actually understand how an engine works. As far as I'm concerned, it's black magic bullshit, and fairies run petrol fumes from the fuel tank to the engine block, and they craft stars inside the engine, which makes the heat, which causes the engine to go vroom vroom.
That's not the worst expression I've ever heard, to be honest.
This is the thing, that's genuinely how I thought cars worked when I was a child. Like, that was genuinely, as a kid, how I thought cars worked, and honestly, it was closer than it should have been.
To be honest, for me, when a kid with cars, my dad was dismantling engines in my living room.
So was my dad, and I still don't understand how cars work at all.
Best one of that one is my mum put on a nice cream carpet when you did one, and he said to me, "Mum," and I quote, "I put newspaper down."
Nice.
A whole ass engine block from a car in the middle of the room. Him sitting on the couch stripping it down.
Yep. They put newspaper down though.
Yeah.
I'll protect the carpet. It'll be fine.
Right, let's get back on track a little bit quickly.
Sure.
I sped Chili up to 1.25 speed. Right, this is what he goes on about because this is what he put in ChatGPT. Right, I spent moments raging at him for it, to be honest.
Media. And the reason why I became the leader that I am on social media with law, U.S. Constitution. And so now I am a constitutional law scholar. That means I have read. Okay, I have spent a long time reading things and learning things to be able to say I'm a constitutional law scholar. And one of the things that I've studied in such amazing.
So that make you a femboy scholar.
I mean, I want Tim on the horn or anything. I mean, I like if it was available at a university, I could have a PhD in fanboy.
I guarantee you, if you go to America, you'll find a university that's got a specialty in that.
I mean, probably.
Detail is history. And the history of the world says that government, we don't have a government that's based on the rule of law. We have a tyrannical government that's out of control, where power has corrupted men and women. We know this because the big money in our government right now is still sending money to Israel as we see thousands of kids with amputated.
Right, one point in that one I didn't make earlier, again. They are not. Israel's bitching the fact that no Americans doesn't any money over. Also, Israel's quite a rich country. They don't require it.
Correct.
Please get in your head. What are you typing?
Oh, so I'm responding to a text message I missed while I was away.
Legs.
So I didn't realize my mic would pick that up.
Stop. And I come from Jewish heritage. So with that being said, now here's the thing. Without
right, hang on, one thing about that one. He's Jewish heritage is not about.
Is it bad that makes a lot of sense?
What's that?
Like Jewish heritage. Is it bad that like that makes sense actually?
No, hang on. This is a bit about his Jewish heritage. Right? He claims he's Colombian. Right? Naturalized Colombian. Not naturalized, born Colombian.
Yeah.
Right? Because of his heritage. Colombians are Portuguese. By ancestry.
Yes.
Now, you know history. What did the Portuguese do to the Jews in, say, the early 18th century?
How do I put it gently? Polite Hitlering?
I think there's a thing called the Inquisition.
We'll go with polite Hitlering.
There's a thing called the Inquisition, which was set to write out the Jews in a Catholic Portuguese state.
I said polite Hitlering.
Yeah, so
unlike the Hitlers, they knocked first.
I saw a meme about Hitler just before we did the thingy, and it came up saying, "I said I wanted juice, not gas the juice."
Nah, that one's old though. To be fair,
I've never seen it. So the odds of him having Jewish heritage are, let's say,
slim.
Yeah.
Government without the rule of law, without a founding document that everybody has to follow, including kings, monarchs, princes, and rulers. Without the rule of law, it goes to absolute and total chaos. Government is a needed function. I don't love it. I don't love this tyrannical jackboot thug pig government. However, now what I did, because I could sit here and say, I'm a constitutional law scholar, blah, 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 right? Who gives a shit what I think? I could just be some dunce cap up here selling snake oil. So what I did is I put into ChatGPT, explain to me the history of what happened with countries that didn't have a government, a rule of law, or a social contract. That's the question that I asked to Chat.
Yeah, right. So yes, just ChatGPT. What happened to countries without a government, a rule of law, or a social contract? Right. Those are 3 criteria points.
They gained one of them. That's what happened to them. No such country currently exists anymore.
Alright, this is what ChatGPT gives him.
And this is the answer that I got. And then we're going to go on because we have to talk about Holly Barlow. But this information right here, this hopefully will help Brian at Here's the Deal in his upcoming debate against that statist. I am not a statist. I do not worship government. I know for fact government is explained to me. It says the concept of the rule of law, particularly as established by a constitution, is indeed central to the idea of a modern republic like the United States. However, before the American Revolution in 1776, many societies and countries struggled or failed due to the lack of such structured governance. And what is that governance? A constitution.
Governance, you bad speaking cunt.
Right, yeah. A
You're
modern...
gonna fucking say words, at least fucking pronounce them correctly, for fuck's sake.
Right, a modern republic in the Constitution. The problem with the Constitution is it's paper. It has no real power behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Without the government, it has no real power. And all the Constitution says what the government will do to the people for the people.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's written as. But here comes the examples that ChatGPT give, which it proves the point that ChatGPT is bullshit, to be honest.
A republic, the rule of law. You see, this is what I've studied for 2 decades before I became a public figure here on the internet. Ancient republics, classical republics, like Athens, which started.
Oh, I've read ahead. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Where'd you get to? Where'd you get to?
I read the Word of Romans, skipped a paragraph, and then read pre-feudal kingdoms and just kind of gave up on life.
Yeah, promise to point out Athens. Now,
yeah,
history nerds.
You know, the guys that actually invented the concept of a governmental constitution.
Yep, but you know, right? Athens is not a country; it's a city-state.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason what that fell for was because these people called Spartans came over.
That as well, right? Here's another big flaw, right? See, because it's used the blanket term ancient republics.
Yeah.
Do you know what that includes? That includes the goddamn Tamil kings. The Tamil kings were a trade republic. They're the first known trade republic in human history.
Don't forget
they had social fucking contracts.
Don't forget the what do you call it, Mesopotamia as well, which had which had a written constitution as well. We have evidence of that. Of even Mesopotamia, and that fell because of a drought, I believe.
Yes, it did. A lot of people don't realise that.
Ancient Egypt had one to some degree.
Yes. It wasn't a good one, but they had one.
Yep.
BC, before Christ existed, and it lasted for 13.
Now he's going about 400 years before BC. Right. Now we do have a written constitution, that's dated back to 600 BC. Which I believe is on about the trade union, the trade republic, as well. That's the one we're on about.
Mm-hmm.
That's the museum. So,
1800 years. Classic republics like Athens and the Roman Republic had forms of written laws and government, but they did not have a single comprehensive constitution as understood today. The lack of a unified constitution contributed to internal.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Didn't Rome have what's it called? A senate.
Yes, a senate that was governed by a constitution
and senators. That's where the Americans got it from.
Like, this is the thing. Like, this isn't, like, university level, like, Roman Empire knowledge. This is high school Roman Empire knowledge.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, fuck. Like, realistically, if you're a smart kid, this is, like, elementary school.
Yeah.
Like, fuck, I learned the Roman Republic had a constitution and or senate when I was about 7.
Yeah. It's one of the ground achievements.
Yeah, like granted, I was a fucking history nerd as a kid, but still.
And like I said, Rome fell because A, expanded too far beyond its reach for it could secure land, and B, they picked a fight with some guy who brought elephants over the Alps.
Chandragupta.
Yeah, which kind of like...
Not that Chandragupta, just Chandra, last name Gupta.
Which kind of like flattened them in the thing. Plus, was it Nero, the last emperor of Rome? Was a bit of a bastard at the time? No, that wasn't Nero. Nero killed Jesus.
No, that was Pontius.
Yeah, Pontius. Yeah, it was Nero then. I'm thinking of.
That's well, Pontius Pilate wasn't the emperor, he was a judge.
No, he wasn't.
/ lawmaker.
He was technically in charge of the Roman Empire at the time. Pontius.
You gotta remember though, like at that point in the like the Roman Empire's life cycle, like the story of Jesus happens roughly around the time that the capital of the Roman Empire was moved to Constantinople instead of Rome.
Yeah, it's a weird part of history, that one.
It's estimated that when Jesus died, it would have been roughly 5 years before the fall of Rome.
Well, Rome fell fully in the 5th century. Rome started to collapse around that period, but it fully fell because they retreated from Britain in the first.
I mean, yeah,
in
true.
the 1st century, and they had.
No, I'm talking the fall of the city of Rome, not the empire.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yes, but didn't they capture it back in the early second, didn't they?
Technically, but not for long.
Yeah, it's weird how the Roman Empire collapsed. It's
instability,
I mean,
especially in
it's pretty
Rome,
simple.
where the
It goes to
conflict between
capital,
different
and then
groups
it all
led
went
to
wrong.
the eventual
Yeah.
transition to an empire. And what's an empire? It's led by a monarch, by a king.
right. It didn't transform to empire. It was an empire that collapsed into a republic, then collapsed into city-states. It started out as an empire. They had emperors. I mean, Julius Caesar was an emperor. You know,
Oh, it keeps going. Oh no,
by a ruler, because there was no comprehensive constitution that all kings have to live under as well. Without the rule of law, without government.
Right. Kings have rules they have to abide by. It's called the royal court. I don't know what we call them, traditions or cult. What's it? What do you call them now? Customs. The royal have to uphold. But a king,
customs, yeah.
a king can't challenge those customs. No, without a damn good reason for it. You know, or the court will just like squash them. Kings aren't as powerful back in the day as movies have portrayed them to be. Shall we say?
It turns into Bellium Omnium contra Omnis, a war of all men against.
Let me guess, you read this part. Mongol Empire in India and the Ming Dynasty.
No, I just read Empires in Asia. Someone has never heard of the shogunate.
That's Japan.
And Japan is located where in the world again?
Technically in Oceania Peninsula.
Asia.
No.
No, it's in Asia. No, fuck you, they're Asian.
Let's speed them a bit faster.
Dude, here's the thing, right? If India counts as fucking Asia, then Japan counts as Asia. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on.
Leave my horse alone.
No. Fuck you and Glitterhoof.
Against all men. This is Thomas Hobbes' description of the nature of man in his book Leviathan.
Yeah, I don't know. That's too fast. He's only...
Wait a minute, hang on. No, hang on.
What?
Fucking...
I don't
play...
back up.
Now, hit play just for a second. Just...
As well. Without the rule of law, without government, it turns into Bellium Omnium contra Omnis, a war of all men against all men. This is Thomas Hobbes' description of the nature of man in his book Leviathan, written in the 16th century.
Right, fucking hear me out here, right?
Mm.
You know those fucking AI-generated YouTube videos with the AI voice?
Yeah.
See when you speed up Chili DeCastro's voice, why does he sound exactly like that AI narrator?
I know, you go like 2 times speed, he literally sounds like a chipmunk.
Nah, just like the way you've got it right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know those like shitty AI generated videos where like they talk bullshit about some fucking made up story about a guy in a pub.
Yeah.
You know the videos I mean? It sounds exactly the same as the AI narrator off of those, right?
Mm-hmm. That's at 1.25 speed. And that one.
Go on, knock up to 2. Fucking, let's see.
We'll go full chipmunk.
Fuck it.
Before modern era, many European kingdoms operated under a feudal system. These systems were characterized by the rule of monarchs and local lords rather than constitution.
Dude, why? See, why? Why does Chili DeCastro sound like an AI when you speed his voice up? What the fuck?
Because I'm pretty sure he's like some kind of plant from the government.
Is Chili DeCastro just a CIA psyop?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I mean, no one. I don't think anyone can literally be as thick as Chili is.
Oh my god, I think Chili DeCastro might be a CIA psyop.
I mean, I think like that kid in the corner of the mental hospital banging his head against the wall generally has more brain cells than Chili does at times. Because now he goes on like the Fury King of Europe, right? Now, what he forgets is England is a monarchy.
Yep.
UK is,
and England has a. Say it with me now, ladies and gentlemen at home. England has a constitution.
Yes, we do. Also, England has been around for. Ooh, let's think now. Best part of 1,000 years.
It's about that, yes.
And even without civil war we had, it didn't change our government too much.
And do you know what else England has?
What is that?
it's something that's very similar to a constitution, but it's literally only aimed at the royal family and the king and any ruler in general of the country to make sure that they're kept in line. It's a little summon. Well, just you might have heard of it, and it's kind of obscure. You might not have heard of it, and it's not exactly a well-known historical thing or anything, and it's a little thing, a little bit unknown. Just this little bit of paper called the Magna fucking Carta.
That was ratified in 1742, by the way. To a different.
Even still.
To a different document.
I would
still counts.
I would still argue that that's before the modern era.
Oh yeah. Like I say, even before the Magna Carta, right? There was a document. I think it was called the Document of Seed. I can't remember the exact name, which detailed the rights of every citizen in their social bracket.
Yes.
From the peasant to each rank on the nobility scale, of what their dues are expected towards the crown and the country, and what they can expect from the crown country, as well as set guidelines for the laws they had to enforce for the crown.
I like to think, right? See, like the bit for like the peasants and their rights, right? I like to think you just said like peasants, and then underneath it just you think you have fucking rights, nerd. I like to think they were bullied that hard, even in writing.
Well, no, actually, I believe in the first document, peasants still had like the right to free travel between lands.
Nah, I prefer the idea that it just said ha, you think you have a right, you fucking idiot. I think that's funnier.
Well, the biggest ones, actually, the peasants' ones, was they had the right to purchase land, which is almost unheard of at that time.
I mean, fun.
And in 1066 was added to our constitution was the abolishment of slavery.
Yay! Wait. Yeah, yay!
Yeah, abolishment.
Sorry, I
slavery.
had to run that back through my head there to be like, did he say abolishment or improvement? Hang on.
Abolishment.
Yeah, you said abolishment. Yay!
Yeah.
I had to make sure I didn't just woo slavery by mistake. That was...
You slave, however.
It's fucking
the Constitution is what sets up your government. The lack of a constitutional rule of law, often led to arbitrary governance, power struggles, and civil wars, as seen in various dynastic and religious conflicts in medieval Europe. So this is the pre-Columbian adventure, Christopher Columbus, 1452. Civilizations such as Aztecs and Incas had sophisticated systems of law and governance, but they did not have a constitution in the modern sense. Their downfall was more due to external factors like European conquest, but internal governance issues also played a role. Empires in Asia, empires like the Mongol Empire in India and the Ming Dynasty in China had complex legal systems.
It's the fact, right? Now, hang on, right?
Because I'm getting back to the pre-Columbian civilization thing here.
Now, I could be wrong, okay? I could be mistaken because let's face it, I'm not from Asia. I do not speak any of the Asian languages, and I'm not all that clued in when it comes to. I know bits of it, but I'm not all that clued in when it comes to Asian history. So maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Pretty sure that doesn't say Mongol Empire. Pretty sure that says Mughal Empire.
Yeah, it just said Mughal Empire. Yes.
Like I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure that says the Mughal Empire in India. And I'm pretty sure, again, no expert, pretty sure that's not the same as the Mongolian Empire.
It's not. It's completely different.
Pretty sure those are two very different civilizations.
The Mongoli were the ones who give us like the Kama Sutra, the ways to live, that type of stuff. Was from them. A lot of the Indians dig deep
the
culture.
Mongolians gave us horses.
Horses, archery, and beheading.
Yes, they gave us horses, raping, pillaging.
A lot of children.
Raping again, pillaging again, more horses, rape, more horses, pillaging,
violence,
and rape. And horses. We mustn't forget the horses.
Remember, Genghis Khan is now singly responsible for fathering more children than anyone else in the history of the world.
Yeah, doesn't it work out something mad? Like 8% of the current world population are direct descendants of Genghis Khan.
No, go one better. I think it works out at the moment genetically. I think it's somewhere around 75% of the world population has DNA traces back to Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
You know,
it's fucking nuts, dude.
He had so many kids. But yeah,
like, it's painful.
As for the Four Ming Dynasty, there's a thing. It's a book, a play, a film, a musical called The Romance of the Three Kingdoms.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought you were gonna say Mulan.
Technically,
And I don't know why, because I don't think that was set in the Ming Dynasty, was it?
It was, yes.
Oh, I thought it was like was it the Lin Dynasty I was thinking of?
No,
it was like a little earlier.
Technically, it was the Ming Dynasty. It was towards where probably Mulan is the Disney variant of it.
And the original are very different stories.
Yeah, they don't quite give a proper time scale for it. That's, the original
They
story
try.
of Mulan happens towards the end of the Ming Dynasty, as the beginning of the Romance of the Kingdom War happens.
Yeah, because I mean I know it's like the start of like the fourth Mongol invasion.
Yeah.
Maybe the fifth.
Fourth. Which started to put around because no Genghis Khan Empire collapsed when he died by the age of 65.
Yeah.
And problem with these, we know his empire existed in roughly what time period, but the way the Chinese wrote their history books and the way Mongolian stories take place, it's hard to get the two to line up fully. I think it's about a 50-year gap. That's not quite.
Is it bad that this conversation just makes me want to go play Crusader Kings?
But no singular constitution. Their decline can be attributed to a variety of factors, including internal corruption.
The Ming Dynasty had a constitution, a very long constitution. I think the rules for Kingdom was said to stretch the entire length of the Forbidden Palace at the time.
Something like that, yeah.
If anyone's seen the Forbidden Palace, is about 2
Fucking
miles
huge.
wide, give or take.
It's a beautiful building, though.
It is
gorgeous. It's a building where like, see if it was allowed, I would pay so much money to see the inside of the Forbidden Palace.
You can actually. Well, two of the
Like-
go inside.
Like I want to know what that fucking throne room looks like, because I'm willing to wager it's a hell of a good throne room.
I tell you what I want to see more is the Inner Palace.
Yeah.
Now, those who don't know what the Inner Palace is, it was essentially where the Emperor kept all of his concubines.
Yeah.
Now, to go to the Inner Palace, you have to be one of two things. Let's start with three: a concubine, a servant girl, or a eunuch.
Yeah.
They're the only three allowed in there.
That makes sense.
You know?
Like yeah, that makes sense. Like that checks out. Like understandable.
Yeah. It was basically literally a entire palace of about 4 square miles just full of women. And so there was beautiful women in the land, apparently. So
I wonder how many of them ended up just being lesbians.
well, actually, an act like that would have got them thrown out of the Inner Palace.
If they got caught.
They got checked. There was doctors that checked them regularly. But it said
Yeah.
that the Emperor only technically slept with only about 6 of the courtesans, mostly. The rest were just there as like, well, technically
Spare parts.
not spare parts, more like, say, you ran a big trading company.
Yes.
And you got your own like little fiefdom area. You
Yes.
send one of your daughters to be a concubine to curry favour with the Emperor to get better knowledge of the Imperial Palace, what's going on and how things are going. Basically, it's more like a case of you trade your daughter for information type thing and a bit of prestige to help towards growing your company more.
I wish I was the kind of person that could turn around and say, no, if I was a trader in feudal, the feudal times, I wouldn't have done that. No, 100% I would have sold my daughter in a fucking heartbeat, dude. Frankly, if I was a trading man today and it was legal, I would sell my daughter for a profit. I am not a good human being. I should not be trusted to run a business. I would do terrible things.
The problem is, though, the women were treated quite well as concubines. You know,
Even still, selling a woman, that's just morally wrong, no matter how well they get treated.
you didn't sell them.
And I would do it in a goddamn heartbeat.
Because they say, after so many years in the palace, they will be released back to the families. Or
Nah, you can keep them. I don't give a shit.
On rare occasions, they were gifted out to notable military men.
Valid. How many fucking Mongolians you gotta murder to get a free wife? I want to wager is a lot. Like you must have had to kill a lot of motherfuckers to get a free wife off the Emperor.
There's an interesting story I know of, where a military man, who was basically a peasant, was friends with the princess of a kingdom in China at the time. Now, the kingdom put the daughter in as a concubine. Right? Apparently she's a beautiful dancer, according to the history books, but she failed to dance and the emperor never touched her. So she kept her chastity. The said peasant joined the military, rose up to rank and distinguished herself in 2 campaigns against the barbarians. The emperor praised his worth and says, I'll give you a reward, and he asked for the princess who he fell in love with to be his wife.
Valid.
And he got her.
That still doesn't tell me roughly how many Mongolians one has to murder to get a free wife.
Well, given the campaigns you're talking...
I'm asking for a Chinese friend. Definitely not planning to, join the Chinese army to get a free wife, like, that's definitely not my plan. No, I promise.
Well, hang on. I'm just coughing.
God, I hope my boyfriend isn't watching or I'm gonna get in trouble for that joke.
Given the size of campaigns at the time, you're probably looking around, if you count his whole unit he led as his kills as well, probably about 1,000, give or take.
Oh, piece of piss. Sign me up. Fucking, I'd have that in a week. Easy.
Weak rulers and external pressures, but the absence of a constitutional framework for the rule of law was also a significant factor. You cannot have a constitutional framework. You cannot have rule of law. Cannot have it without government.
Yes, you can. Very easily.
African kingdoms, various African kingdoms and empires, such as the Mali Empire or the Kingdom of Congo, had their own systems of law and governance, yet they did not operate under a constitution.
Yes. Again, specifically, you've missed the key word here. Laws. Your statement at the beginning of this is, you can't have a law without a constitution.
Yes, you can.
Very easy so.
Yes.
The decline was
in fact, most countries
and external
started
invasion
off
or colonization.
with
In all of these examples, the absence of a constitution as a singular, unifying legal document, the rule of law was often subject to the whims of rulers. The rule of law was subject to the whims of rulers.
It was never subject to the whims of rulers. Not once in history has that been true. On a local scale, possibly. Again, with the Chinese emperor, he controlled, on his whim, the palace could be done over, he could kill a peasant if he felt like it. But as for the rule of law, it was very difficult to change the laws of the land in any time period. It takes a mountain of effort, even back in our country, back in the medieval times. Changing a law required a shit ton of work around the king's part, let alone on the bureaucrat side of it as well. Because when you got to change a law, you've then got to get each lord to agree to your change of that law, either by convincing them or by beating them into submission for it.
I don't know. I feel like that should be the easy part. Like, all I'm saying, right? If I'm the king, right? I'm trying to introduce a new law, right? I've done the hard work. I've got it on paper and everything, right? I rock up to your fucking your fiefdom, right? I'm like, oh, Shagger, right? Put yourself in in the scene here, right? You're a duke or something, right? I'm the king, right? We're in the fucking. We're at the big dinner table, right, in your castle, right? We're fucking scranning on some roast pheasant and some fucking desecrated duck testicles and shit like that, right? Posh food, right? We're having a good old fashioned fucking kingly meeting, right? Fucking ale all around, right? In this scenario, right? I as the king, I'm gonna pipe up and be like, oh, fucking Duke Shaggerton the 45th, right? Junior, right? Here's the fucking deal, my chum. I've got this here new fucking high-fangled law thing I'm trying to do. I'm trying to change how some shit works around here. Here's the fucking deal. You can agree and do it, or I'm gonna chop your cock off with a big sword. I feel like that'd do the job right there.
Not necessarily, because remember, although the king had an army around him, soldiers, the bulk of his armed forces was split up amongst the dukes, the viscounts, counts, all that type of stuff all the way down.
Yeah.
So, in theory, right, a duke would have the same amount of standing men as a king would have.
All I'm saying, right? All I'm saying. If I cut his dick off, right? If I just stood up at that dinner table, drew out a big fuck off sword, and cut his cock off, what's anyone gonna do about it? Like, he can't fucking tell his soldiers to, like, invade, because he's too busy crying, because he's had his dick cut off, right? His missus be too busy sobbing about the fact she's never getting dick down good ever again, right? His guards will be fucking in shock and awe at the fact that someone just had the balls to do that in front of them. They'll be too busy trying to pick their jaw off the floor to fucking go for a spear, right? They'll be fucking occupied, right? And even then, not a fucking soldier in the land gonna follow the orders of a fucking man to let his cock get cut off.
Now, actually...
Well sat down at that.
Now, I'm gonna slow this down a little
No
bit.
one's followed the orders of that moron.
I'm gonna slow this down because I'm about to prove to you that Chile gets all his information from movies. Right?
Cool.
So, hang on.
That's why your Bill of Rights is so important, why Patrick Henry said, we will not ratify that Constitution unless you have a Bill of Rights attached to it. And James Madison said, I'll join you in that then, Mr. Patrick Henry, even though we don't agree on a lot of things. The rulers of the prevailing elite, rather than being a stable, consistent framework, the idea of providing a more stable and... Do you understand? Before the U.S. created this experiment called a constitutional republic, before that happened, kings and monarchs and princes and elites did whatever the hell they wanted. No government, no rule of law meant that any prince or king or monarch could take your house, take your wife, burn it down, take her to his castle, and steal all your cattle, and take your kids to work in the farms for the rest.
No, that's not how that worked at all for a start. Also, just reverting back a phase, you do realize the United States of America was not the first constitutional republic, right?
It isn't, no.
He's aware of that, right?
He's not, no. He read this and believed it to be the truth.
It literally named a constitutional fucking republic earlier. It didn't name it as one, but like we've already mentioned this, Rome was a constitutional fucking republic.
Yes, it was.
Like again, you had the Tamil kings, who were a constitutional trade republic that was technically just three kings being friends, but still, they were the original fucking spice people before the Dutch got their hands on that particular trade route. They were amazing, and I missed them greatly.
When you look at anything about the Tamil kingdoms and their trade constitution they had with each other, that was some of the most complex legal maneuvering I've read.
Oh yeah, no, it absolutely was, but still,
even by modern standards, that's impressive. How they wrote that out.
The thing that makes it really impressive is see if you read their law, the laws they had in place for external trade as well. Oh my god, some of the trade deals they had in place with surrounding places were fucking amazing. Like the type of shit that would make Donald Trump go, God damn, that's a good idea.
I mean, if their town kingdoms existed nowadays, right?
They would have $1 billion.
They would rule the world. You know,
God, I miss the Tamil kings. They were fun.
Elon Musk, Donald Trump, fucking Beatty Branson.
They wouldn't have shit.
Yeah,
they'd be poor. They'd be poor compared to the Tamil kings.
But you don't notice these history reference there.
I was too busy trying to recover from the idea of fucking America being the first fucking trade republic. Like, I heard what you said. I know what you said, but I didn't catch it.
Before the U.S. created this, kings and monarchs and princes and elites did whatever the hell they wanted. No government, no rule of law meant that any prince or king or monarch could take your house, take your wife, burn it down, take her to his castle, and steal all your cattle, and take your kids to work in the farms for the rest of their lives.
Get it now?
No.
It's almost hit a movie.
I wondered why I was becoming unreasonably angry.
The That's actually the
I
plot.
thought I just had to fucking listen to fucking Chili de Castro's voice for a second time in a row.
It's literally the plot of Braveheart.
Yeah, I've realised that now, yeah.
That's it for this section. You just browse on. Now, I can either play the video directly from the source, or you can talk about it.
Let's do it straight from the source and skip Chili, because I don't want to shout.
It's April.
Oh, ow.
Yeah.
Gonna knock that down a little bit on my end. Ow.
Turn it down on my end. Now this
Headphone warning. Sorry, folks. Damn.
Yeah, this is from Venomous Minds. I must have seen too much of their content. Only came across the channel because of Twatface.
I mean, valid.
April 5th, 2019. Holly Barlow Austin, age 46, is brought into the Bi-State Justice Center in Texarkana, Texas, for violating the terms of her probation. No one has any way of knowing it, but Holly is going to end up serving a much harsher sentence than anyone could likely ever
By the way, we don't know
imagine.
what probation, what she was.
That's because after about
probation
2
for,
short
by the way.
months at the Justice Center in Bowie County,
Fair.
Holly, at that point, age 47,
I can't find.
will
I've
be
looked, but I
pronounced
can't find out.
dead. The CCTV footage you're about to watch documents Holly's final, tortured 48 hours spent in what LaSalle Corrections, the private owners of the jail, refer to as a medical observation cell. Please remember that some of this footage is going to be hard to watch, and that viewer discretion is therefore advised.
Yeah, like we said, your kid should be in bed by now. So, and again, like I've said before, if you let children watch my channel, you're a bad parent. I'm saying that.
I mean, yeah. Like if you have the children watching the show, your local police department would like to have a word with you about parenting classes and their availability in your local area, and how strongly they feel you should be taking them.
Yeah. Right, now this is some of the footage, raw footage from prison. Again, I don't know how she got her hands on this, but more power to her.
Skill.
Is
To be fair, the
June
footage
7th.
from 2019 is 2024, so that actually sounds about right for a Freedom of Information Act when it comes to getting hold of police footage.
This video came out about a month back, so possibly yeah. But the fact that
Yeah, like 4 years is about the average when it comes to getting hold of stuff like body cam footage, CCTV,
Yeah.
through a Freedom of Information Act, when it pertains to police activity that is viewed as controversial, improper, or brutality.
Again,
Because the police like to try and like fucking hold it back for as long as possible.
problem is that there's no censoring on this either.
Nice.
Which is rare, which is about where I think even after this time, there still should be some censoring done on like certain things, but there's none on this video that I've seen.
There was a chance they went back through it and like uncensored it all.
Possibly if had raw digital versions, but I don't know.
137, we're located at Medical Op 3 with Miss Barlow.
Yeah, that's a medical cell, apparently.
Yeah. It's not a good one, but like it's an attempt.
Miss Barlow, do you want to go to see the doctor? At this time, the offender has stated she does not want to go see the doctor.
No, they don't ever do nothing.
Ma'am?
They don't ever do nothing.
Okay. At this time, the time is 13:38. We're going to secure the camera.
As stated before, the clip you just saw was filmed at the very start of what would be Holly's final 48 hours on the floor of her putrefied cell at a corrupt jail in Bowie County, Texas. As we can see from the
Allegedly
very get-go,
corrupt.
Holly doesn't appear.
No, it is. You find out later on in the video.
No. For legal reasons, allegedly corrupt prison.
Yeah.
We do not want to get sued, and I don't want to fuck up any chances I may have left of getting into America.
Now, I will say that the prison is a for-profit prison.
It's an allegedly corrupt prison that is allegedly for profit.
No.
I don't care if it says on their paperwork they're for profit. Allegedly.
Basically, if people don't know in England what that is, because we don't have it over here, is a for-profit prison is a prison run by a private company.
Yeah.
Not the state or the government. Basically, they build a building and rent it out to the government to put prisoners in. Type thing.
Which, like, fun.
Another business plan I'll go for, but apparently they can make a shit ton of money. So.
Makes sense.
Appear to be feeling her best. She's lying there among what looks like garbage strewn around the cell, on a nasty floor that at least looks like it hadn't seen a mop since the day the cell was built. Important to note is that Holly isn't lying in bed simply to pass the time, as boring as I imagine it is. Holly is not known to be the lazy type, or the type to complain for no reason. Those who know her well would probably find this version of Holly unrecognizable. In other words, this isn't a bid for attention. Something is definitely wrong, and yet, here we watch as a staff member makes this recording presumably to document Holly denying that she wants to be seen by a doctor in the event that things should take a turn for the worse.
Probably if you saw even a prisoner in that state, right? I would still, regardless of what they say, I don't want a doctor. I would still have a doctor come in and have, like, checked it over so the person doesn't die on me.
Yeah, like...
You know, there's a level of duty of care, you know what I mean?
Exactly, like...
What do you want to say?
No, I'm just agreeing with you.
What's ironic is that during her time here, Holly has all but begged to be seen. She has not only asked for assistance verbally, but she's put in numerous official written requests for medical help. These requests have cited concerning symptoms that include but are not limited to dizziness, loss of appetite, excruciating headaches, and the inability to stand. It's said that these requests for help have either gone ignored or else, pretty much as Holly is heard saying herself, when she does get seen, they quote-unquote never do anything. As defeated and sad as the situation seems now, it only gets worse from here. As you'll see, for the next several days, Holly will be left in this cell. Most of the time, she's observed being left alone, but on occasion, people will come and go. Employees occasionally take notice of her declining health, but ultimately choose to do nothing. Oh, and just FYI, while this footage doesn't have any sound to it, you probably don't need to hear much to see that something isn't right. In the beginning, we notice Holly just seems to be fidgeting around as the time ticks slowly by. It's impossible to tell what Holly's restlessness may be from, whether she maybe can't get comfortable as the result of a medical issue, or
high fever, neuro problems.
That's it. The way she's like tugging at that shirt, that's high fever, dude.
You're going to see later on what she looks like in that.
Or else perhaps this is just due to the naturally and intentionally uncomfortable quality of the jail cell itself. One thing that is perhaps more important to note, however, is that in all of her first 12 hours spent inside this cell, Holly has not brought anything to eat or drink that we are able to observe. In fact, a complaint filed by her family later on will allege precisely that for 12 hours, Holly was deprived of water. It doesn't take medical training to know that this is an unacceptable amount of time for a person to go without water. Finally, we are...
Now, one thing I will bring in here is, because we can't log off 12 footage because we can't do that, is this clip is about 4 hours in to when they put in the cell. Now, at this point, they believed that she was starting to go blind.
Right.
At this point. Right. Mentally later on, but by this point, they start going blind. At this point. Plus, they come there and there is a wall there. There's like a sink and a toilet behind there. You know. So
yeah,
there's water there, but if she's going blind, doesn't mean she can get to it. To be honest. But
and that's what if she like. I mean, fuck. We've all had fucking illnesses severe enough where like you cannot fucking stand up.
Yeah.
You will just fall if you try. You know, so like, again, duty of care.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they should have had someone bringing her cups of water and shit, like just to, yeah, make sure she wasn't gonna fucking die.
But also, like, one thing to notice is see how emaciated them legs are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That takes a while to do.
It's the fact as well, like, because it's why I'm still saying like high fever is why she was talking to that shirt earlier and like she was that restless earlier, like in that previous clip when we saw her like laying down like fucking tugging her shirt, she was very clearly wearing trousers.
Yeah.
Now she is not. I'm still wagering like fucking she's got a fucking body temperature way the fuck up here. Like,
I won't spoil for you what's wrong with her, because you'll find out. And when you find a list of ailments she's got, that's it.
I'm not gonna be happy, am I?
No, it's supposed to be. They're not sudden illnesses, shall we say? Well, one is, the other ones aren't.
They're able to see that the staff, at last, gets around to bringing her some.
Right, look at the timestamp, it's 1856. So, 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Give it to
No, 6. In fact, no, yeah, 8:56, yeah, about 7.
So this looks like the next day at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, 10 for the 6, yeah.
Now, on Chili's video, he calls this person a prison trustee. Right? Now, I don't know the call him fully, but that's a prisoner.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's...
I don't know if they call them trustees in America, but that prisoner's got a job for good behaviour.
That's just a prisoner who's on rounds. Like, that's...
He's got a job for good behaviour. He's going to be extra cash for his what's it called over there?
Seems like a stipend or some shit they call it out there. I don't know.
He's concession, that's it. Concession pockets for buying stuff.
That's the one. Yeah.
Now she's eating because there's food over there. I don't know if she's eating it or, but it looks like it's been eaten.
Yeah.
But again, you see
at the very least, it's been picked at.
At the very least, see how well it made. Bear in mind, she's only been in prison 2 months.
Yeah. Nah.
At this point.
Nah.
And that's, you saw a picture how she looked like before she went in.
Sorry, you shouldn't be able to get that skinny in 2 months, dude. Nah.
No less, I mean, you would have to literally be not eating at all to get that skinny.
Yeah. And even then, you probably would have died before you got to that skinny if you went 2 months without eating.
No, you can go 3 months without food. Well, theoretically, you can go 3 months without food. And that.
I don't know. Under prison conditions, nah. You'd be fucked after a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
2 or 3 a week would be a limit, and like under like those living conditions, dude.
Like I said, that test was done on, I think, a Tibetan monk. You know, so be as you will on that one.
Yeah.
There's been some claims that the Tibetan monk out there is only eating A to survive, so...
I doubt it, but you know.
Take part in large-scale battles of
Fuck
War
off,
Thunder,
man.
an epic multiplayer action game with military vehicles.
Skip that.
Did everybody manage to catch that just now? In these last frames we looked at, it appears as if Holly is
it's
actually
fact that, like,
feeling
even
around.
the prisoner himself double took when he walked into that cell.
But you see,
like run that back a second. You see the prisoner as he leans around the door, take a double take. He's like, "What the fuck?" Like, watch him.
Managed to catch that just now. In
You
these
see how he fucking double takes there? He's like, "What the fuck?" Like he's actually taken off guard by that shit, dude.
what's more interesting about this though, is that's a man.
Yes.
Which means this is a mixed prison.
Yes.
Which is rare.
Not for profit prisons. For profit prisons, it's fairly common.
But yeah, well, what's your hand motions coming up next? This is about where I think she's pretty much fully blind now.
These last frames we looked at, it appears as if Holly is actually feeling around for something, which ends up being her cup of water. Keep in mind that this is along the lines of how Holly appeared on the day she checked into the facility. So why does it now appear as if Holly has lost her vision? The cell is obviously well lit, and the guards seem to have no problem seeing just fine. The fact that Holly seems to be suffering from an onset of some degree of blindness is something that most people would react to. And yet, as soon as she clumsily manages to locate her water cup...
That was a bit of deceptive editing there, which went back to an early clip on the timeline.
Yeah.
And I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt of it, but...
and take a drink. The staff member seems
Now
to
watch him
quickly
now.
dart out of her way, and the 2 workers you see on the camera both seem in a hurry to leave.
They see him block his nose?
Yeah.
So go and imagine how the room smells. To be honest.
Yeah.
Now if it smells that bad, then that's a clear indication of sickness. Because, be honest people, you might think when you go to hospital, walking around like, oh, it smells like disinfectant. Ill people stink.
There's a fucking reason.
Yeah, they stink.
just as soon as they make sure to lock up the cell. Yet again, Holly is left completely alone. Just to make sure that everybody is clear on this one aspect, Holly was in what appeared to be good physical shape upon entering the LaSalle Corrections Run facility. Now, just about 10 weeks later, she is blind. That's only one of a multitude of new symptoms she's been experiencing. The fact that no one, not even the jail's own medical staff, is showing the slightest bit of concern over this development is...
See, what got me as well, look how her movements. I don't know when there's no timestamp of this clip, to be honest, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Look how her movements are.
Yeah.
You know, the jagged, the incoherent. You know,
kind of clumsy and
yeah.
fairly like kind of
You're
wide
right.
sweeping at the thing. Yeah.
You know, like it's not full control.
Erratic, clumsy, wide sweeping. It's.
Now I must admit, a severe migraine can do that to you because I suffer from them. And
Oh yeah, no, a severe migraine can turn you into a fucking zombie if it hits you well enough.
Well, my ones I had affected my nerves. And
Yeah.
So I had involuntary responses, or I could literally be paralyzed, be unable to move anything because of
Like,
bad
see when I get a really bad migraine, I look like I've got fucking Parkinson's, dude. It's bad.
Yeah.
Like I naturally have like a slight shake to my, like especially my hands, just like from like years of just abuse. Not like, you know, just like self abuse. Like I'm clumsy before anyone's worried about me. You know, fucking like I've got a natural shake anyway. But like, see when that migraine hits me, and like the kind of ones that come out of nowhere and take you out of the fucking game hard way.
Oh yeah.
When it was coming, man, I genuinely look like a fucking Parkinson's victim, dude. I'm like, there have been times where my mother is like coming to like my room while I've like had a migraine, and she's genuinely thought about phoning an ambulance because she thought I was having a fucking seizure.
So basically, turned
like that's how bad my shakes can get. It's bad.
Basically, turned, what's the guy's name? You played the coach in Mighty Ducks.
Not a clue.
Was it Jimmy? No.
I've never seen the Mighty Ducks, so I don't know. I know what it's about, but I've never watched it because it's not my thing. I don't like hockey.
In itself,
I can't remember his
enough
name
to
now.
send chills up one's
Michael J.
spine.
Fox, that's it.
Who are these cruel and heartless individuals
Yeah, actually,
that
yeah.
make up the staff of the
That's the guy I'm
Bi-State
thinking of.
Justice Center, and what has happened to their humanity? On June 10th, we can see how a team of individuals, including a licensed vocational nurse, come in to take a look.
Now you can see the food hasn't been touched in that basket.
Yeah.
And in general, just free. Now, I'm quite pissed off at these two individuals.
Okay.
You'll find in a second why.
Look at Holly.
Okay, like.
During this quick visit, Holly's vitals are surprisingly taken, but then at the same time, you've got to wonder, what was the point? Because when her blood pressure is recorded at 177/123, her resting heart rate documented at 130 beats per minute. Yet again, no one bats an eye.
Now, I don't know if people don't know anything about medical. Those are alarming numbers.
I don't know. A 130 BPM's not too bad.
No, 170 over
Like-
130.
No, that was the blood pressure.
Yeah, heart rate of 130 beats per minute at rest.
Yeah, like it's up there, but you know what? For someone who's like unwell, yeah, okay, that's understandable. To
No,
be fair, your
no.
body's working a little harder, like believable. It's not great, but it's believable.
Vegas, if your heart beats at rest, you're having a heart attack.
Well, yeah.
You know, an average
But,
average rest heart rate is between 60 to 70 beats per minute.
Mine's just like a resting 92.
You've got heart problems.
Correct.
Right? 130 beats a minute is someone doing a marathon run.
This is fine.
Just so it is clear, Holly's blood pressure and her heart rate, especially when resting, are both unusually, if not alarmingly, high. This, along with the fact she cannot see and that she lacks the ability to stand on her own, should have had the staff acting quickly to obtain emergency treatment for Holly. Instead, once again, they do nothing. Instead, we can see as the team leaves the cell just as calmly as they entered. At the risk of stating the obvious, no one sends for help. In the late hours of June 10th, Holly can be seen strangely almost crab-walking around her cell, or scooting herself around the floor without really much purpose at all. Knowing that whatever Holly is sick with has managed to affect her vision, we can't help but wonder if other areas of her brain haven't already been adversely affected as well.
Do you want to know how you can make an extra $5,000 to $10,000?
That's the thing, given she's like essentially in active cardiac arrest for like 2 days fucking straight, yeah, her brain is probably shutting down.
Yeah.
I think that something should probably also be said about Holly's outer appearance. She seems to be sporting a more emaciated frame with each passing day. Likewise, her legs appear to be atrophied. All in all, it should be clear to anyone watching that this woman's behavior and movements are not quite normal, and anyone at the jail should have been able to see it by this point, not only those who are medically trained. Quite remarkably, at one point, an employee of the jail was heard accusing Holly of faking her symptoms. Such an accusation is so heinous that in the spirit of sparing you a rant of mammoth proportions, I won't even begin to remark on this one beyond simply stating how incredibly disgusted I am.
I won't.
This is the thing, right? How the fuck are you supposed to fake muscle atrophy? That's what I want to know.
That's what... I mean, to go from
like
a relatively plump woman going in...
to anorexic in what, 10 weeks?
10 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, no.
With
that's
pretty much born, when you, to the point where atrophy, to the point where your legs don't work. That takes a severe illness.
That takes commitment.
You know, I mean, it's pretty much
like that's.
Give her a size. I would say she's about your size when she went into prison, right?
Probably, yeah. I think that's fair.
Could you go to that state in 10 weeks?
Fuck no, not without cocaine being involved.
You know?
Like I'm not gonna lie to you, Fat Man T. If I got that skinny that quickly, I would quite rightfully be sent to rehab.
Yeah. Yet they accuse her of fake. Probably the smell alone would have, even if they say she was just shitting herself for like crap protest, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Right? You still bring in a medical professional to check them over.
At the very least, you should be running a fucking psych eval at that point.
Yeah. And that nurse should have said, I should have something here, ambulance, now.
Yeah.
Once she got those vitals in that high, she should have immediately said, ambulance, hospital.
Yeah.
Not to the medical wing, to a hospital.
Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
It should be more
like
than
this.
obvious
This
to
is gonna sound fucking like heartless, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like this is gonna sound way the fuck out of line. But see with like how skinny she is and how she's moving and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember the Russian sleep experiment?
Yes.
Is it just me, or does she look like she's like 2 weeks into that shit?
Oh no, I think she's at full 4 weeks. She hasn't gone rapid yet.
Yeah, like she looks like she's like genuinely about 10 minutes from going fucking rabid.
Plus, wait, I've seen POWs from Vietnam, right? And those people were brutalized, beaten, starved, you know, jabbed with poison needles for testing for fun. Look better than she does. I
genuinely think there were some Holocaust survivors that made it out in better condition.
I think some people in Hiroshima looked in better condition.
I mean, yeah.
You know, but
to be fair, like, you're not even wrong, because there was genuinely a guy that was caught in Hiroshima that walked away with literally no injuries.
Yeah, then went to Nagasaki, got bombed again.
Yeah.
And survived as well.
I think he did get injured in the Nagasaki bombing, but he was pretty much fine.
Yeah, you got some lacerations.
Yeah.
You know how close was the explosion? It's a miracle he survived.
So if I remember, isn't his story the one that inspired the one in that Wolverine movie? You know, like with the Japanese soldier in the well in fucking Wolverine, like protects him from the blast. I'm pretty sure it's his story that inspired that scene.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Because if I remember rightly, that's genuinely why he survived. He was in like a tunnel or some shit when the first one happened in Hiroshima or some shit.
No, he was walking home, and he just happened to be behind a building that had like steel plate thick wall around the building.
Oh right.
And it deflected most of the blast away from him, and the wind blew the radiation away, so he didn't have radiation poisoning.
That's fucking lucky, isn't it?
Very lucky. Sitting like, he literally in the statement said he saw around the corner as a woman walked around the corner, vanish.
Damn.
Right, so he thought, fuck this, I'll go Nagasaki. But Nagasaki, and another bomb, the other bomb, there.
That's gotta be the most unlucky son of a bitch to ever live.
I don't know. Either he's unlucky, or he's very lucky.
He's either the unluckiest motherfucker on planet Earth, or he is the single luckiest motherfucker on planet Earth. Like, I don't know if that's lucky or unlucky to survive 2 atomic bombings in the same day.
Probably, if it's unlucky, right? God owes you something now. You play the lottery.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. God owes you a solid or 4. You know, fucking.
Even if you were lucky, you still play the lottery just in case.
I suppose that's a case of how you look at it, innit? Like, it's a proper glass half full kind of a fucking issue, innit? Like, is that luck or unluck? You know, like, fuck.
Question though, how
you got lucky son of a bitch for surviving it twice, or unlucky for getting caught twice?
Congratulations, John, you survived it. Second one. John, you bastard, you brought it with you.
Just at the hospital twice in the same day for surviving atomic blast. John, what the fuck? How the fuck? Like we've never heard of someone getting caught in 1 atomic blast. You survived 2. What the fuck, John? How? How did you survive, and how did you wind up in 2, John? I don't know, man. Like, it's just... God hates me. I don't think it was an atomic bomb. I think I was smited at.
Probably they say how he survived is sheer dumb luck. Of like...
It was genuinely just lucky timing.
Yeah. He just happened to have the right buildings twice, and didn't walk around a corner.
Like, the odds. The statistical odds of that shit, man. It's mad. Anyway,
any
fucking...
5-year-old that this patient is in need of some critical assistance, especially since it is known that she did not come in looking this way.
Well, guess how there's emotions.
And even on the off chance that this patient had spent the last month or so actually faking these symptoms without once breaking character, so-called medical professionals should always know that in...
I mean, I know it sounds crude, but her tits are gone.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking it myself, just like fuck, that is...
Like,
the fact that she's gone from, like, and we'll put this politely, right? An ample-breasted woman to an action man in 10 weeks is fucking impressive.
Considering that when the body starts digesting itself to keep itself alive, and a woman, the breast tissue is one of the last ones to go.
Yeah.
So that shows the state she's in. On malnourishment side of it. I mean, there's probably malnourished people in Africa who've got bigger tits.
Yeah.
You know, so... And that alone for that woman, so the so-called registered nurse, should have caused alarm bells. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In such cases, they need to err on the side of caution. Get the patient help. If it turns out she was faking it, what have you really lost? On the other hand, if it turns out it wasn't an act, and the patient dies as a result, then the same could obviously not be said, as the loss would be immeasurable. The fact that anybody could observe Holly or any human being in this kind of a state, do nothing about it, and then go home at night and actually sleep,
you know what I mean?
should make us all at least a little bit concerned as with regard to the question of what kind of horrible people walk among us.
At best, this is criminal negligence. At worst, this is just murder.
Probably see here on the back of the thigh, there.
Yeah.
That's the beginning of bed sores.
What's that? At best, this is criminal negligence.
Oh yeah. At best.
At worst, this is straight up just murder.
Of this video, Holly can be seen moving around her cell, unable to find a proper position in which to achieve any semblance of decent rest. She never does seem to remain in any one position comfortably for more than 10 seconds.
So now, for the last time that we had, we're now on the 11th at...
So like 3 days.
At midnight. So this is basically after the nurse checked on her, actually. Or 12 after the nurse checked on her.
Yeah.
Because that was at 2,200 hours, wasn't it?
About that, yeah.
So yeah, this is like half 12 at night.
Seconds or so. We can also only guess as to her state of mind, as well as to what other various aches and pains she might be being forced to endure.
Look at that knee, man. Fucking Christ.
Bear in mind though, prison clothes generally size to the prisoner. And they don't usually change the size throughout the prison, right? Once a year. They resize clothing.
Yeah.
So that was sized for her to fit her when she was in prison. Although loosely. Now it looks like a tent. Probably don't see here the muscles aren't working at all in that leg.
Yeah, it's just, yeah.
That's just tendon.
I'm not even fully convinced there are any muscles left in those legs, dude.
Finally, as the footage now shows, 2 staff members enter Holly's cell with a wheelchair.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning now. And
the fact that they genuinely struggled to get that wheelchair through that door, that just
and they
hurts
managed
to
to
witness.
lift her up and onto the chair without much trouble.
Well, yeah, she probably weighs about as much as a fucking wet blanket.
That wheelchair probably weighs more than she does.
Fucking Raggedy Ann over here.
Probably watch how to pick her up.
Listen, I'm willing to wager by this point a TV probably weighs more than this woman.
Now watch how they pick her up, because that's...
I'm gonna hate it, aren't I?
You are.
It's nearly impossible not to notice how frail Holly appears at this point, her body looking very ragdoll-like.
Oh, fuck off, no, don't undershoulder her, please. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Following this moment, Holly is moved to a nearby hospital. The date of this transfer is June 11th, 2019. Astonishingly, no one in Holly's family is informed about her transfer from the jail. Nobody has any idea that she's in the hospital, much less do they know about the horrendous condition that she is in. A few days later, on June 15th, when Holly's husband shows up at the jail for his regularly scheduled visit, he is stunned to be told by staffers that Holly isn't there. Even more unbelievable was the jail's refusal to disclose Holly's whereabouts to anybody. It is only after calling the sheriff's station that any of Holly's relatives finally are able to learn of where she had been taken, and even that had not proven easy.
I mean, that's some quite ample bodyage on her there.
Yeah, like she's not like fat or anything. Like,
no.
She's a healthy weight in that image, yeah.
Michael Glenn Austin, that is Holly's husband, recalls rushing to the nearby Texarkana hospital right away, only to discover Holly not just totally unrecognizable, but also literally clinging to life. In a teary televised interview, he describes having been overwhelmed by the feeling that Holly had been holding on as hard as she could, waiting to see her family one final time before finally letting go. Because surely enough, after she and her loved ones had said their goodbyes in a manner of speaking, it was only a few more hours before Holly's agony would finally end. There, at the hospital, on June 17th, 2019, at the age of 47, Holly Barlow Austin was pronounced dead. Holly's cause of death was officially listed as sepsis, as well as fungal meningitis and accelerated hypertension. Also complicating the situation was the fact that, at the time, Holly had also
Is that breaking up on your end too, or?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, right, that's fine.
Did you get the list there?
Yeah, it was, what was it? It was sepsis,
blood infection,
fucking accelerated...
It's hypertension. That's the palpitations and the high blood pressure.
Yeah, yeah. Hypertension.
Fungal meningitis.
Thank you, fungal meningitis, that was it.
To live with a potentially life-threatening diagnosis, HIV. Despite living with such a serious illness, she had been, up until entering the Bi-State Justice Center, living pretty well. Perhaps the only catch was the fact that her immune system did rely on a certain prescribed medication she needed to take daily. But
now, sepsis would explain the smell.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely explains the smell.
Right.
Fungal meningitis as well can somewhat explain the smell to an extent. That's been known to cause bowel issues in the past.
Fungal meningitis also explains the erratic movements, the fever, the lack of coordination, the blindness. You know? Which means that prison needs a thorough deep clean if she's got fungal meningitis, because that damn hard catch.
Yeah.
Outside, like, a spore zone. So they've got spores in there for meningitis.
Yeah, like, yeah, you gotta, like, breathe in fucking mold directly. Like, you gotta swallow some mold to get that shit, dude.
But this should have, under normal circumstances, not proven itself to be a problem, even behind
HIV,
bars.
which they have medication for.
As records would later divulge, the jail knew of Holly's illness, and they knew that her life literally depended on her taking said medication. Furthermore, they had Holly's medication available on hand. Her husband knew this for a fact because it was he who had hand-delivered a fresh prescription of Holly's meds to the jail himself, just shortly upon her incarceration and the discovery that she would be kept at the facility in what's known as pre-trial detention. Astonishingly enough, even though they were equipped with everything they needed to ensure Holly's well-being, the Justice Center would ultimately drop the ball, and they would do so in more ways than one.
Hi, my name is Rachel.
It's hard that it was pre-trial at that, dude.
Yeah, pre-detention.
She hadn't even, she wasn't even technically a criminal yet.
It was pre-trial hearing on a probation violation. And that. Nothing, not a major problem. Yeah, she's been there for 2 months. Over 2 months. Right? And the worst part is, like I say, she has HIV, needs medication. Her husband, at his cost, hand-delivered her medication to the jail. And they didn't give her it.
There's no fucking words, is there, dude? Like, fucking Christ.
Now again, it comes back to your two options you gave earlier. This is either straight up negligence.
Yeah, this is either criminal negligence or this is straight up premeditated fucking murder.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's hard to determine which one the fuck it is, to be honest. At the very least, the doctor in charge of the medication needs to be in prison.
Yeah, at the minimum, that doctor needs to be charged with medical negligence. Like, gross medical negligence at that.
Yeah.
If there's one thing that a person quickly learns, if they decide to look into the life of Holly Barlow Austin, it's that she loved her family and her family loved her. Wanting nothing but even a shred of justice for Holly, Holly's mother and her husband together would file a lawsuit in federal court against Bowie County, LaSalle Corrections, and a handful of LaSalle's employees at the Texarkana jail where Holly had been housed.
Yeah, those two fuckers for starters.
Yeah.
Because they should have seen...
Especially that nurse.
Yeah. She should have seen the signs and immediately put the ambulance out there. Not waited until like 7 o'clock the next fucking day. And they should have checked on her more regularly. If this was medical observation, right, she should have been there every day, checking on her stats.
Mm-hmm.
Prison or not prison. You know what I mean?
Hell, every couple of hours. Like, fuck your every day. A couple times a day. Like, every couple of fucking hours, dude.
Yeah.
In its broadest terms, the suit alleged that the defendants had caused Holly's death. According to the Times record, the lawsuit stated that, quote, LaSalle guards and medical staff neglected her health care, falsified records to cover their failure to check on her, and ignored obvious signs that her condition was worsening. The staff furthermore failed to provide her falsified records to cover their failure to check on her, and ignored obvious signs that her condition was worsening.
She's jaundiced as well.
Mm-hmm.
You see it, look in the eyes, see it?
You can see it in the eyes, yeah.
So the liver shut down.
But yeah, to be fair, with fungal meningitis, again, that has been known to happen on occasion. That can also be, that can be attributed to the HIV, like, fuck, even the fucking non-muscle atrophy, the hypertension can be attributed towards liver failure. Like, it's rare for hypertension to do that, but it has been known to.
Yes, in alcoholics, yes. But the smell from jaundice is ungodly, and I know the smell quite well because my dad had it.
Yeah.
That's not something you can brush off as, oh, the poods themselves.
Yeah, nah, the smell from jaundice, like, I've never smelled it myself, but I've heard it's a smell you don't forget, is how I've had it described to me.
give you an idea.
It's one of those smells where once you've smelt it, you know what that smells like forever.
You ever smell like 2-week-old rotten meat?
No, because I'm not an idiot.
Well, it's a rather small dead corpse. That's the instant.
The furthest I've had meat be out out of date for, where like a smell was possible to occur, was 4 days.
Well, that smell there, times that by 100, and you get an idea what jaundice smells like.
Fun. Fuck that.
The staff furthermore failed to provide her prescribed medication, deprived her of food and water, and only took her to the hospital after it was too late. End quote. And that still wasn't all. According to
this is the next one. I love this bit.
Complaint, Holly had begun to fall ill following days of having not received her prescribed medication. And it was after this point that, left untreated, the symptoms would only continue to systematically worsen and pile up. As previously mentioned, said symptoms included everything from dizziness to loss of eyesight. Stunning is that when tests came back showing that Holly's immune system was failing, employees still only sat idly by, doing absolutely nothing. Michael.
So they did a blood test and found a white cell count tanked.
Yeah.
Right, and
this thing, for someone who is known to be suffering with HIV, a sudden white blood cell tanking that should have set off alarm bells immediately.
Yeah, it should have.
That should have been a straight to hospital. You're dying.
Yeah, and that was in the first couple of weeks. White cells tanked.
Because a HIV victim's white blood cell tanking that much to the point where it's noticeable on a blood test. That can and is a clear indicator of your HIV worsening and actively killing you.
Yeah, that's the point where HIV becomes AIDS.
Jesus monkey fucking Christ.
And I believe that was in the first 2 weeks of her being in the cells.
That's actually impressive.
What? How shit they are? Well,
for them to be so shit that HIV developed for them to be so shit that HIV probably developed into AIDS in the space of 2 weeks.
Yeah.
At the very least, the symptoms of her HIV developing into full-blown fucking AIDS happened within the space of 2 weeks is impressive.
Yeah.
Frankly, I would even go as far as to say that that's damn near ungoddamn well heard of.
But it proves one point, though. They weren't given antivirals.
Correct. She was not receiving any of her medication, or she wouldn't have been able to develop, the white blood cell fucking dropping.
Yeah.
She wouldn't have been able to develop the symptom of a white blood cell tank that quickly.
No.
Potentially even at all.
Well, no, because doing antiviral drugs for HIV are pretty damn good.
Yeah.
You know, you can once you got HIV, you say, even the antivirals back in the day, you're looking at maybe 5 years before AIDS came in, and 2 years before AIDS killed you.
Yeah, a decade if you were lucky.
Nowadays, with HIV and the medication we have now, you can
live a full average life.
Yeah, you can get up to 60, 70 years old, easy.
Yeah.
You know?
It's not fun, but it's doable.
Yeah. Before you get any major problems. But 2 weeks, and...
would himself recall that during one of his visits with Holly in the month of April, he had noticed that she appeared to be squinting at him. He also recalled her lamenting over the belief that they weren't providing her with her meds as prescribed. Since she continued to go without proper treatment, her condition would worsen until at some point in the middle of May, she was placed on quote-unquote medical observation. This was where Holly was in the CCTV footage shown in this video. Clearly, being put on medical observation still meant receiving no treatment, but also virtually no observation, and in Holly's case,
so that's for a
it meant
week.
being
We'll last
deprived of
24 hours,
food and
40
water
hours
too.
of it.
The Times record states that in the hours of surveillance video around which our own story is centered around, Holly can be seen quote-unquote.
They dragged her in the cell.
I'm not even fucking surprised at this point, dude.
Ever watching who?
Not even fucking surprised.
Anyone watching who's like in the correction officer's role, prison guard, you have to drag someone on a bed and a mattress into a medical observation cell. What instead you should be doing is picking that person on the mattress up and putting them in an ambulance.
Yes.
At that stage. Not put them in a cell for medical observation.
Hell, frankly, at that point, you should be putting the mattress down and phoning for an ambulance, because by God, there might well be some spinal damage going on there.
Yeah.
If they're not physically capable of standing up and walking to their cell, there is a decent, especially in a prison, there's a decent chance they fucked their spine up. Like,
Quote,
there's a good chance they got drop kicked wrong. Like,
Mhm.
Jesus Christ.
But no, they just dragged them to the cell.
Sicker,
Lovely.
writhing in pain and calling for help. They go on to reiterate much of what we already saw. Quote, over a period of days, guards and medical staff didn't check on her or, when they did, ignored her calls for help and water, end quote. And of course, a case like this is hardly ever complete without one more utterly sickening act. And that is the act of falsifying observation logs, which apparently is another terrible thing the jail did. If you recall that in our footage, on the 10th of June we observed a nurse and 2 other individuals enter Holly's cell, finally, so that they could check up on her. It is stated that they decided to allow Holly to go to the hospital after they noticed her pupils had stopped reacting to light.
Oh.
Given the rest of the context they had to work with, a medical professional should have figured that this was symptomatic of something.
So damage to the brainstem at that point then.
Yep. Which again, fungal meningitis, yep.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
So basically this woman bowed alive for a week in that cell. It's rare. I can't think of something to say.
Oh, I could think of a few things, but I think we'd be taken off the fucking air if I said them.
Yeah.
Very urgent, and yet it still wouldn't be until the next day that finally Holly would be wheeled away in that wheelchair. By then, it would be too late.
She'd been in a gurney in a wheelchair.
Holly was beyond the point of recovery. We know this more or less for the fact that after being brought into the hospital, she didn't recover. One of the last things the lawsuit touched on was the jail's refusal to let family know where Holly was following the day of that transfer. The complaint even adds that after the family found out anyway, the jail still made further attempts to try and prevent them from seeing her. The lawsuit would be settled with the Barlow Austin family being rewarded a sum of $7 million, and as the family's attorney would perhaps rightfully boast, quote, this was the largest known settlement over a jail-related death in state history, end quote. Before we wrap up this installment,
$7 million for a death?
This story wouldn't be complete without mentioning. And perhaps we shouldn't be surprised by now, but it turns out that what happened to Holly is not an isolated incident.
Like, all I'm saying, right, a high quality hitman's gonna set you back 12, so like,
can you tell?
$7 million's just not a fair deal in my opinion.
Now one thing before I mention there, but I mentioned it for you, right, is the reason why the prison wasn't immediately shut down and the guards were pretty much off on scared, right, is they put a document out when they sent to the hospital that she was released from prison and no longer in their care.
You're fucking kidding.
Nope. So she died in hospital, therefore she didn't die in prison and not in their care to avoid the investigation. Which is why they didn't tell the husband where she was until that document was filed. Now what's about to show next is the same prison, right, and something else that happened there. And then she explains about that document.
His death, for example, LaSalle reached another settlement in another lawsuit for an undisclosed amount. The suit had been filed by the family of a man named Michael Sabby, who had also died while under the care of the jail, albeit in 2015. Sabby's complaint, like Holly's, alleged that LaSalle employees had deprived him of the medications and treatment he needed for his heart disease and diabetes, primarily.
The following video, taken hours before he died, may be disturbing to watch.
Surveillance video given to CBS News from Michael Sabby's attorney appears to show a security guard at the Bi-State Justice Center throw Sabby to the ground. According to the lawsuit, Sabby wasn't feeling well and had stopped to lean against the wall before attempting to enter the booking area to make a phone call. A second video taken by a jail employee purportedly shows...
Now, with diabetes, if you're in with, I think it's
hypoglycemia.
Right, is a person could appear to be severely intoxicated, for one thing.
Yeah.
Right. You can also have other symptoms around it, such as, like, say, leaning against the wall, shortness of breath, that type of thing. Right. Now, what they do next in here, first thing I don't know what that you try to do there for a takedown. For one thing, that was appalling, as an attempt downs go. That would have caused damage, given the size this guy is. And
I mean, yeah, that's best case scenario. That's a cracked rib or two.
Yeah. And then what they do next, right, is even worse in my opinion.
What happened after Sabby is on the floor. He's held down by 6 guards and pepper sprayed. Brought to a jail nurse for less than a minute.
Now that's pepper spray point blank to the face and mouth. Which, if there was a red pepper spray before, or mace, or whatever they're using, can kill somebody by choking the airways.
Yeah, it literally suffocates you. That's why you're not supposed to do it at short range.
Yeah. And you didn't get 1 blast in the face of it. You got, for that video, you got about 4.
Fucking hell.
It rinsed off and returned to his cell. During the 9.5.
Yeah, rinsed off. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know the prisoners, but fuck me.
This is the thing, right? Unless he's a fucking pedophile, I don't care why you're in prison. Unless you've touched a kid, in my books, you're still a human fucking being.
Yeah.
And even fucking then, even if you are a pedophile in prison, you shouldn't be murdered by the guards. You should be fucking executed against the post for public viewing.
But like I said,
not fucking treated like this.
Rinsed off. Not just in his claws, not in his claws, alright, just hose them down.
Just metal down, yeah, fuck.
Turned to his cell. During the 9.5-minute video, Sabby says he can't breathe at least 19 times and asks for water.
Oh, please, water, please.
The next morning, jail guards found the 35-year-old dead on his jail cell floor.
So he reported at intake that he had hypertension, diabetes, heart disease, and asthma.
Eric Hype is representing Sabby's family.
Oh yeah, asthma and mace to the face. Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's so much worse.
Ugh. No, I can't keep saying this enough. Right? They need better fucking training.
They just need better, full stop, dude.
Yeah, better
They need better fucking everything out there, man.
In a lawsuit against a jail filed earlier this week. The suit claims jail staff didn't give Sabby his medications, ignored his labored breathing, and used excessive force.
Sadly, the list of victims allegedly goes on. In the end, this all naturally begs the question, if this private corporation is so corrupt, if these jails have a pattern of neglecting to provide medical care to their inmates, and there is a pattern of inmates turning up mysteriously dead in their care, then where are the criminal charges? Why aren't there any investigations being conducted? This is a very good question, in fact. And to answer that question, let's just have a quick look at the controversial question of why Holly's death was never investigated.
Here we go. Ready for this?
Go on then.
Any time that an in-custody death occurs in any Texas correctional facility, by law, that must be reported, and then subsequently it must be criminally investigated. In Holly's case, recall that, in spite of numerous requests for help, and in spite of the obviously foul condition she was in, jail employees waited until she was very near the brink of death to finally take her to the hospital.
This game...
Fuck off, Eve.
You're not ready.
Then once she was at the hospital, recall that the jail staff tried all they could to ensure that Mike, the husband, did not find out her whereabouts. When Mike found out anyway, days after she'd already been languishing away in the ER, he says he arrived to discover Holly being in the horrid condition she was, of course, but also that guards from LaSalle Corrections had been presiding over her, and over the whole situation, for nearly 4 days. And it said, within hours of Mike and Holly's mother's arrival at the hospital, a paper was presented to them. The paper stated that Holly was officially released from jail custody. As we also know, within the next 12 hours, she was dead. Much to the shock of Holly's mother and husband, there would be no criminal investigation into the matter because, according to that paper, which had fluttered in after being signed by the sheriff at nearly the last minute, that one single bloody signature from the county sheriff absolved them of all and any would-be responsibility in the...
Yep.
Did we just hear you punch your desk by any chance?
You did.
Thought so.
One little signature and a piece of paper meant she didn't die in prison. Therefore, no criminal investigation.
I'm trying not to shout. I'm trying to keep nice and calm. Cause there's a lot of shit I could say. There's a lot of words that I could use to accurately express my disdain for this situation. However, all of them would have to be said very loudly, so I'm going to choose not to say them.
Same here. It's
because it's late at night and I don't want to upset the neighbors.
Words escape me on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand when I feel like she says that the system's corrupt, right? And because like this, like I said, the hardest thing you can do for people in that, like my position where I'm adverse against somebody who's a total twat, like Chili is.
Yeah.
Right? Is admitting when he's got a point to make. Right, now when Chili would cover this video himself, unfortunately he did it in the most twat-fine way possible.
Yeah, which I can believe.
I still made it back with him because apparently his friend died of AIDS. So I don't get into it with him. But with a case like this, and they got away with, again, at best, criminally negligent homicide.
Yeah.
For that woman. Because of a piece of paper with a date on just hours before she died meant they weren't responsible.
The thing is as well, like this is the thing. Like, especially with the claims of, like, falsifying documents.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to try and make it seem like she was getting better care than she actually was.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming that is correct and, like, that was happening. Which, it might not have been, but, like, we'll give it the benefit of the doubt here for a second, right?
Yeah.
Assuming that was going on. To me, that alone takes this from a criminal negligence issue to straight up just murder. And premeditated. Like, that's first degree, motherfucker.
With a conspiracy charge on top.
Yeah, like that's conspiracy, that's premeditated, like that, like you don't fuck up and I cover your tracks that well.
But again though,
someone had to sit down and think about that ahead of time to figure out how to get away with that.
Again, what's worse about this case is we wouldn't know about the documents being falsified if the family didn't file their civil lawsuit.
Yeah.
Because the police weren't going to look into it because far as they're concerned, she didn't die in prison, therefore they don't need to report it or have it investigated.
It's the fact that it's literally the legal equivalent of not my circus, not my monkeys.
Yeah, it is.
Like, didn't happen on my grounds, so not my problem.
Yeah. That's literally, that's essentially it. You know, oh, didn't happen on my property. You shot him from yours. Doesn't matter, didn't die on mine.
They've like quite literally just spun around and gone, not our circus, not our monkeys, not our problem. Fuck you.
Pass the buck, here we go. She died in hospital, blame them.
This is the thing as well, right? Because this is important. This is an important detail, if you ask me, right? That piece of paper, right? To my understanding, right? That piece of paper, like that's a release of custody, correct?
Yes.
That means she was no longer in jail serving her, like, you know, court mandated sentence.
Yes.
Of like being like a pre-trial court appointed sentence, right?
Yes.
Let's say hypothetically she did somehow manage to survive and recover from this.
Mm-hmm.
Surely they're not gonna send her back to jail, right?
No.
Cause like, yeah, like she's been like completely released from custody under that circumstance.
Yeah, under medical circumstance. But remember what she said though. She was in the ER in that state for 4 days.
Yeah.
In prison making decisions for her health. Until that piece of paper arrived. When the husband eventually managed to find out where she was.
Yeah.
Right. So any hope of trying to save her by him giving medical decisions. Right. Because at one point the state had medical decisions over her because she's in their custody still.
Yeah.
Right, was completely destroyed until outside they knew she was going to die, and then they handed the paper off to him.
It screams premeditated murder.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
someone up the food chain made a decision.
And that decision was that fucking, like, Holly Barlow should die. That was the decision that was made.
I mean, let's say that was an original decision. Let's say originally thought she was faking it, but again, they should have given the medication. That's negligence.
Yeah.
There. When they found her in that state in the cell, and then moved to hospital, someone made a decision at that point is, this would be easier if she died in the hospital.
Yeah. Like,
and that to me is worse than just outright killed her. That was a case of not even treating the person as a living human being at that point.
Yeah, she was essentially treated as a fucking pest. Like,
a minor annoyance to my profit line. I think the worst, like the movies you see about the worst things about corporatism, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just distilled into that one act of that one piece of paper. Distills all that like bullshit about, oh, capitalism is for profit, they don't care about human lives. Yeah, that one piece of paper they just handed the husband just kind of like sums that all up.
It's such just corporal bullshit. There's fucking.
You know, I now have responsibility because I signed this. You can't touch me now. You know what I mean? It's that kind.
Yeah. As I'm just trying. I'm trying to like agree with you and be engaged without just shouting very loudly.
I know it's hard to.
It's hard to not go ape shit.
Yeah, it's hard to find the right words to say here, without just swearing at my monitor, and make an articulate argument of. It's partly wish Glitter was here because she could probably do a better job at it than I can.
Yeah.
You know?
She'd do be better with the words.
I mean, if I was a husband, I'll be in jail next to her for punching out every guard.
Oh, yeah.
death.
This is the thing, dude. Like if I was the husband, right? I filed that lawsuit, you know, and I got handed $7 million as the settlement.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I'm not gonna lie, I think I would have leapt over the courtroom and strangled that judge right there and then. And there wouldn't have been a fucking soul on planet Earth, and not a number feasibly considerable to the human brain of people that would have been able to drag me off of that judge.
I don't think I'll go for the judge.
Oh no, I would have gone for the judge, because fuck you, $7 million is, like, it's, like, a high quality, well trained professional hitman's gonna set you back $12 million. Minimum. Minimum, I want 10, fuck you. That is a slap in the face.
The problem with that case, though, is it's a jury case. So
I don't give a fuck.
But tell one person I would go after, with impunity, would be the warden of that jail, because he has final say, and the doctor of that prison. The rest of the
I'm not gonna lie, I think I might have ended up snapping the necks of every single person in that room. Like, as a $7 million settlement is just a piss take.
Mm-hmm.
That is a slap in the fucking face. Like, don't get me wrong, right? $7 million is a lot of money. It's life-changing. And you know what? To most people, that would probably be a perfectly acceptable decision right there. Of, yeah, okay, $7 million, that's fair. You know, like, because most people don't have the kind of knowledge I do that, like, you know, the best of the best hitmen are about 12 million average. An average hitman, you're looking 50k ahead. But, like, good hitmen that know what the fuck they're doing and are never going to get caught, 12 million average.
I don't need hitman to do it.
Yeah. You know Agent 47 from the Hitman games? A hitman of his caliber, you're looking 12 million ahead.
I don't need him. You know,
I just think most people don't, but, like, you know.
About £1,000, that would be just more than enough what I need to do.
Yeah. Well, no, because, like, see, this is the thing, right? Murder is like any other crime. You gotta kind of weigh up profit margin wise, you know? If I do this crime, I'm gonna get, you know, I'll make this much money, but if I get caught, I'll do this much time. You know, it's like bank robbing, right? The average bank robbery, you're gonna walk away with about $4 grand. Armed robbery, however, can get you up to 25 years in prison, depending on your country of origin. $4 grand for 25 years isn't exactly profitable.
Oh, shot. Depending on the country as well.
Yeah. You know, whereas, like, kidnapping, for example, if I kidnap, say, the daughter of a president, you know, I could fucking ransom that off for, you know, fucking $5, $10, $50 million. But I'm gonna do 10 years in prison for kidnapping.
Life's automatic for kidnapping.
Even so.
Like,
that's still a much better profit margin.
I think with the money issue for me, it would come down to one option. If we had living children or not.
Nah, I don't give a shit if they've got, like, this is the thing. If my target has children, that's fine. If my target is a child, I'm not doing it.
No, if I had living children with the money.
Nah, even then.
If I had living kids who I know the money could benefit more at a time, I wouldn't care to. I mean, again, like, just paying off money for a death thing, well, that's it, and I resolved this. You know, no, I want people in prison.
Yeah.
I want them alongside the inmates they've abused.
Because this is the thing, like, it cannot be allowed to keep happening. The people responsible for that death need to be locked up so that it doesn't fucking happen again.
There's a bit more information coming up in a second, I think.
Barlow Austin. Because how could the jail be responsible for a person's death if the person wasn't even in their custody at the time? And for anyone hoping to give this institution the benefit of the doubt, this was absolutely no accident on their part. In fact, by now it appears they were becoming rather skilled at using this particular loophole in order to avoid accountability for their actions. In 2011, for example, a man by the name of Ivan Earl Allen was found collapsed on the floor of his cell at one of LaSalle's numerous other facilities. Staff immediately ushered him away to the hospital. the state of Texas conducts a mandatory criminal investigation anytime a person dies in custody, yet there would be no investigation into Ivan's death. And this was due to the fact that after being found unresponsive and being scooted off to the hospital, a suspiciously similar paper surfaced that stated Ivan had been released from the prison's care. Therefore, by law, no investigation could be conducted. In the case of Holly Barlow Austin, if it seemed at all strange, as for why the workers at the Bi-State Justice Center had been so adamant that she not be seen by family members, it starts to make a little more sense when we frame it against these other new findings. If you think about the fact that at that time, Holly had not yet been signed out of the jail's custody, one of two things is likely to be the most possible explanation for everything. Either the jail were actively trying to obtain a signed release and had been buying time in order to do so, or else they were uncertain as to whether she might still be able to recover, and thus they were keeping guard over her bedside to monitor her progress.
Yeah, I agree with that
and
one.
In the event that things should take a turn for the worse, they would be able to send for their little paper to be signed over right away. Except that, when the family laid eyes on the damaged and deplorable condition that Holly was in upon their arrival to the ER, LaSalle knew at once that an investigation would need to be avoided, given how obvious it would be to the family that Holly had not deteriorated to her current state in the time she'd spent under care of the hospital. Hence the arrival of the release only hours upon the family's arrival to see her. Had the family never been able to pin down her location, and then had Holly died, even in the face of an investigation, it may have been a bit easier to deny that Holly was in any form of seriously...
What's worse is, right, if she died in prison custody, I think still by state law in Texas, the family can't claim the body for burial. It's put in the pauper's grave behind the prison.
It is, yeah.
So even then there'd be no medical examination of the corpse. Or anything like that.
Yeah.
You know, that's...
It makes you wonder how many have they gotten away with?
Yeah.
How many deaths have they gotten away with that we just don't fucking know about?
Or we won't know about. Because they say legally, because that release form's there, they can't be charged with any criminal. Or bet you can get a civil case against them.
Yeah.
You know?
Concerning shape.
I don't know, like given the circumstance of how the paperwork was done, I feel like it should be doable.
Had Holly somehow managed
if
to
you find you're willing to take the case.
Comeback, had she already been released from the jail? That fact right there may have raised a few eyebrows, with the question as to why. Either way, at the end of the day, it appears rather cut and dry. The guards presiding over her were merely waiting for Holly to die. Upon signs of obvious irreversible death, they would obtain their release and not be held responsible. This, it is said to have been uncovered, is the game that LaSalle Corrections has been playing for quite some time now. Except, as is often the case with corrupt, high-powered institutions, even those above them tend to either turn a blind eye or downright accept the wrongdoing and work to steer the public's attention in another direction. In spite of outcries from inmates, from family members, from the community, and even from the media, in spite of independent investigations and the discovery of some pretty damning evidence of wrongdoing, and in spite of numerous lawsuits and costly settlements, LaSalle Corrections somehow continues to dodge any form of corrective action being taken against them. To wit, Bowie County's top official, Judge Bobby Howell, at the time of the lawsuit pertaining to Holly's in-custody death, had publicly stated no comment with regard to the pending litigation. However, he did take the opportunity to praise LaSalle Corrections for a job well done on keeping COVID out of their jails. I think now we know why there has not been any real justice pertaining to these inmates' deaths at the hands of LaSalle-run facilities. Judge Howell's statement is very telling, and in fact, it's also rather chilling. In a manner of speaking, we can now see the ceiling that keeps being hit any time justice is pursued on any higher or significant level.
Why'd y'all wait so long to take her to the hospital?
I can't comment on that death in custody.
Last month, we went to Austin to a jail commission meeting. LaSalle executive Jay Easton was there. So was Bowie County Sheriff James Prince. She was in the hospital in critical condition and she's released. You're not going to say anything, Sheriff?
No, ma'am, I'm not. I love that. That's too sweet.
Well, guys, as I'm sure you know, all good things must come to an end, and unfortunately, it's no different with this video. The good news is that if you enjoyed this content, and true crime stories in general, you can always hit like and subscribe to the channel.
Right, one bit of information that I got that didn't share is before the lawsuit was signed, the state of Texas renewed their contract with the cell. Right.
Again, yeah.
Now,
I'm fucking surprised.
On Cyber Better News, after this lawsuit with her, this woman was sent, Texas then cancelled the contract with the cell correctional facilities.
Good.
And that. So a bit of silver lining from this tragedy, shall we call it.
I hope literally everyone involved, including that sheriff, is shot against the fucking post. Like I want the heads of those responsible.
It's like I say, we can analyze the video all day long, and that
prison's never ever gonna come. I don't care who you are or how you analyze that video. That prison's never coming out of that looking good.
No. Right. We can analyze it all day long. Think, well, she had HIV. You know, prisons aren't clean. They're not maybe like hotels and that type of stuff. Right, which is true. They're prisons.
They should still be fucking clean and hygienic, though.
Yes, there should still be
like basic hygiene standards should still be met and enforced by all parties.
There's a phrase I can't remember who said it. Who said, if you treat a man like an animal, he will become the animal. Right? Now, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of like some of the prisons we have over here, where you know prisoners have like PlayStations and shit in their cells.
Yeah.
No, you're in prison. Fuck off. Right? But she was there for probation violation. Right? And a simple probation violation, and she was waiting to go to court, and that was the state she was in.
Yeah.
They knew she had HIV. Even like this is like the start of COVID, so they knew she had HIV. They should have released her immediately to go home.
Yeah.
As an at-risk person. You know?
Like, is that like as someone who is medically high risk but criminally a low risk personality?
Yes. I mean, of course, remember they released like 5,000 rapists and murderers because of COVID.
Yeah.
It boggles the mind. Now, another statement I point out was this particular prison. They got paid, I think it was like $52.68 a day for the care of each inmate. Was the figures for it? Yes, it was. Right. So again, the prison's for profit, so they're trying to make as much money as possible by spending as little as possible on the inmates.
Yeah.
Right. Now, one theory popped up saying, well, the prison at that price, the prison couldn't afford to produce medication. Right? That could be an argument you can make. Problem with that argument is, the husband...
medication was dropped off for them, free of charge.
Yeah, they had medication in hand. And let me tell you one thing, antiviral drugs for HIV are not cheap.
They are one of the most expensive drugs in America.
Yeah.
Which is painful, because HIV is... Again, this is going to sound uncouth, but it's just a fucking fact. HIV is most common in low-income areas.
Yeah, low-income areas, and unfortunately the gay community as a whole.
Well, yeah. We kind of invented that shit, to be fair, but like... Well, connection. If you believe this, the conspiracy theorists, the CIA invented it to kill off the gays. But technically speaking, the gays invented HIV by accident by having a little too much fun.
No, going to say on a different topic slightly, is one of the funniest ones I can remember about the gay community was a lot of people went up to I think it was a gay convention at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Right, which caused the spread of monkeypox.
Yes. Yes, it did.
You know, only group outside of Asia to get monkeypox having this one gay, so-called non-sexual gay event, as they called it.
Yeah.
And for those reasons why that's funny is the way to track monkeypox is through skin-to-skin contact.
Which, to be fair, handshakes.
Yeah.
Handshakes.
Problem is though, the rash of monkeypox shows up where the contact was made.
Ah.
And let's say
very few a lot of more on the hands.
Yeah, it's very little on the hand, shall we say? But anyway, that's again.
For like that's what I should actually warn you about. Actually, like for the Pride Festival, expect to get hugged at least once. Like they can be friendly environments, and I mean that in a genuinely wholesome way. Like Pride festivals can be very wholesome environments in that regard. Of sometimes people go who are just really friendly.
Like,
you know, like that kind of bubbly personality of super friendly, where they just hug a stranger like as a greeting.
Yeah.
You know those fucking weirdos. Yeah. They happen. So like, fair warning. You might get hugged.
Like I say, I'm going to this event without any preconceptions whatsoever.
Yeah. I just no, I don't want you to get caught off guard by someone trying to hug you and you judo throwing the fucking guy. You know, like just fair warning that might happen to you. Please don't judo throw them.
She's newspaper. A random fairy just flying through the air.
Yeah.
Picture of you standing next to like, oh shit.
Just fucking gonna get stabbed. I'm gonna get stabbed for bringing this guy. Fuck.
But anyway, back to what I was saying. It's.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't understand why prisons like this exist.
Yeah. They are unfortunately a necessary evil for the American prison system, because it's just overwhelmed and to an extent underfunded.
Yeah, so I can understand why they exist, right? And on paper, they make sense to how they work.
Yeah.
Right? But in practice, a lot of where you hear the horror stories out of prisons, like Chili keeps bringing up and all that.
Yeah, a lot of them are private for-profit prisons.
Yeah, because in order to become prison guard in a state-run prison requires like a lot of background checks,
psych evals,
that type of stuff.
Like it's pretty much the same requirements as becoming a police officer.
Yeah. Well, that's because correct officers can't have the same powers as police officers do have, even outside of prison. Whereas with private-owned ones, they pick their employees.
Yeah.
And they choose how to recruit them.
Yeah, I think like you pretty much just have to pass a basic background check.
If there are any background checks whatsoever.
Yeah.
I say this: the bar to get into a for-profit prison isn't particularly high. Like I think for most prisons in America, you require at least to get your GED.
Yeah.
Or a college degree. Look, police have now require college degrees nowadays.
Yeah. Which is weird, but fair play.
I think it's more a case of the standard boot, like the standard uniform officer, doesn't require one. Does have to pass the academy.
Like detectives, things like that. Like,
but to get like sergeant and detective, you have to have at least a degree in criminology in order to progress up the chain.
Which, like, valid.
Which is understandable, to be honest. You want to be sure the person's actually smart enough to do the job.
Yeah.
But again, like I say, theoretically, that type of system America has would never work in England. Although our prisons are state-run, we do have like private companies, like G4S is one of them, who do prisoner transports, do some garden, like small courthouses, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
But for the most part, the prisons themselves are still run by Her Majesty's Prison Services, the HIMP.
And that as well is like with G4S, like, because like I've tried to get in with G4S before. They are so fucking stringent, dude. Oh my god.
You're strained, but they're still shit somehow.
Like, nah, like, this is the thing. I genuinely argue G4S is potentially one of the better security companies we have in this country.
Yeah, here's one thing.
Like you've got to pass 7 separate background checks to get in. For a start. Most security companies, you need like the base level security license in this country. Yeah, G4S requires a level 4.
The problem with G4S is I was going to the courthouse with Wayne Mace because he's doing the custody hearing with his kid. And the G4S staff not only allowed my friend to walk in with a what do you call it? I don't
know, what do you call it?
You know remember the old wooden prayer sticks?
Oh yeah.
That used to like fighting and stuff. One rounded edge, one pointed edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, well those in his keychain. Mel one. And the staff allowed that in.
Well, it's a keychain, isn't it?
Right. They also allowed me in with my vape.
Yeah.
Which was a mechanical box mod squonk at the time. Now, people don't realise why that's a problem is, with just a small bit of wiring and 2 very harmless chemicals I mixed together, I have now created a detonator and a bomb.
Yeah.
Very easily.
To be fair though, with vapes, if you throw a vape hard enough, it's a bomb by default. It's like a battery because they literally have a battery in them. It's just a fucking impact grenade.
You can all the 18650s lithium-ion batteries and watch them detonate.
You don't even have to do that. You literally just throw it at the floor hard enough and it will explode.
Yeah. You know, it's...
But like, I did it with my last fucking vape. Well, not my last, like my last stick vape, like my last refillable stick.
Yeah.
I was in Newcastle because it's how I broke my phone in Newcastle. I went to sit down on a wall while drunk, and I had my phone and my vape in the same pocket, and they fell out of my pocket. And my phone landed on my vape, and the vape exploded. And I don't mean exploded as in like, oh, it like shattered. No, like it made a audible poof,
bang, yeah,
and flames came out of it.
That's lithium
fire. It fucking detonated.
But
it scorched the ground.
You see, one of the things I know because I was applying for the prisons as a guard from my mental health declined.
Yeah.
Right. Is grade wise, I had enough grades for it. And experience, I didn't have any experience too much, but they didn't care too much about that. But one thing I did have to sit and go through was a psych evaluation.
Yeah, which neither of us are ever going to pass.
I was going to pass it until one of the questions came up on it. Was if say prisons were getting a hand and a riot ensued, right? Because I was going to work in the kitchen teaching like the prisoners how to cook and supervising them. And say, what happens if the prisoner gets their hand and grabs a knife? And it threatens you with said knife.
I break his wrist.
I said break his arm.
Yeah.
You know,
quickly and safely disarm the subject and snap the arm in the process.
No, apparently my answer was to hit the panic button.
Yeah. It's quicker to disarm him.
Yeah.
In both meanings of the word. You disarm him and de-arm him in one swift movement. Just.
Now, to be fair, I can understand by that because I have like I've said before, I've got a background in martial arts, so doing that to somebody is second nature to me.
Yeah, that's like day 2 of your training. Like you're taught that very quickly.
Right, but whereas with somebody who's, like say, a fresh-faced person coming in, might not have the same level of combat training that Vegas has.
Yeah,
that's why we say when we watch like the police video takedown videos. One thing we'll say
is critiques like their experience and that, because this is the thing, right? You gotta remember, I only ever achieved the rank of yellow belt in karate, right? I'm not exactly fucking Bruce Lee or anything, right? But if I can look at how you're doing a takedown and tell you exactly step by step what you fucked up, you're doing something very wrong.
Well, that's like one thing that Chili made a comment on, right? Was police have no usable skills. And that all police officers are basically ex-military people who can't find a job. Right? I can tell the fact that's not the case because if you had a military officer who has extensive combat training, including hand-to-hand combat, admittedly, I think Krav Maga is not that great compared to what other people think it is, but
yeah,
that's my personal opinion on that.
personally, I like Krav Maga, but then I'm a little bit sadistic.
Krav Maga is a decent fighting style. It's just compared to using like karate or wild rope, which I've taught, I find Krav Maga not as effective.
This way, Krav Maga is a good martial arts. It's just massively overhyped.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, it's still a terrifying martial art if you're up against someone that knows what the fuck they're doing with it, but it's overhyped.
Now, the military, particularly the American military, which it goes on about, also just go through CQB training, which is based around Krav Maga.
Yes.
Right? They do a 6 weeks course in it. So they become quite competent at it, as well as various training. Because remember, most soldiers last 4 years before they signed out.
Yeah.
So they've had plenty of training drills on hand-to-hand combat. So if all police officers in America were ex-military, right, then they wouldn't struggle to do a subject. They would fold that subject up into a neat little parcel and just put it in the back of their car.
Yeah.
You know, there wouldn't be those cops like struggling to try and take down a suspect, even if that suspect is like 3 times their size. Because Krav Maga specializes in taking down larger opponents.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of the style.
It's kind of similar to things like Kung Fu and Judo in that regard.
Yes, particularly Judo has that particular skill set in it. Right, so the theory that these highly military trained killing machines can't take down Uncle Buck high on meth without doing it so easily that, you know, it's inconceivable that they require 4 officers to pin one guy to the deck.
Nah. Sorry. See, speaking of Judo, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I've fucking a good story's popped back into my head because of the, like, Judo. I'll let you finish your thing, but like, just I needed to let you know I've got a story.
That's about it, really. It's one thing that baffles me with Chile saying, "Oh, they're all military people." It's like,
yeah, no. If they were military guys, it wouldn't take 6 of them to take down a target. Like,
it also means they can shoot down. Like, say, I hope they can shoot downside better.
Yeah, they'd have good aim.
Because to pass the police officer's shooting evaluation, all you have to do is hit the target in the chest with 2 magazines. Yeah. Right? Now, trust me, military officers, military cadets, if you did that with 2 magazines, your staff sergeant would beat you with your gun.
And laugh in the process, because we all know staff sergeants are mentally ill.
Until you got it right.
Yes.
You know, they would not accept that as a passing score. You'd be sleeping with your gun for the next 2 months. You know, until you made sure that you could hit that target reliably at a single point.
Yeah.
And you're talking like police. I think the target range for the police is what, 35 yards?
Something like that. Yeah, it's what, 15 feet.
Yeah, about 50 feet with a Glock, with a standard Glock.
Yeah, I think it's the Glock. Is it the Glock 9 they use now?
No, they're back to using Glock 17 because it's cheaper.
And back to the 17 now. Fair.
Which has decent aim, to be honest.
It's a decent firearm. Like the Glock 7. Say what you will about the Glock 17, because it is a joke of a gun, right? 9mm, nothing, but like, it's actually a decent 9mm. Like, it's got decent sights. It's on average, like your average Glock 17's only got like a miss aim of about 3mm, so like it's not too bad.
Personally, I prefer a Beretta over a Glock, but that's personal preference.
It doesn't. I think literally everyone on planet Earth would rather fire a Beretta than a Glock.
No, there's some weird people out there for the 1911.
Those people, no, okay, that's fair. Actually, the 1911 is nice.
Look, my basis for 1911, I know I've retired slightly, is that kinetic safety.
That's the thing. Like, see if it's a modern like remake of 1911. Nah, put it in the bin. See if it's like an actual historical antique World War II 1911. All day, every day, I will play with that. Yes, please.
Even go down as far as the Vietnam ones are pretty good.
I mean, yeah, no, okay, the Vietnam Colt 1911 was still pretty good, but like,
yeah, the modern one,
a Vietnam Colt 1911 just isn't as cool as the World War II one did.
Now, like I say, I've handled like say I play airsoft and a lot of guns are replicated to, I don't know why, but painstaking detail.
Yeah, to be like as accurate as possible.
Like my Glock, my M19.
Mine's a Glock 12.
My M9 Beretta They replicated the fault on the trigger pin, which holds the fire bracket up. Because those springs are fragile and they break easy.
Yeah.
They replicated that in, and they're like, why? Oh, accuracy.
Yeah, fun.
I don't care.
It's funny, that's why. Fuck you.
I want it usable, you twat. But
mine's is a Glock 12 remodel, and well, previously, and still to an extent does have the same two glaring flaws as the Glock 12. The slide is far too brittle and easy to slide off, snap off, and or shatter.
Yeah.
Because I've done that about 4 times to the fucking thing by mistake. And the magazines have this nasty little habit of flying out of the gun by forcing the fucking little pin that holds the magazine in place. Yeah, just forcing its way past it if you move the gun too fast.
Let's say
I do frequently because I've gotten fairly proficient with my gun and doing reload drills.
My first one was a 1911. I had.
Yeah.
Mine style, kinetic safety, and all that military issue type.
That's the thing, I'd wanted the 1911, but it was just slightly out of my budget, so I had to go for the Glock 12 that was just in my budget.
Now, the kinetic safety only works if you have a tight grip in your handgun.
Yeah.
Right? Also, the problem with that is where the mag release button is.
Yeah.
Right? So you put that in your holster, you drop leg holster, which most airsofters use, and to be honest, it's comfortable as fuck. I like it.
Yeah, no, even I like drop holsters. They're really comfy.
As you're running, that holster slaps a little bit.
Yeah.
The problem with the mag release is it's so pronounced.
Insensitive at that.
Yeah.
They just
slight tap and your magazine's gone.
Yeah.
Now, anyone who's played airsoft knows, unlike real gun magazines, a magazine for an airsoft pistol is hell expensive.
They are incredibly expensive, and they're also quite fragile.
Yeah. I mean, mine's even worse because I use CO2, not green gas. So mine even more expensive.
See, my Glock 12 is it's spring loaded.
I got a Springer.
I've got a Springer, yeah. And I dropped the magazine 4 times and it shattered. It's strict it's why I can own my Glock without having a license, is because I accidentally decommissioned it.
Well, no, you can. What's stupid about the airsoft laws is it's perfectly legal to own and operate the firearms because they're toys.
Yeah.
What the law states is you're not allowed to sell them.
And still,
that don't have. You don't have the licenses for it, which is the issue.
Yeah.
I've not been on this website for a while.
Well, I was gonna say it's 2:30 in the morning, so before we end up having like a 3-hour fucking just rabbit hole into airsoft guns, I'm gonna let you pull up one airsoft gun. We will talk about it briefly, and then I think we go the fuck to bed. Because it is late.
Oh, where's that? Oh, they don't have them. Oh, where's that? Those had in stock when I was after last time. There we go. My favorite section.
Yeah, assault rifles.
No, AKs. I love AK variants.
That's fair.
And that, because most airsofters don't use them very often.
This is the thing, I've always been more of an M14 kind of a guy myself. You know the Vietnam M14?
Oh, yeah.
The M14A1?
Yeah.
Like the one with like the weird fucking like ruboid aiming thing.
I mean that one there's that's one I've got.
Yeah, I mean it is a nice AK.
It weighs a fucking shit ton, like.
I can imagine.
Hang on. Fuck you. Where was that? Hang on, best way of doing this one.
Yeah, just search it.
I know they have a few M14s on here. There you go. That's close. That's Vietnam style.
No, that's the that's the carbine one. I'm talking about the full auto one.
That is full auto.
Oh, okay. But it's not the one I'm thinking. You know, right? You know the one they use in Forrest Gump. You know that one.
Oh, that one there.
You know the stereotypical Vietnam fucking gun.
There you go.
You know that one. No, not that one. That's not the one. No.
Yeah, that's Vietnam style because it's got the drop mag down.
No, fuck you. Let me Google it. Fucking. I'm pretty sure it was the... No, okay, it wasn't the M14A1. I'll give... Okay, the thing you've pulled up is the M14A1, but it's not what I'm thinking of.
Hang on, Vietnam was the M16, wasn't it? You're thinking of?
I've literally just googled it. Yeah, it's the M16 I'm thinking of. That's my issue.
There you go. That's M16.
Yeah. So was it? Will it be the M16A1 then? I'm more. Yeah.
Yeah, M16A1 would be the one you're thinking of.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't have the flute. That doesn't have the flipped barrel or the serrated barrel grip.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, the M16A1. Yeah. I've always been more privy to the it's like I've been playing Ghost Recon Breakpoint a lot recently, and like the M16A1, like you pick it up like right near the start of the game. Like I think like the second enemy in the game drops one.
Yeah.
And I have been using it ever since because it's one of my favorite guns ever. I fucking adore the M16.
Historically, the M16, although the idea of the platform was to be able to make a multi-platform rifle.
Yeah.
Right. It's started the problem with it jammed like a motherfucker.
Oh, it really does. But like, I'm willing to the only thing I genuinely do not like about the M16, and it's weird because it's like the thing the gun is known for is like that weird ass ruboid fucking like iron sight thing. That's the only thing about it I don't like, but even then I'm willing to put up with it.
It was so shit for a sight.
Yeah.
Well, these were most airsofters use.
They use like M4s, Honey Badgers, things like that.
Yeah, M4 platforms, which I mean I don't mind too much. I mean I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to be.
To be fair, I kind of vibe with it. It's like an M4 meets a Tommy gun meets a grease gun. I kind of fuck with that.
Yeah. It's... I mean, if you want to like... hang on, I'll show one more gun, then we'll move on to the end. Because, well, look about Patrol Base, they do like some nice historic type weaponry.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where the fuck were they? Were Spokans. Right, which... My favourite one.
Is that an RPK at the top there?
Yes, that is an RPK.
Nice.
RPK 74 actually. So that would be the Vietnam variant.
It is, yes. I thought it looked familiar.
But they don't have it on here because they used to have one of the what do you call these? The MG42s.
Fair.
But this is a new one I haven't seen before.
The Type 90. Oh, I forgot about the Type 96, dude. Yeah. Oh. God, it was a piece of shit.
The Browning Type 96 machine gun.
God, they were shit.
They were so bad. They were so bad.
I'll take like if I was gonna buy like an airsoft LMG, right? Mm-hmm. I'll tell you which one I would buy in a heartbeat.
Which one?
Dinner plate.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
No, I think it's like the DP28, if I remember rightly, is its proper thing.
Yeah, that's
the dinner plate gun. I'd be willing to spend so much money on a dinner plate. They're so funny. They look so stupid.
I mean, that's a new one. What the fuck?
That is a rotary minigun.
That's a one-handed minigun.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I didn't know that existed.
That's some Terminator. Like, that's the type of shit you expect to see in fucking Wolfenstein.
It is. I'm fucking press there. It is. I mean, some of the other bullshit I've been. Those.
That's fucking Hellboy's gun.
Where?
On the last one on the right, but like before the fucking. That one.
Yeah,
that's just Hellboy's gun.
I have that.
That's literally just Hellboy's revolver, dude.
Yeah, I've got that. I own that gun.
Why?
Because I have a grenade launcher. It's funny.
Why?
Because look at Tarak.
Yeah. This is the thing, right? I understand owning a grenade launcher, that's fine, but why that particular grenade launcher?
Because it cost me 35 quid at the time.
That's okay, fair.
And the look of terror on people's faces when they walk around the corner and see that point blank in their face. It's quite amusing to me.
I can imagine.
But that one there, the particular one, that model there, the police get very narky with that one.
I can imagine.
Because the dimensions of these barrels is 40mm.
Yeah.
And
so it is literally just a grenade launcher.
Yes, it is, pretty much. Like, as in a grenade, they have a pin in the back, which they particularly in this model here. Right? Because I don't know it. See, that's a pin. Most
yeah, that's straight up just a fucking primer. Okay.
Right, and this is all metal.
Yeah.
So
I can see why the police would get a little bit pissy about that, dude.
Yeah. But there's a nice China Lake there.
I would have gone for the China Lake personally, but then I'm kind of old school.
I would, but the problem with this difference is I can put that in a pistol holster.
That's fair.
Whereas that weighs about £5.
That's nothing a good old-fashioned shoulder sling wouldn't fix.
You know, but they seem to have took off the what do you call these? Yeah,
I don't know.
They took off the motors.
Oh no. Anyway,
that's enough of that. I'll be on now, dreaming of getting myself a new gun.
Yeah.
But anyway, we've been going. Well, I've been going for 7 hours.
Because I've been going for like 4.
So yeah. Unfortunately, the last video we had was quite disturbing.
Depressing. Yeah.
Disturbing. And like I said, change for the video, and I can understand why I showed it.
Yeah, because that is an important case that needs coverage, that needs to be talked about.
The problem I have with him is how we covered it. You know, that you use this one case to put in all prisons are dungeons, all prisons are hateful and horrible. They're not. They're prisons.
Yeah.
They're not meant to be pleasant places to live. Right? That one case does have a problem with, I think, mainly for-profit prisons.
Absolutely.
As the concept. Like I say, on paper, it makes perfect sense.
In practice, they tend to be a bit barbaric.
Yep. I think the big problem with them is there's a severe lack of oversight on them.
Yeah.
Because the prison system's so stretched out because of the way American is, right? Politically, they don't have time or the manpower to order the prisons on a regular basis.
Yeah.
They're just like, yep, here we go. We promise you we deliver this. You seem, on paper, you seem decent. You know, here you go, get the job done. Which, maybe for the first few years, they run a perfect ship. No problems asked. You know? What happens is
after a while, though, we're just going to get complacent about it, you know, like...
Yeah. Like I said, they thought she was faking it. The guards. Now, I can't see whether the guards are just twats or not on that front. Personally, I can't see a person decline that much and think they're faking it.
Yeah, because you cannot fake fucking muscle atrophy like that, dude.
But they might have had a person before who'd had fake similar symptoms before and got burned by it.
Yeah.
You know? And
even then, I'd rather risk it and get them the medical attention and just take the L on being wrong.
Now, I know some people say, well...
Then risk being wrong on the assumption that they're faking it and have a fatality.
Now, I know a lot of people saying, well, they're not going to house, the most dangerous criminals. They're not going to house dangerous criminals, murderers, psychopaths who will try to break out with this.
You'd be surprised.
One thing to note is no for-profit prison is a full max prison.
Yeah.
Right? That's where all the dangerous fucks go. So those have killed plenty of people and that type of stuff. Right? Because those are all state prisons. Or federal prisons. Right? In most full max prison you get is maybe a rapist and occasional murderer.
Yeah, and even then, it's not going to be like a serial or mass. It's going to be like a 1 or 2 kind of a guy.
Yeah. Most of it is white collar shit, or assault, violence, drugs, that type of stuff. Very low level, basic crap.
Vandalism, maybe, if it's like your 15th spray painting.
New York, you might get some gangbangers in there. Low level stuff. But you won't get anything. But wait, they're not going to have Jeffrey Dahmer in there. Or people like on his level.
Yeah. It's just not going to happen.
No, because, to be honest, the government rightly says, nah, I'm not going to trust you with that.
Yeah.
But anyway. Next week, I have no idea what we're going to talk about.
Yeah, this is the thing, that, see, see with like my work right now, right? Fucking see like fucking. You remember my new boss Steven that I've been complaining about a lot recently?
Yes.
Yeah, he's now officially like my direct boss now. Like he's taking on the like running the bar, and that. So like he's trying to catch up on things and try and figure out how shit works.
Mm-hmm.
So like whether or not I'm working next Friday, I'll find out probably Wednesday at the earliest if he wants me to work next Friday or not.
I mean, if you
so
want,
like, it's a lot early for me to guarantee if I'm going to turn up on Friday or not. So
I mean, if you want to, we can either do it like daily on Thursday, or we can move it to like on Saturday if you want.
Yeah, I'm thinking like if I've got to work on a Friday, we'll just do it on the Saturday, and then figure it out from there.
Sunday. That'll be the first of February, month of February.
Yes.
Right. What we're doing that day?
I don't know.
Do you want to do the D&D catch up on stuff before we get back into the season? Or do you want to play a game?
I'm thinking we do like another game, like just like a video game again.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll probably like splice together like a fucking like a quick recap video, ready for us getting back in with D&D. Like for like any like like a previously on like snippet. For that.
I've been thinking. I've been told the idea before we go of putting an ad out on r/, looking for players.
Yeah.
Bring a couple more players to get like a stable group. And that.
It is something I've been thinking about myself as well. The other thing with it is like I'm going to, especially like it's people I don't know, I'm going to be really fucking stringent about it. Like I'm going to be a hard motherfucker to please with that. Like it's not going to be a case of you can make the sessions, that works. It's going to be like, nah, I need to see your character build ahead of time. I need to sit down and talk to you ahead of time. Like. Oh
yeah, I mean, like I say, if we're doing it,
like I'm going to be a strict motherfucker with it.
If we do it, probably post up like this week.
Yeah.
As they get in contact with by like Sunday at the latest to go through character builds, what allowed, what's not allowed, that type of thing.
Yeah.
As for attitudes, particularly around like people like Glitter, I'm not worried because Glitter will beat them to a bloody pulp.
Yeah, like I'm not too worried about like anything like that. Like.
Yeah.
I mean, like I'm more worried about just like people with like just asshole tendencies and fucking folks with just brash personalities that are gonna irritate me. Like, and like obviously like hot problem players as well to an extent are gonna be like a concern.
Probably kind of. I mean, if you're planning on doing like, I'm trying to. Fuck me, man. I'll probably be here for most of the games.
Yeah.
But if we're going to do more like campaigns, we're probably going to run into some of these type players.
Yeah, it's inevitable, especially with like Dungeons and Dragons. It's gonna happen here and there, but
and to be honest, it won't be hard dealing with them contingency wise because either at the moment with that campaign, my character's strong enough to basically PvP anybody on the board if needs be.
Yeah.
Or we can just think of a creative way of just wiping the fuck around, telling guys to fuck off.
Yeah, like.
Because
it's like we had to show fairly early on, we can not cleanly, but we can easily write a character out temporarily.
Yeah.
If like life shit gets in the way for someone, like we had that with Rincewind, obviously like fairly early into the campaign. And like also with Rincewind, we've not fallen out or anything. The door is still wide fucking open for that. Like if Rincewind starts having Sundays available again, which isn't looking great, then obviously he's always more than welcome to come back in and start playing again. And that'll probably be that'll be the case like across the board. Like I think the majority of the time, because like player wise, probably not. Like if a player fucks me off to the extent where it's like, nah, you're out of the game, that player's probably not coming back.
Yeah.
But like that doesn't mean their character won't be able to come back.
Oh yeah, because there's some creative use of characters.
yeah, I like leaving that kind of door open, like with characters, where it's like, yeah, okay, I like, especially like from my perspective as the dungeon master, is like, if I can have that character on hand, you know, that's one less NPC I've got to make later down the line.
Yeah.
I can bring that character back to be a villain, or, you know, like the big bad evil for part of the campaign, or I just like have it as like a throwback kind of reference for the fans at home, you know, to be like, oh, you bump into him in a tavern, and somebody like the players that like were around when that player was around can, you know, like reminisce about the times and that, and how much of an arsehole that character was, and you know, like you can have a lot of fun with that, you know.
Or
like,
even at the extreme end, say play a character when our PCs die, we can always inhabit it as a new PC.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't like that, having like having a player where like their character dies and then they take over someone else's character. Even if it's like a character that's not being used anymore, I've never liked that myself.
No, it's always
like as a player or a dungeon master, but it's obviously is there as an option, you know, in an emergency. You know, like if it's.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, say
you don't have time to do a new one, then like it would be there. But
let's say you need deep in a campaign, you need deep in like a boss fight, and you're trying to avoid TPK.
Yeah.
You know, you suddenly can have a random NPC just suddenly jump back into the foyer.
Yeah, because like I mean as a dungeon master, that's something I always have on hand, ready. Like in a campaign is like what I call mythic characters.
Yeah,
they're sort of like legendary heroes of the world. Like sometimes you hear about them like in taverns and things, or like brief mentions like during quests, where like if shit gets really bad, like you're up against like a really fucking hard fight, where like it, especially if it's one where like it's believable, like one of like the legendary heroes of the area would know about it and come and try and take the fight for themselves. That character sheet is on hand, so I can save the party from a TPK.
Does it depend how my character develops?
I don't like taking out my players.
Depending how my character develops, I'll probably end up using him as something like that in this like world setting.
Yeah.
And that, especially if he survives, though, because even if he doesn't survive, I've got a way of like getting my scythe to another character.
Yeah.
I've provided a mechanism for that to work in it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's how next week's going to run to pretty much. Like so, if you want to put an ad out on, because you probably have the Red account, I don't think I have one. To be honest.
Yeah, I've got one. Yeah.
So you want, because you're the DM, you want to put the ad out. I think.
Yeah.
Do you want to call either me or you, at least?
Yeah.
To talk it out, like what they expect out of it and what type of thing.
As the dungeon master of the campaign, it's kind of my job to do the vetting process for new players and that, and like run them through what to expect, what not to expect. Like, like if anyone's gonna know, it's the fucking guy writing the campaign.
Oh yeah.
Like, if anyone's gonna be able to answer like most of their questions, it's the fucking guy writing the campaign. But like,
but I can narrow it down if I have to.
Yeah.
Because I've got a rough idea of the campaign, how it runs.
Yeah. I mean, kind of. You've got an idea of some of the things that are going to happen, but not a lot.
I've got a base knowledge, which is good enough to start like create a short list for you. If need be.
This is the thing. You know a lot. You know more than like Glitter and Rincewind and like Dr. W do about like the campaign and like what's coming up and that. But like, compared to what I know about what's coming up, you don't know shit, Buster.
Oh yeah.
You don't have a fucking clue.
Oh yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, in terms of like the rules of Dungeons and Dragons, oh fuck you. At this point, you know more than I ever will. Like you went hard on that shit. Like you had a full blown ADHD attack when it came to Dungeons and Dragons.
I did.
And like it's impressive. I've never known someone learn the rules that intensively, that quickly. Like it was quite impressive.
Luckily for me, the rules line up to some similar games I played beforehand, like Warhammer and stuff like that. Not
even still though, it was just impressive how quickly you picked that shit up.
Because it's logical, it's analytical, good at that sort of stuff.
Like. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, while it impresses me, there are times where it pisses me off, especially like when we're like mid-section. You're like, I'm actually, and it's like, shut up. You're gonna get punched. Don't fucking, I'm actually me, cunt. But like, Don't fucking rules lawyer me when I'm trying to have fun and make your life easier, asshole, or I'll make it harder. But like...
That's probably it, they're thinking like, hang on, the rules in my head there, what's this?
This is the thing, it's why like I don't like fucking go mental at you about it, because like, I get it, because I've done it myself a couple times in the past, 'cause it happens. You know, you sat and be like, hang on, I thought it worked like this.
Yeah.
You're not like actively questioning, you're more questioning yourself out loud half of the time.
Yeah, trying to figure out the rule system.
Yeah, like, because this is a big secret I'll let you know when it comes to most of us Dungeon Masters. Most of us are not Matt Mercer. We don't have the rule book memorized. Half of the time when we're doing a thing, we don't even have the rule for what we're doing on hand to reference.
Yeah.
Fuck, most of us don't even own the official rule books. Most of us own one of them, if we're lucky. You know, like, we're guesstimating roughly from memory how it works.
You know what it is, right? I've watched Matt Mercer. Because everyone says, I'll watch him, he's the best DM ever. I watched him, I watched his playstyle of DMing.
Yeah.
Right, and I've got to admit, out of the ones I've seen so far, I prefer Brett from World of Io.
This thing, I have a soft spot for Matt Mercer because he was my introduction to Dungeons and Dragons. He was the first Dungeon Master I ever saw doing their thing.
Yeah,
you know, and he kind of inspired me to get into Dungeons and Dragons myself when I was a younger fella. You know, and that's what he's voiced some of my favorite characters in video games as well because that's just what he does. He's a voice actor. It's very much appreciate that and see, because he's a voice actor, it makes it to an extent makes him a better Dungeon Master because he's able to properly do his characters. He can actually convey that character and who they are better with their voice, which I am immensely jealous of.
I mean, one of the ones one of the players I must admit I've come across again as an IO is Tomato. He has a YouTube channel, and some of the character builds he has. The one is he decided to build. He's got Tiefling Warlock, and the latest one he's doing.
Yeah, which classic.
Right. Yeah, but here's one thing though: the Tiefling Warlock is 97 years old.
Fun.
So he's a geriatric Tiefling who can barely walk, and he poses a self-rule on himself. Is every day he has to do a roll of a day 100. If lands on 1, he dies in his sleep.
Nice.
Right, and as the days progress to level up, which that's a level up, is every time a day passes without him leveling up, right, he adds an extra number to the D100. So at 1 or 2 he dies, at 3 he dies, and then below 4 he dies. So depending how long they avoid combat for and not level up because using the XP system, right? So if he doesn't level up for a while, he's at very bad risk of dying.
I kind of like that. That's actually a really fun idea.
Especially when the hardcore rule. So travel time is a thing in the game.
Yeah.
So traveling I think it was from the when the windmill's back to town was a 7-day trip. You know, so you had to do 7 rolls to make sure you see the character survived it every night. You know, it's that's getting dangerously close to me just dying in my sleep. But he does that kind of quirky. Say the other one was another warlock, but it was a slime monster using radiation as a replace the eldritch stuff.
Yeah.
And again, you had the character built such a way that was just a fun character to have in the campaign.
Yeah. I mean, that's something I tend to find in Dungeons and Dragons is some of the more fun characters you'll end up playing, both as a dungeon master and as a player, are characters that they either happen just through sheer fucking just dumb fuckery, or they're a weird idea that you had.
Yeah.
You were sat one day and it just fucking hit you of, what if? Can I make that work? And then you do. As a dungeon master, some of my fucking all-time favorite characters I've ever come up with as a dungeon master, and this is something you will hear from a lot of dungeon masters, because apparently we all play with the same 6 personalities when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons players, Like, they're all the same 6 people, apparently. Is us Dungeon Masters, some of our favorite characters will end up being just, like, a character we have to make up on the spot. Because you as the player speak to an NPC we did not expect you to speak to.
Yeah.
We're we'll like, for, like, flavor text, be like, oh, and there's a guard over there. And you'll go, I want to talk to the guard. And you're like, fuck.
That's what the big...
Player's like, what's the guard's name? And you're like, Bob. The guard is called Bob. You approach the guard and you say, hello, guard, where's your name? And the guard says... And then you have to very quickly think of a voice for Bob, and you go, hello there, I am Bob the guard, how are you today? And now you have the personality figured out entirely. He's a happy-go-lucky guard. And it just spirals from there. Now you've got to come up with backstory, social security number, everything, because your players have realised they've caught you off guard and are going to ask stupid questions.
Like I said, it's one thing I think, as a DM, like how trying behind DM, is going to be the most weird point. Is A, making up a random person, which you didn't need, but something you now do need.
Yeah.
Because, like, players are twats at times.
Yeah, it happens.
Actually, from experiences, I caused an entire debacle of gnomes stealing treasure.
Yeah, you just like I said, you I mean, it wasn't just you. It was you and like a couple other players, like the other players, like just picked up on the tiniest detail that I had completely just not thought of. You picked up on a what to me seemed like just a completely just an inconsequential thing, like just a sheer coincidence. In my writing, it was more there just to be flavor text of this region is majority gnomes.
Yeah.
There are a lot of gnomes in this area. That's just who lives here. That's what it was in my head. But because you, like, none of you were there when I was writing the lore for the area, you had no fucking clue that was a thing.
Yeah.
So you took it as suspicious. And that's perfectly understandable. You know, like, you picked up on the tiniest little detail and went, and it fucked with me hard, because I was like, this, to my brain, that didn't occur to me, but now that it's been pointed out, it makes perfect sense. You would find that strange.
Yeah.
Like...
Probably, you know, it's the end where you don't really realise what happens. You can either say, ooh, I can run this conspiracy theory for a laugh.
Yeah.
You know, see where it takes the players, or shut it down.
Yeah, and this is the thing, is like a lot of the time as a dungeon master, yeah, it's fun. See when it's the first or second session of a campaign and you've not gotten used to the potential of like this new set of players being that kind of player.
Yeah.
Because like, it's the thing. See if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons with experienced D&D players, you expect it every single fucking time, and you have everything in place you could possibly need, and then some extra shit just in case for any potential bullshit they might end up pulling off. You have 110 gnome character assets on hand, you know, and 52 dragons and everything that they might stumble ass backwards into.
Yeah.
By coming up with weird conspiracy theories. When you're playing with completely new players, you don't expect them to have developed that kind of brain cancer yet. So you don't have all that shit on hand. Because when you guys picked up on that idea and started trying to run with it, okay, had I been playing like as an Dungeon Master with the mindset of experienced party, I would have had the assets on hand to go with that idea.
Yeah.
But because that is not at all what I planned for, I did not have those assets on hand to let you run with that idea, which is a shame. Because it would have been a really interesting plot line.
Yeah.
I just didn't have the resources on hand and I didn't have time to get them.
That's what I thought the plot was going to be honest. You know? But
I wasn't going to throw a massive ass like conspiracy plot like burgeoning around a small fucking like beginning settlement at it's like stage 1. I wasn't going to be your opening quest. You've played enough RPGs to know the opening tutorial quest is never that complicated. It's a bandit every single time. It's just bandits.
You forget the Dark Souls series.
Even in the Dark Souls series, your first quest is escape prison. It's not some convoluted fucking plot. It's get out of prison through this open door and a hole in a wall. Then dodge a giant and fly away on a bird.
Yeah. That's one thing I watch out for when I start my own campaign out.
Yeah.
Because you know my campaign ideas, that's going to take a lot of finessing around the RP of it, I think.
Yeah. Like, I mean, the thing is, like, especially for like new dungeon masters, I always have and always will recommend like if you want to run like your first campaign, pick up one of the starter sets. Pick up something like Mines of Phandelver, Dragon Coast, like any of the starter kits, and just run that module. Because it gives you everything you need, and this thing, while they're really well written and like fucking loads of detail in there, there is so much room to maneuver in like in those modules. Like it's like running like Lost Mines of Phandelver as a module. That was where it's where I learned a lot of like my just ability to homebrew shit and like homebrew content.
To be honest,
especially like taking something like a map, looking at a building and going, that building should be one of these. You know, and then like coming up with the characters that are going to be in that building on the spot. Because a character, like one of the players will mention a thing they want to do, and I'll look at the map and go, well, there's nothing there for that. But there's this building that is completely fucking useless. It's like the home of NPC number 5.
Yeah.
And NPC number 5 isn't important and isn't really going to turn up except for one scene in a bar, so it doesn't matter where he lives. So I'm going to change what that location is from the house of NPC number 5 to the location they're looking for.
To be honest, right, we're watching the Phandelver hardcore mode. I'm actually low-key trying to think about I just run it, if possible, because I want to see how my fighter stacks up in that.
Yeah, I mean, this thing, like, your fighter build, like, this thing, I like, if I had that character build, I'd take in a Curse of Strahd every day.
Curse of Strahd?
Like,
I haven't seen that one yet.
Like, Curse of Strahd is, was when it's on its release and still is regarded to be one of the most difficult Dungeons and Dragons campaigns ever devised by Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah.
It is balls to the wall nonsense, action, mentalness, convoluted conspiracies that you miss the tiniest detail and the whole campaign is fucked.
Yeah.
It is incredibly difficult with like TPKs around every second corner. It's insane.
You know,
and it is a lot of fun.
It is right. I've tried to recreate my fighter on my goals a couple of times, and I've never gotten close.
Yeah, it's you got so fucking lucky with those rolls, dude.
That's why the characters. I'm going to keep a character back burner just in case.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of the characters I'm going to keep around for quite a while.
And this thing, like, it's like statistically, it's like they're gonna be around for a while. I'm like unless I throw something like stupid at you, like at the party, I'm not taking you down.
No, that means.
And even then, I'm probably gonna take everyone else with you in the process.
No, that's that though. It's a case of you know, they say do change campaigns and make character sheets. There's another character I'm keeping in the back burner just in case if I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
I've got something I can say. Well, you go. You know, it's one of those characters like, I know some DMs are going to hate him.
A lot of DMs are going to dislike it.
Because how strong he is.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, though, it's one of those where it's an effective build that I can just slot into just about any campaign I need to. In case of emergencies. Type thing.
And this thing is like, while at least I can fully admit, especially as like the dungeon master like responsible for this character, like it's a pain in the arse to deal with sometimes, right? Like strong player characters like Crow that are like genuinely just kind of overpowered at like earlier levels, and get worse like the higher the level gets. like from my perspective, you know, like my opinion on the matter, like if you as a dungeon master, like don't worry, you're allowed to dislike those characters, but if you as a dungeon master cannot make the campaign work with characters that are that overpowered, that to me says more about you and your skills as a dungeon master than it does about that player.
I mean, one thing I can think off the top of my head with a character like Crow is if I know he's like they're going to be the main tank, like, powerhouse person.
Yeah.
Attack wise, then I can target force him to put himself in more danger by targeting weaker players.
Yeah.
You know, and make him like force him to do more battle than he should be doing. Type thing.
Yeah. Which like is fair, you know, like
make it carry a heavier burden than the rest of the players will, in a sense.
Yeah. Which, I mean, in fairness, like in Dungeons & Dragons campaigns, like your melee fighters tend to do that anyway. Things like your fighters, your paladins, you know, like your frontline fighters tend to end up having to do that anyway, because like your casters have fuck all health or fuck all armor rating or whatever, and end up filling up like either a ranged attack or a ranged support role anyway.
Yeah.
You know, like that's just kind of like how it is a lot of the time for melee characters in D&D anyway.
To be honest, right, when we watched a few campaigns of people builds, I've noticed a trend of going back a couple of years. A lot of players like build quite balanced party. So you had tank, a DPSer, and like range and healer support. The standard party build. What I've noticed a lot lately is they seem to be dropping the tank and the healer.
Yes,
a lot of
because this is the thing is like don't remember, tank builds can be really fun. Like it depends on the player, but like me personally, I do enjoy a good tank build here and there.
Yeah.
But like a lot of players, especially with like builds like clerics, for example, like your healing characters, a lot of players just don't find them fun. Which, I mean, if you ask me, like things like YouTube and TikTok have got like they're the reason why.
Yeah.
It's because of like the stereotypical ways that like all the classes get represented in D&D. Like it's the same reason why like everyone thinks the bard is the fun slot character. Which, like, don't get me wrong, a bard can be a fun slot character, but there's like 10 billion other ways you can do a bard, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to be a slot, just like how you don't have to be an asexual pirate. You can just be a pirate. But, like, it's fine. You know, like...
I mean, one of the builds I can think for a cleric would be quite a fun one. Would be if you boost up, like, your intelligence stats for the magic for the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But then you dump your next highest stats. Instead of into wisdom, you dump it into strength.
Yeah, to make like a proper combat medic.
Yeah, which I don't see many people trying. I think that's what I would normally taking.
This thing, one of the genuinely like most interesting character builds I saw for a cleric was a multi-class build.
I think
it was a cleric warlock multi-class.
Oh.
And it was for an evil RP campaign where like the player parties like they were all like chaotic neutral or worse.
Yeah.
Like they were playing as they were taking the role of the big bad evils of the campaign versus like NPC good guys. It was like basically reverse D&D, and they're really fun campaigns to do. I always recommend people try them when they can find them anyway. Genuinely such a really cool build. It was a fun way to get around the idea of how do I make an evil cleric. It was like, make them a disgraced cleric that still has their powers, but the reason they have their cleric abilities is because they were essentially re-granted to them by, like, an evil deity that they're now, like, is now their patron as a warlock, so they have the abilities of both. It was a really fun idea, and it worked really well. I mean, it was really cool.
What I can think of would work quite well as well, or two, would be a cleric barbarian multi-class.
Yeah.
That'll let you give it a full combat medic. Especially if healing words is an issue. Or the healing hands. The other one I could think of would be interesting. Would be like an assassin cleric.
Yeah. Like a rogue cleric.
Yeah. That would be quite more like a dex intelligence build.
That could actually be a really fun build.
Yeah. That'd be quite interesting how it could work that one. To be honest. Because like say,
you can make a pretty strong build with that, honestly.
Well, yeah, because like say both the cleric gets a boost to what's it called again, man? Potion making shit.
Alchemy.
Right, and the rogue has a bonus using poisons and stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So as a multi-class role, even if they say when you put like 4 levels into cleric. Gets you both the healing stuff and the booster you need to potion making, and dump the rest into a dex build for your rogue.
The rogue side, yeah.
You get around the health issue, for one thing, and you get a decent attack power from the dex build.
See, this is the thing is like clerics usually have like decent health, though. To be fair,
I think it's 8.
Yeah, like like they have an okay like health, and because they are usually like a frontline healer, they usually have decent AC. Like they're usually like a medium build, like a medium armor build. So you usually have pretty good AC stats.
Yeah. No, I think the paladins aren't.
Like, no, paladins are usually medium to heavies.
I can't remember now.
As a paladins start with medium and heavy armor training, whereas clerics start with light or medium. You can pick either, if I remember rightly, with clerics. Anyway, right,
yeah,
no, fuck you, turn off D&D Beyond, yeah. It is tomorrow, I'm going to bed.
Same here.
Thank you for joining us, people at home. Right? Fuck you for taking us down that rabbit hole, right? I said you could look at one airsoft gun, and here we are now. Right? Fucking prick.
You're part of the right?
Still. Yeah, so people at home, thank you for joining us. Like I said, like you can join us next Friday for more MacGuffins, and next Sunday for video games. And I think I'll probably be putting up a recap for like our upcoming D&D stuff. Probably next week, maybe the week after. So either way, keep your eyes open for that.
We'll put a message out on Reddit so you see it. Are you giving a link to our Discord on the post, or?
Probably, yeah. I'll probably put that there, or I'll do like a link to like a burner Discord account,
yeah,
or something like that, so I can like vet people that way. Like I'll figure that out closer to the time. You know, like yeah, I'll figure that out closer to the time. Like what I mean is, I'll figure that out like tomorrow. The day I put the post up. The day I put up the post is when I'll figure out how I'm gonna do the vetting process.
Yep, so that'll be up if you see our YouTube channel and see Discord here. Feel free to log on, drop line, and ask there.
Yeah,
if you wish to. You know, always looking for new players.
Yeah, always open to the idea. Obviously, any comments, ideas, etc., it's suggestions, things like that. Fucking comment section, email, fucking WhatsApp, Google Chats.
I am not putting my WhatsApp up on fucking YouTube. Fuck that.
Fucking, you know, I Google Instant Message, like Facebook Messenger, Twitter DMs, Instagram tweets.
You're gonna put your Facebook on fucking our channel.
Snapchat MacGuffins, things like that. You know, hit us up somewhere if you can find us. Good luck finding us.
But Discord, and you know how to use the email address will be our name and fucking at gmail.com.
Yeah, and if you direct message me on Discord by getting my Discord name through our Discord server, I will kick you and kill you in your sleep.
Well, can't that? Because they'll only be able to share nicknames.
That's exactly why they get kicked and murdered in their sleep, because they were clearly hacking.
But anyway, that's it. Hit us up if you want to. Any mean comments, be warned, we will screenshot them and put them on the show and laugh at you.
And you will be named and shamed, and it will be funny.
Yeah, we will be mocked mercilessly. But yes. Anyway, it's good night and good luck.
Yes, thank you for joining us, and we will catch you all on the next